Council. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp. I'm here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Wong. Thank you. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Thank you. Councillor Curran. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Here. Councillor Demong. And Mayor Gonde.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to get started on item 7.2.2. So please take us away, Mr. Pomeranke.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.2.2 is a policy and land use amendment to allow for approximately 9 to 10 stories of mixed-use development. Before I begin, I would like to draw your attention to a correction to the cover report. Administration has prepared updated text which clarifies the applicant's intent to develop the property, and this revised text makes no assertions about the ownership. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 87P 2024 to amend the Springbank Hill Area Structure Plan and to proposed bylaw 287D 2024 to redesignate the site located at 7755 17th Avenue Southwest from Direct Control District to the Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure District, or SCRI, as well as a new Direct Control District based on the Mixed Use General, or MU1 District. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Springbank Hill. This is at the corner of 17th Avenue and 77th Street Southwest. The site is approximately 700 meters, or about a 10-minute walk west of the 69th Street LRT station. Next slide, please. Currently, the site is vacant and is just under 2 hectares in size. It slopes down from the east to the west by about 7 meters. The building on the right up the slope from the development is Rundle College. In the future, the blue line is planned to extend along the south side of 17th Avenue on its way out to Aspen Woods along the north edge of the property. Next slide, please. Land to the west and the south of the subject site is mainly vacant or it is under construction under a variety of multi-residential and mixed-use designations. Development to the south and the southwest includes 4 to 6 story multi-residential buildings. The parcel directly to the west across 77th Street is designated to allow for up to 35 meters in height, or approximately 10 stories. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the site to a direct control district to allow for mixed use and multi-residential development. The DC is based on the rules of the Mixed Use General District with some differences. First, it adds the additional discretionary use of place of worship large. Secondly, it requires a 13-meter setback from the east property line shared with Rundle College, which mirrors the school's setback from that same property line. The combined distance of 26 meters means that any building constructed on this subject site would be a minimum of 85 feet away from the closest point of the school. At that distance, the building's maximum height is 16 meters, or about 4 stories, which could then increase in height to the west at a 45-degree angle up to a maximum height of 35 meters, or approximately 10 stories on the west edge of the parcel. This setback area and maximum height were refined based on discussions with Rundle College, along with feedback received from the parents of the students during an open house, as well as residents of the area. The Direct Control District also includes a rule which allows the maximum floor area ratio of 3.5 if publicly accessible space is provided. This is intended to balance the need for the city to have certainty over the location of future municipal reserve while allowing the applicant to proceed with development ahead of subdivision. A small portion of land on the north end of the site is proposed to be designated under the SCRI district as shown on this image, which will serve as an LRT right-of-way for an extension of the blue line in the future. Next slide, please. Should council wish to support this application, 2 map amendments to the Springbank Hill Area Structure Plan would be required. The first would reclassify the site from the standard suburban policy area to the mixed use policy area, which allows for 10-story commercial and residential development. Administration believes that the extension of the mixed use area to the east here will provide a contextually appropriate building form. Next slide, please. In addition, the street network map is proposed to be amended to reclassify 77th Street from an arterial road to a neighborhood boulevard as shown here. This reclassification is due to lower actual traffic generation than was originally expected when the ASP was created. As a result, the arterial designation for 77th Street Southwest is no longer necessary and is limiting access for nearby developments due to restrictions within the arterial type. Next slide, please. In closing, this application allows for the continued development of this part of Springbank Hill in a manner that is market supported and aligns with the municipal development plan. The specifics of this proposal have been adjusted in response to community feedback. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.2. There are quite a few people registered, so I'm going to put people into panels. Let me ask this first panel, though. Of everyone that's registered, who will be speaking? Do we have Nathaniel Fries? Great. Do we have Brian Horton? Okay. We have Dean Leichner? Okay. Ken Siemens? Great. And Cheryl Flieger. And will all of you be speaking? Okay, come on up. I think we have an additional person too named Barclay Loughlin. Okay. So I'm going to assemble this panel of 6 because they are all with the applicant. And if any of you are playing supporting roles only, that's fine to answer any questions. But if everyone's presenting, you'll each have 5 minutes. And then I'm just going to let the next panel know. 2, 5. It'll be Michael Massing. Great. Marshall Naruzny. Okay. Courtney Couture. Great. Do we have Stephen Carter Edwards? Thank you. And do we have Lee Dowd? Perfect. You'll be the next panel. All right. So let's kick things off with Nathaniel Fries, please.
Hello, good day. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Nathaniel Frais. I'm the site pastor at Rockpoint Church's West Hills site. Today, I'm here to show my support for the rezoning of our land located at the corner of 17th Avenue and 77th Street Southwest, while also providing some further context about who Rockpoint is and what our intent for the land is in question. I'd also like to acknowledge the group of people from Rockpoint Church who have joined us here today to show their support for the application, some of whom are speaking after me, and some of whom are here to show their support. Most importantly, they are here to confirm our desire for our church to continue to be an integral part of the local community. So, for Rockpoint West Hills, some context. We are a local congregation of about 300 people who are connected to the broader Rockpoint congregation of over 1,000 people across all of our sites. And we've been renting and meeting in the gym at Ambrose University for the last 16 years, since 2007. We're a multicultural mix of seniors, youth, young adults, families, coaches, parents, volunteers from the local community. One of my favorite things about who we are is that 75% of the people who call West Hills home live in the Ward 6 area. Most of those people live in Signal Hill, Springbank Hill, and West Springs. As I said, we are renters at Ambrose. Even without having our own facility, our people have served our neighborhoods with food drives, e-recycling events with local community associations, clothing drives, Christmas hampers for families in need, support to new immigrant families, support for low-income Calgarians, and a long list of other activities. And we have loved every opportunity that we have had to support our neighborhoods and our partners around us. But our congregation has always desired to be a more prominent part of our local community. As you can imagine, the opportunities to serve are limited by not having our own permanent facility. We recognize, though, the potential that 17th Avenue and 77th Street have, and it's never been more clear than in the last 5 years as we've seen neighborhoods just pop up right around us, right next door. We will have literally thousands of people that move right next door who would be served by an appropriately designed facility that welcomes people to share in the use of our space. We are now at a point where we'd like to build a development that in all respects can have a positive social impact in our Southwest community. However, we are not a typical profit maximizing enterprise as some developers may be. Rather, we are truly motivated within our Christian context to genuinely love our neighbors and to maximize social good for the benefit of the community around us. Our desire in a facility is therefore to be as effective as we can be at achieving this through the use of our land and the associated development. Our congregation is excited and energized about this development. We're eager to reach the conclusion of the rezoning process. And after that, we'd like to move forward to completing our feasibility study and eventually begin the next steps in the development process. I'd like to close by confirming what Rockpoint's intent for the land is and always has been. We long to remain here as a permanent part of the community. We've been a long-standing part of the community, and we would love to remain a good neighbor for all who are close for many, many years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Brian Horton, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Horton. I'm a principal at O2 Planning Design. Excuse me, we are the applicant on this project, and today I'm going to speak about the details of the land use amendment process and the direct control zoning. If I could ask for the next slide to be advanced, please. To start, I'm going to set the context for this site within the broader Springbank Hill area. As Council is very aware, this area has been developing over time. You've seen many applications. This site sits on the east side of the corridor that sits between 17th Avenue and 19th Avenue. This corridor is being developed as a mixed-use corridor with heights up to 10 stories. And it is the last site to be designated as part of this corridor. It is the site that's also closest to the 69th LRT station. And so as you've heard, there's a requested ASP amendment. And our understanding is when the ASP was developed, this site was left as low density because at the time the church's intention was to develop this site as a more traditional style church, what would fall under the guidance or the policy of the low density district. But now with this mixed use concept, we're proposing to amend the ASP to bring it into alignment with the rest of that corridor that we show in pink. Important to note the development directly to the west, which is Truman's development, which has an approved land use in DP and is under construction, is a 10-story building. We show that on this image. So that development would directly face the development along 77th Street. Next slide, please. To summarize the application and outreach process that we undertook as part of this application. Discussions specific to this application actually started over 2 years ago in fall of 22 with a pre-application submission and discussions with city officials. We formally submitted the land use application in the spring and May of 2023. At that time, shortly after submitting the application, we held community association meetings and a public open house, along with a formal meeting with the Rundle community. We then went through the application process and resubmitted an application in November 2023, where we went through another process of public engagement and meetings with Rundle and the Community Association. In October, we received unanimous approval at CPC, and here we are today at the public hearing. Through the process, from the initial submission to the revisions, we made quite a few changes, and this was based on feedback we heard from both Rundle and the wider community. There were concerns about height and density, specific concerns about the transition specifically to the east and the types of activity that would be on this site. Also about the setback and interface with that east property line, and specifically with sight lines to privacy. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we initially submitted an application based on a stock MU1 district, and then through the process, we amended that to a direct control district that included several rules that responded directly to some of the concerns we heard. Most specifically, one of the direct control rules, if you wouldn't mind the next slide, please. Thank you. One of the rules specific to the concern was creating a 13-meter setback on the east property line, which would effectively be a no development zone We also put a rule in that any building would have to start at 4 stories along that east property line and then incrementally increase at a 45-degree plane, which would then step to 6 and 8 stories. And we also worked with administration on a rule specific to the municipal reserve or publicly accessible private open space that would be determined at development permit. And finally, I'd like to show you how this would look in terms of a potential building. Next slide, please. So what this shows is how those direct control rules translate into a proposed development. So again, what we have is a 13-meter setback, and then as you can see, the building would have to step up, where on that east property line, which is now on the left, a maximum height of 8 stories would only be allowed. Because the way the slope drops to the west, it would only be built at 10 stories on the west property line, and then maximizing 8. So what this shows is there's quite a distance between the building and that east property line. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions, and we hope you can support this application. Thank you.
Very much for your presentation. Let's go to Dean Leichner, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Dean Leichner, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rockpoint Church as a member of Rockpoint. Today, I'd like to address the rezoning efforts that Rockpoint has diligently pursued over the last 6 years. In 2019, we began collaboration with TRICO to navigate the rezoning process. Early on, we encountered concerns from Rundle regarding this endeavor. These concerns prompted TRICO to reevaluate their involvement, and ultimately, they decided to withdraw from the project. While this was a discouraging setback for us, it led us to work with Round Hill Development Corp., who has since been instrumental in guiding us through this complex process, as we are a church, not a developer. Although extremely premature and unbudgeted, in 2022, Rockpoint Church responded to our neighbors, Ambrose University's needs, undertaking significant legal development work. This work included the construction of an access road, a retaining wall, and a signalized intersection along the south side of the property. To accommodate these projects, Rockpoint Church provided land from our property to meet the required square footage. It is my understanding that Rundle School will directly benefit from these improvements, gaining a secondary access point to their campus in the upcoming years. Throughout this process, Rockpoint Church has remained transparent and fully committed to adhering to the city's procedures. We have demonstrated patience while navigating various challenges, including disruptions caused by COVID-19, and have remained steadfast in our primary goal to build a permanent, multi-use facility that will serve both our church family and the surrounding community. As a proud parent of a daughter who attended Rundle from grade 4 through grade 12, I deeply understand Rundle's concerns regarding the adjacent development. My wife and I consider Rundle a blessing to our family, and we consider the Lord's provision in granting us this incredible education experience for our daughter. This perspective has only strengthened our commitment to collaboration with Rundle and our broader community. We have worked diligently to listen to and address concerns because we know that our church's mission is rooted in fostering meaningful relationships with our neighbors. In the spirit of continued communication, I wanted to emphasize that we are focused solely on the rezoning of our land at this time. We have no intention or capacity to pursue a concurrent development permit. We also strongly believe that such a request falls outside the city's guidelines for development and rezoning. Rockpoint Church respects the city's established processes, and we do not see the unusual request to link direct control zoning to a development permit as necessary, reasonable, or aligned with the best interests of either Rockpoint Church or the city's processes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ken Siemens, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time and your commitment to serving the City of Calgary in the very important roles that you all fill. My name is Ken Siemens, and I'm currently the chairperson of the Elders Board at Rock Point Church. I'm here to speak today in support of the proposed rezoning, and the focus of what I want to speak on today is the vision that Rock Point Church has for this development. Anyone reviewing the conceptual drawings that we just looked at here earlier today might look at that and conclude that what we're proposing to build does not look like a church. A slightly more accurate statement would be that it does not look like a traditional church. And that statement would be very accurate and fully in line with our vision. It would be very easy, actually, for us to construct a traditional, architecturally pleasing church building with a parking lot, an auditorium with a sloping floor so everyone can get a good view, fixed bench seating, commonly referred to as pews, and a steeple. A traditional church building would allow us to have large weekend gatherings and host a few other events, but would be at most a 2 or 3 day a week facility. While the community could make use of that facility, we believe that we can build something much better that can be a 7 day a week facility that can have a broad and integrated impact with the community and meet the needs of people not only today, but well into the future. Imagine a facility where a senior with limited mobility can just head downstairs in an elevator and attend church or some other community event during the week. Imagine a facility where a university student can walk out their door, head up the hill, and if they're attending Ambrose University, be at class in 5 minutes or be at the LRT station in 6. Imagine a facility that hosts a large gathering for a Christmas musical drama on the weekend, a large parent-student gathering from a local school on Monday, then clears the chairs away and hosts a youth program on Tuesday evening. I only have 5 minutes, so I can't give you the schedule for the whole week. But imagine also that university student that I just mentioned volunteers at the Tuesday evening youth program because she wants to give back to the community, and it's just so easy for her to do that because she doesn't have a car. These are just some of the potential uses that we envision for our facility. And in many ways, it's only the tip of the iceberg. We believe that there are many other ways that we can directly or indirectly, through partnerships with other organizations, have a significant and positive impact in our community. And what we find actually really exciting is to imagine what we haven't even imagined yet. With being only 700 meters from an LRT station and within walking distance of thousands of new residents to Southwest Calgary as that higher density development to the west of us is completed, we feel that it would be a poor and maybe even selfish decision to only build a traditional church. With such potential to have a positive impact for so many in this neighborhood, we anxiously anticipate how we can be part of our community now and for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Cheryl Flieger, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. It's just great to see you. My role today, I'm representing the members. So I attend Rock Point West Hills, and I am in support of this. But today, my focus is going to be on the Rock Point's current and ongoing community engagement. We continue to engage the communities over the past 12 months in needs and preference interviews, and we got to talk to a lot of people. We've spoken to 8 community associations by way of, as I mentioned, an interview, a sit down, and they said that there was much needed affordable housing with opportunities to leverage the LRT. We've been connecting with local schools. We have had regular meetings with Ambrose University, and they told us their desire for a performance space, admin space, and some auxiliary teaching spaces. We met with the Rundle leadership team and their parents, and we even had lunch together, and we shared our values, our future dreams, and how we could work closely. We heard that Rundle needs parking, daycare, and a large celebration space. In fact, there were 2 very telling quotes that came out of that lunch, and it was, Rundle said, we don't have a space large enough for the whole school to gather together. And the second one, especially a good one, churches and schools make great partners. We are meeting with developers to look at collaboration and financial models. And in 24 and in the new year, 2025, we're going to explore mixed-use churches in Canada. And there's a lot of research in that area. In 2025, we're also going to be looking at convertible meeting spaces, following that great design that the city did for Rocky Ridge Rec Center. We're going to be looking to get feedback from sports clubs and dance studios and daycare. So still work to be done. In closing, the Rock Point community is excited and supportive at the prospect of developing a community-focused facility. May I leave you today with 3 big ideas? The first one is the specific land is uniquely located and can serve the community in many compatible ways. The second, we are taking information we heard from the needs and preference work very seriously. And thirdly, and finally, we are willing to explore partnerships and financial models that'll make this happen. Thank you, and I want you to be a blessing.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Barclay Laughlin, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Barclay Laughlin. I'm a member of Rock Point Church and part of the team that is working on the development vision for the land in question. Prior to me today, you have heard a number of speakers talk about the background to this land and the rezoning and the process that has been followed. It's been followed in a thorough, a sincere, and a very diligent way, arguably above and beyond what might be typical. And this has all been entailed with significant time and expense and a long process. The quality and appropriateness of the process, I think, has been implicitly confirmed through the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of our rezoning. And at this point, I really want to focus on and talk about one fundamental concept that I hope is top of mind for everyone in the room. And that is that in this country, at all levels of government, whether it's federal, whether it's provincial, whether it's municipal, it must be the case that when the government is carrying out its functions, it must do so through processes that are fair and just and transparent, ones that can be understood in advance by the citizenry. And this process for zoning, rezoning, and development is, in our context, the sequential process of a DC followed by a development permit process. It has been suggested by Rundle that the current rezoning be abandoned at the late stage in this process in favor of starting a different process. And with all respect, I would suggest that that's not a good suggestion, especially when there is no fundamental remaining objection from Rundle to the DC bylaw itself. The remaining concerns which have been expressed by Rundle will have the opportunity to be heard and considered as part of the remaining process. I say no fundamental remaining objection because through recent communications, we know Rundle has stated their appreciation of Rock Point's collaboration to a degree that wouldn't have been engaged in by other developers on this property. Rundle has stated their belief that we would be great neighbors and natural partners as a school and a church. Rundle has expressed that it does not take issue with the DC bylaw as it is in front of council at the moment. In fact, they've stated that it's a positive outcome for their school and community. But yet there seems to be an attempt at the 11th hour to create confusion and conflicting messaging. There have been late letters sent to council giving the appearance of dissatisfaction and the need to restart a different process. They've requested Rock Point directly to consider further last-minute concessions, restrictive covenants on our title. They've asked for a right of first offer from us. They've asked for a right of first refusal from us. They've asked for a request to engage in discussions aimed at purchasing the property from us. And then they've suggested that Rock Point did not consider these, which is not the case. Rock Point very much considered these, but quickly declined to engage in any of these additional requests, as I'm sure anyone in the room can understand why, given the other concessions that we've already made through this process at great cost to us. So simply put, to proceed in the manner that is suggested by Rundle and abandon the current process and start a different one would be the opposite of a fair, a just, a transparent process. It would be the hallmarks of arbitrary. It would be unpredictable and inconsistency to other proceedings. We're not in an adhocracy, but rather a democracy where citizens are treated fairly and with respect through a process. This is all the more important because we're talking about a process that deals with one of the most fundamental rights that we have, which is the ability to freely exercise your ownership and property rights subject to reasonable restrictions and conditions that get imposed by our local governments. So in conclusion, I would say that the rezoning process that the city has laid out has been consistently followed in this and other cases, and it is a good one and an appropriate one. It's one that has been carefully followed to date. It's one that is consistent with other rezonings. It is one that has been relied upon by Rockpoint as the landowner and followed diligently and in good faith. So in light of all of these circumstances, I would suggest that it would be an abuse of the process to now abandon this application in favor of some different one and restart. And the last point I would make is I would say that it would send a very dangerous precedent to others in the marketplace that are financiers, that are builders, that are all asked to develop out our communities if they can't rely and have a trust in the process as it works its way through and end up with what are last-minute arbitrary changes to that process.
Thank you, Mr. Loughlin. You're just at time.
All right, I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right, so there are some questions for this panel. So I'll go to Councillor Dhaliwal first.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Horton. Can you, engagement, I want to go back to the engagement. You showed some slides. First question, I'm a little confused. 77th Street, it's 10 stories, right? Facing 77th Street, you showed 468.
If I could ask the presentation to be put back up. And yeah, maybe the slide before this one, please. Yeah, this slide will help illustrate. So yeah, and if you want to finish your question, then I'm happy to answer.
No, I think I just wanted to clarify because you said 468 is the stepping of which I see, but it's 10 stories.
Yeah,
right?
and so if you can see it's a very steep site, and it slopes down from east to west. So effectively, it's a 2-story drop from the east property line to the west property line, which is 77th Street. So the maximum height that could be achieved on the east would be the 8 stories as demonstrated there. And then as you see, we gain 2 stories as we head west. So the closer, the highest point to the building on the east side would be 8 stories.
Okay. My next question is engagement. There's pretty much two voices that I'm hearing. One is the community association and one is particularly from the Rundle College. Can you please elaborate a little bit of what you heard from CA and what you heard from Rundle College?
Absolutely, yeah.
And how did you try to reconcile both, or just a little bit through the process?
Yeah, so we had, just back to the process, we had, I'd call it, two different rounds of community engagement. Both with the initial submission and then secondly with the revised submission. And at both times, we had meetings specifically with Rundle, but we also had community open houses and meetings with the community association. So it was at the community open houses specifically that was advertised and attended by the wider community that we heard, that we also heard feedback. Those concerns were concerns that we typically hear regarding, just the impacts of additional density, traffic, parking, and those types of concerns. The concerns we've heard from Rundle were mostly specific to the interface of this development with their property line and their school. And so for those reasons, that is why we amended our application to include the direct control district and also specific rules that would restrict development on that east side. When we just, for clarity, when we first submitted our application, and which would be typical for an MU, in which was that the rules of the step back weren't included, the rules of the 13-meter setback were not included, and we would have left those details up to the development permit stage. But knowing that there was significant, concern from Rundle about that interface, we worked with administration on drafting a direct control that addressed those specific concerns.
Okay, my next question is, how did you come up with 13 meters?
Well, 13 meters, that's a good question. It was partly to create, I think it was partly to create a distance from the school to the building that was actually the equivalent of a public right-of-way. So, typically public right-of-ways are somewhere between 26 and 30 meters. So given that I think the closest interface with the school would be about 30 meters if we created 13 meters, because what we heard another concern is that typically when we provided many examples of when schools interface with development. It's common all over. But we heard that what's consistent typically is when there's a road or a street between other development and schools. So what we decided, or how we determined that 13 meters, is so that the face-to-face distance between the school and the building would be consistent with a typical public right-of-way.
Okay, and one of the concerns, from Rundle, I think there will be speakers here, is that not sufficient? Is shadowing still going to be the concern?
We also provided a shadow study, and because you've asked the question, I'm happy to show you. It's the last page of our presentation. So this is a shadow study on March 21st, which is the typical day that the city asks for between 9 and 4 p.m. And because this would be a development that would be built out as per the rules of the direct control district, you can see that, obviously the sun, comes from the west in the later parts of the day. And at 3 and 4 p.m., the shadows would not cast beyond the site, our property line.
Okay, great. My last question is, CA has concerns about that private space because you guys couldn't find a common ground on the MR. So there's going to be private amenity space, green space that's going to be available to the public. Mm-hmm. And the CA concern is that maybe it's going to become a gated community, that access will not exist. Why wasn't there an attempt made to have that green space facing 77th Street so it's more accessible to pedestrians?
So the rules of the DC are written in a way that the 10% of the site area must be provided either as municipal reserve or publicly accessible open private space. So in that case, there has to be an easement registered on title that provides access for all of the public, along with, as we know, there are strict criteria for where MR can be placed and how it is designed. And we expect through the development permit process that obviously those rules will be enforced and respected. And we're looking forward to that conversation with the city administration and the neighborhood who will be part of the development permit process. And the expectation is that it wouldn't be as part of the 13-meter setback. It would be in addition to that setback and integrated, obviously, because it does have to be publicly accessible, so it would have to have access off of a public street.
Great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you so much. I have a couple questions to add on to Councillor Dollywell. So you went as far as doing the DC for the shadowing, and why wouldn't we just go the whole way and do a DC for the whole design and just tied to plans?
That is not a typical process for the city. We haven't seen it.
It can be.
It can be, but it is we haven't seen that in the years that I've been working, as well as the investment that would be required to do a development permit at this stage by the church and their partners would be extensive. This is a big site. It's about a 5-acre site. It's hundreds of thousands of square feet of development. It's complex. There's a slope. There's parks. So as the last speaker mentioned, we are following the process where we are pursuing the rezoning application, the land use at this time, and then that'll be followed by a development permit. I will add that the direct control provides that certainty as well. And we all know that we could do tied to plans, but that typically isn't the case. Even if there's a concurrent development permit, it can be pulled the day of approval and something else could come in. But what sticks with the land is the land use, is the zoning and the direct control district that applies the rules that we believe specifically responds to all the concerns and provides that certainty that whatever the development comes in, those concerns will be addressed.
Okay, because what I'm getting from the community association and folks that are concerned is that there is an uncertainty and that, this is a very big parcel. And so, when you're dealing with parcels of this magnitude and not phasing it out and having all of a sudden a direct control on shadowing on one aspect of it only would concern me. And I know you're following a process, which we've put in place, and I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I would say the community is thinking that they don't feel like they're going to really understand what happens. This is other applications that we see, it's not just specific to yours. And that's why we see kind of the rebuttal between community and applicant. So I'll let that one pause, but I need to ask.
May I add one more comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I
just
gotta ask
add
you
that
municipal
the
reserve.
direct control has, was more than just one topic. It's not just shadowing. It's interface, it's step back, it's overlook. It addressed all the concerns that we heard.
Okay, that's cool. Municipal reserve. Now, how many hectares will be designated to you?
It's about a half acre
Okay.
of MR.
Okay, and then have there been any issues with wildlife up there? And if there was, what is the plan for that?
I'm not aware of any issues with wildlife.
Like they live up there. You're
Yeah.
building in their area. So what are we going to do with these animals?
But this isn't there where, we're very familiar with that whole district, having worked extensively. There are certainly ravines throughout the area where I understand that the wildlife travel through, and we're not aware, given that there's currently a fence between this property and Rundle, so there isn't any natural wildlife corridor. I believe the wildlife corridors are more so down in the ravines, and they may come up currently, but in the current situation, then they'd have no place to go.
Okay, and then my final thing is, moving forward, if this does get approved today, what is the engagement with Rundle and knowing, and the community association and the residents that live up there that are concerned? It's no longer our process, it's yours. So
Yeah,
what
it's
can
ours.
you guarantee them?
Absolutely, that's a great question, and it's ours with the city. We know the city administration has a robust review process that, after reading Rundle's letter and seeing the additional items that they're interested in having a discussion about, those are certainly topics that, and I'll speak, and perhaps this is a question also best suited for the Rock Point community, because obviously you've seen a commitment to engagement up to now. And we expect that commitment will continue, the discussions, and knowing that they want to be good neighbors through the development permit process, all those topics will be discussed and in a collaborative way. It's been collaborative so far. I can't see that ending. And I know that the city administration would expect those discussions to happen through the development permit process as well.
Yeah, through the chair. I would like to suggest that we will be so intentional about meeting with them, involving them at engagement pieces, at critical points. We can't not do that. We know how important that is. I worked with community associations with the City of Calgary for 30 years, and my territory was the Hill. And we involve, at great length, we involve communities. And when we get into that design process, I am sure there will be design charades. I was involved with the rec centers, Rocky Ridge, Genesis, West Hills, you name them. And we were so involved that we got letters of support, and it was no problem. And I saw the word guarantee up there. I can't go so far as to give you my 100% guarantee, but as long as I'm involved in this process, we will be talking to community associations, because we all are neighbors and we've committed to that. And that is our direction. You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
My questions are Mr. Horton, I believe. Mr. Horton, I was looking at your drawing previously on elevation, and you're comparing yourself to the next, the property across the street, and it references 10 stories there.
Yes.
But I'm counting 11.
That's a mistake, yeah.
So is that correct on both cases? Because both sides, I count 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't count 11. Are you talking about a double height retail?
Yeah, if you look at the parking, it looks like 2 levels. And
Yeah,
then-
but that's two, so we're counting the retail as a double height retail as 1 story.
Now look across the street.
Yeah, double height
Got
retail.
that
3,
retail,
4,
double height retail, but
8.
you extend it beyond that. Then there's 2 stories that are associated with that same 1 level of retail. So there, I count 11 there.
Okay.
Okay, so when we look at heights,
Councillor Chabot, if you could lean into the mic, just so anyone can hear it.
I didn't want anyone to hear. Sorry. I just wanted Mr. Horton to hear.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I apologize. Yeah, no, it's, when I look at height, typically we'll look at geodetic elevations on the front and the back, and then somewhere in the middle, and that's how we sort of assess the average.
Yeah.
On average, this looks like, at minimum, a 9-story.
Correct. So there are 2 parts that would regulate the height of this. There are two rules that would regulate the height of this development. One is the 35 meters in the direct control district, and the other would be the maximum 10 stories as per the ARP. So this is an area where, yeah, that counts as both, but effectively the direct control district requires 35 meters.
Yeah.
So that is effectively the height.
Direct control allows
Yes,
35
up
meters.
to.
Yeah, because if I look at the rules under mixed use, it says up to 10 stories, but there's very specific conditions whereby 10 stories is even allowed.
Yeah.
I don't know if this meets the test of all of that. And then if I go to the MU1 district, which is what the base district is for this, it doesn't really talk about 35 meters as the upper limit.
Well, our direct control district has a maximum height of 35 meters written into it.
Yeah, well, that's what direct control is all about.
Right.
You put whatever rules you want.
Yes. Is there a question?
No, I'm just saying that in alignment with the land use bylaw, I'm trying to find where 10 stories is considered to be an appropriate height, other than it says for mixed use district, potentially up to 10 stories. But then again, there's very specific, I guess, rules around when 10 stories would be allowed. And I'm not sure, I'll ask administration how they've concluded that this meets that test.
Okay.
But anyways, I have to say, Ms. Flieger, if I may, go to Ms. Flieger, in relations to the engagement process, you feel that you've gone above and beyond as far as engaging the community? It kind of sounded like that from what you said.
Well, that's just through the chair, that's just the kind of people we are. We kind of go above and beyond, and we engage them, through interviews, sit down, meet at their convenience, and that's just an example of the way of how we conduct our business, I guess. And so I would say that we, as a community, again, we're all volunteers. We did and will continue to go above and beyond.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, my experience with you certainly reflects what you just said, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us today. I'm going to go to the next panel, so you can all grab a seat back there. Let's have Michael Massing, Marshall Naruzny, Courtney Ketchur, Stephen Carter-Edwards, and Lee Dowd. Please come on up, and I will let you know who the next group is. After this panel, we'll have Jan Cerny. Are you here? Yeah, thank you. Lisa Dennis. Perfect. Do we have Jason Rogers? Great. Kristen Klingval? Great. And do we have Donna Hall? Perfect. And then after that, there's 2 more people. Matt Krawacek? Perfect. I probably didn't say that right, so you're going to have to fix that for me. And Justine Dowd. Great. Okay, so let's go to this group of 5, starting with Michael Massing, please.
We're just trying to figure out what the best order to present kind of thing.
Okay. Just let me know.
All right, so we'll speak from the Community Association. So myself, and then followed by Steve, that's okay.
Can you give me your name again?
Marshall Naruzny. You mean,
So
remember me
Marshall,
by
you're
now?
first. Who's second then?
Steve?
Steve is second. Who's third? Courtney. Courtney, thank you. And who's fourth? Michael. Michael, thank you.
All right, we have a presentation. Perfect, thank you. Mayor Gondik, Council, thanks again. I don't know, should be my second home here, I guess. So I'm here on behalf of the Springbank Hill Community Association to speak against LOC 2023-0127. First of all, just to mention, I love the presentation from Rockpoint, and to be honest, I would love to work with them on behalf of the Community Association and that on this this application. It unfortunately hasn't been to this point. The first slide. So skip to the next one. So I've been with the CA now, as you know, for, I don't know, 15, 16 years, engaged with the ASP. Just to give you a bit of history. So as was mentioned during the ASP, Rockpoint was invited to participate in. They declined, I guess, as mentioned, they weren't ready. I was also involved with LOC 2020, 016, when we did actually meet with Rockpoint and Trico and the developer kind of thing to look at different cases and different use cases. Next slide. From an engagement point of view, we attended the Rockpoint open house. We met with O2 at the time, previously the lead person prior to Brian. We met with Richard several times, met with City Calgary Planning. We did actually, and we've had lots and lots of meetings with Rundle School. We also did meet with a person from the Rockpoint Search Committee. They had reached out. We spent about an hour and a half, myself and Steve, talking about, you know, where they are, where they're looking to go, and how had a wonderful conversation with them. We never have met with the build committee or anybody that's engaged with this vision of what they see this place to be. Next slide. Brian's talked about a lot of compromises. Let's look at what's really being compromised and being asked. So in the ASP today, there's 63,000 square meters from standard suburban. So 10-story mixed use. This mechanism that we are very appreciative of the city planning putting in for the municipal reserve is being done because we can't come to an agreement where the MR is now. Most of the time at this stage, MR is allocated, right? It has to be flat, publicly accessible space. But in dealing with the applicant, they can't figure out where. So, I mean, really, this is just a punt down the road. Why, you know, if there's this wonderful engagement of wanting to, why isn't the MR defined in an appropriate spot now? Rockpoint has done the 13-meter setback, the 45-degree angle. We're very appreciative of that. But if we go to the next slide, this is what was presented at the open house and in early proposals. The church is being proposed as a 450-seat space. It's less than 2% of this area. Again, the pictures that they're painting of this multi-use space, we'd love that. We'd love to work with them. But you get into this dichotomy here when we come to the process that was mentioned, right? We're being asked to support something where there's not a lot of vision. It's big boxes, right? We don't know what's going in. Is it just going to be a retail space with the second floor of the retail being a 450-seat church space? Or is it going to be this wonderful mixed use with gyms and meeting spots for the community? I mean, I'd love that, but we don't know. And how can we be asked to vote in favor of that when there's this complete unknown? Next slide. You mind me just keep on going? Yeah. Okay. Big thing is mobility, right? So that's the other part that people don't pay attention to in this submission. So we're going from arterial to collector. So next slide. And I'm sure Shane can speak to this, right? We've had multiple requests. We were here at a previous meeting of public hearing where we said we'd love to sit down with the mobility team, with Councillor Pootmans, to go through traffic in our area. We've never been able to sit down with the mobility team, right? So we have LOC 20, this LOC changing the designation of the street from arterial to collector, right? So here's the various vehicles per day. Arterial was 35,000, collector's 8,000. There's also something called a primary collector that's 15,000. We have 4 TIAs. If you flip to the next 4 slides, these TIAs have been provided since 2018 from engineers stamped and provided that says 77th Street will not work as a collector, right? So this is arterial. The next one's 10,000. Next slide. 11,000. Next slide. 9,500. So all of them are above, right? We've asked mobility about how can we deal with that. They don't know, right? They say, well, we'll make it primary collector. Flip to the next.
Sorry, Mr. Reesney, your time is up.
All right, my counterpart take over.
Is that Mr. Steve Carter Edwards?
Yes,
All right,
thank you.
You're up.
Deputy Mayor and Council. So what we're saying is south of 19th Avenue and as well south of 17th Avenue, it's not correct to make the changes to the ASP that are being proposed because it actually should be either a collector or a primary collector and possibly even an arterial once we get all the TIAs worked out. If we can do the next slide. You can see that we've got increased density coming from Juniper, Aurora, a single family daycare home that's going to be having 164 children. We've just heard Truman's building 2,000 homes at summit of Springbank Hill. And there's a subdivision plan with 18 homes that have driveways on 77th Street, and then the proposed Rundle South entrance. Next slide, please. And so the next slide. So our request, as we did consult with residents, we consulted with even the Aspen residents to the north side of 17th Avenue, and our presentation has been reviewed and approved by the Rundle College Schools leadership team. Our ask is much like you did yesterday with the development that was proposed on 19th Street, is that you only give first reading to this bylaw, and then you hold off on second and third reading until we can have a concurrent DP so that we can see that this vision is actually aligned with the land use amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I believe we are on to Courtney. Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Catcher. I'm a Rundle parent. I have a student who's in grade 5. He will hopefully graduate in 2032, and another child who we're really hoping will graduate from Rundle in 2035. I'm also a Ward 6 resident and a Calgary business owner. Now, I am all for intelligent development. The only change I'm in favor of with this land use for this 5-acre parcel is the 13-meter setback. Otherwise, I am completely opposed to this proposal for the following reasons. It's just not smart development. So let's start with first principles. The 2017 Springbank Hill ASP was prepared pursuant to Section 633 of the Municipal Government Act, which states briefly, for the purposes of providing a framework for subsequent subdivision and development of an area of land, a council may by bylaw adopt an area structure plan, which you did. This ASP was done to address the entire area of Springbank Hill, 1,369 acres, the whole area. It was all linked up. It was all thoughtfully done. Now, you may not hear this very often, but in 2017 with that ASP, you got it right. Mayor Gondak, Councillor Chu, Councillor Kara, and Councillor Demong, you all voted for this. You all considered it. You all approved it. You were right. The current landowners who are pushing for this change to MU1 are just one tiny piece of the puzzle. If you change the ASP on an ad hoc basis for a landowner who didn't bother to participate in the 2017 ASP process, you're setting a dangerous precedent. And I don't mean to quote Mr. Laughlin here, but the process that happened in 2017 was free, just, and transparent. It followed the rules, and you got it right. You would now be trying to jam in a puzzle piece to a vast development area that was never meant to go there. And in line with Councillor Chabot's comment, it would be incongruent with the south neighbors at 3 to 5 stories of height, as opposed to the 10 we were talking about. Now, you've already decided that this site should be standard suburban. You've already reviewed all the relevant factors, and this zoning is right for the greater Springbank area. There's no need for this land use change. Why? The landowners could have addressed this in 2017, and maybe there could have been a way to fit the proposed change in with all the other puzzle pieces then. But now there is no evidence that outweighs the current ASP to pass this proposal now. It appears that the amendment to the ASP and the land use proposal has been crafted to suit the interests of the current owner, who's not a developer, and has made the application for the sole purpose of increasing the land value for future gain. Now, a lot has been said about the church soliciting feedback, and I want to be clear that I am from the Rundle parents, not the school. You do not have the agreement of the majority of the Rundle parents. Consultation does not equate to agreement. We know that. Now, to be clear, I'm not advocating that the land should be left bare and undeveloped. That is unreasonable and it's unresponsible. As I said, I'm for intelligent development, which is what the city did for the Springbank Hill ASP very recently, 7 years ago in 2017. This parcel is designated for standard suburban, which could be 12 three-story family homes. However, with recent blanket upzoning, you could have 12 fourplexes, thereby already increasing the development availability by 4 times. It wouldn't put the problems on 77th that my friends were just talking about, and the site already has availability for maximum of development that aligns with the 2017 ASP. Now, if you've had a chance to drive by in this area recently, you would see that it's already being significantly developed in line with the 2017 ASP, and some of the previous speakers alluded to this great increase in development. Now, there's nothing before the city today that justifies changing the zoning of this land now. Beyond that, there have been no changes in the factors and information available that remotely suggest that these landowners should be given an immunity idle to now go against the 2017 ASP with land use that would be 20 times its intended density in comparison with other landowners in the area and developers who are fitting into the puzzle and making it work based off an ASP that's only 7 years old. They're absolutely correct, or you are, in the way it is. There have been no changes to land use elements that were considered in 2017 that would warrant changing the current designation. LRT access, neighborhood meeting centers, environmental open spaces, livable streets, mixed-use developments, all of these factors and more were properly and thoughtfully considered and addressed by council that culminated in the 2017 ASP. So I just want to say in closing, I'm strongly opposed to this. I think the city got it right with the current ASP. Contrary to what Mr. Horton said to Councillor Sharp, there is wildlife that goes through there. They had to lock down Rundle.
Ms. Ketcher, you're just at time.
Very quickly, it's a great story. It's about a moose.
I know it's a great story.
They had to shut down the school
I'm looking
for a
forward to
moose.
hearing it sometime. And sorry for mispronouncing your name. Thank you for correcting me on that.
No problem. But there was a moose.
Let's. Oh my goodness, now I can't even think of where I am. So I think we are going over to Michael Massing.
Thank you, Council. My name is Michael Massing. I have 2 children attending Rundle College School. I'm here as a parent, not as part of the parent committee on this proposed land use change. I'm also here to object to the proposed land use amendment in its current form. Planning, in my view, is to build communities. Schools are the central hub to that community. Density for the sake of density on this property will negatively impact the school and the learning environment. I am pro-development. I recognize transit is 700 meters away. There's density in the area. My profession is real estate. I get it. I do support higher density than the current ASP approved, however, not in the proposed form. Similar to what we just heard, the current land use proposal has been crafted to maximize land value for the current owner, who is not a developer. And I think that's important. They are not the end developer. The intent is to sell. Density up to 20 times the current ASP is much too high. Residences, businesses, schools make long-term plans based on ASPs like this one, council passed in 2017, and dated as recently as May 2021. The school, its volunteer committee, consultants have demonstrated willingness to work collaboratively with the owners for a new DC bylaw with higher density. However, there is no assurance this DC will be preserved with the new owner, who could come and reapply down the road 6 months, a year, 2 years. Again, Rockpoint is not the current developer, although, myself as a parent appreciate the collaborative approach from them up to this point. And there are further design details that need to be assured that are not accounted for in the proposed amendment. The eastern aspect of this land impacts the original building design of the school, a school design that did not account for a 10-story mixed-use residential building. 10-story across the street, across 77th, okay, not bordering a school. The building height is still too high, should be 3 to 5 stories in my opinion, congruent with the southern neighbors to the south, not to the north where 10 stories exists. The 45-degree setback should start at 3 stories, not 4. I support the 13-meter setback, that seems reasonable. I support the municipal reserve requirement. Shadow studies were done in March, not February, not January. In closing, the school's demonstrated its willingness to be a good neighbor and work collaboratively with the current owners. I ask this application only be considered with the concurrent development permit and further building design requirements noted.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lee Dowd, please.
I submitted a slide online to be put up. There we are. Shows up much smaller. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time today. I understand in Calgary we have a housing crisis. I'm not going to stand here today and say that additional housing should not be added to this site. It should. But additional density should and has every opportunity to be added while following the City of Calgary's Springbank Hill area structure plan and staying congruent to the neighboring properties to the south. Completed in 2017 with updates as recently as 2021, this ASP is not outdated. It was approved by many here today. I think some of the names might be different, but it was Councillor Carras, Chabot, Chu, Demong, and Putman's recently too. This ASP represents a considerable amount of engagement. Over 10,000 people were given mailouts. I consider this quite a democracy as opposed to some other things that were said earlier, along with many in-person engagement sessions with an end goal of a reflection of the will of the local community and of the city planners. The basic planning principles of this ASP have not changed. The ASP was heavily based on topography. I watched the meeting when you all went through it. Those hills have not moved. Using the topography of the area, city planners were able to add thoughtful density and a variety of housing and retail options within the ASP. The 2017 ASP on page 19 of it specifically identifies these lands. So they were not left out or not engaged upon. In fact, they were they were identified. So I don't really buy in Mr. Horton's thing that they were left out. For sites, so the ASP says 4 sites located on 77th Street Southwest between 17th Avenue and 26th Avenue Southwest, grade-oriented townhouse or row house buildings should not exceed 3 stories. So this is identified in the ASP specifically for these lands for a reason. With heights proposed of over 3 times the ASP and density over 20 times, this amendment has not, it's been crafted to consider it has not been crafted to match the will of the community or its immediate neighbors, and it certainly does not respect the ASP. The ASP amendment proposed is crafted to suit the interest of the current owner, who's not a developer, as we've talked about, and has made an application for the sole purpose of increasing the land value for future gain through sale, or more than likely, a joint venture with the developer, where they're going to sell this increased density in return for a church within the new development. We should also talk about, it was brought up in one of the slides, this is 2%. So let's not stand up here and say this is a church development. The church makes up 2% of the gross floor space. So this is a development that has a 2% church tilt to it. Let's put that out there right now. So yeah, it might not be an outright sale, but this density is going to be added at the expense of the ASP through a joint venture, and 100% of the benefits are going to go to the applicant. While I oppose this application, again, I realize our city is in a housing crisis, and these lands should be developed to increase housing, but I believe they should stay within the ASP guidelines and be congruent with the neighboring lands to the south of Rundle at 3 to 5 stories. That is very dim. This is not an uneconomical or unfeasible ask of the applicant, because I understand it's not as lucrative to stay within the ASP guidelines, but Partners Properties located directly south of us is doing just this, and they're staying within the ASP guidelines. Partners Developments is adding considerable housing numbers and options for people to live in. They have 22 townhomes going up with 110 units, 5 multi-residential buildings with 308 units, all ranging in heights between 3 and 5 stories. And a church could fit within any one of these apartments and have that, the story of the senior or the student walking. That's fine. Partners solved this challenge of creating more housing density while respecting and responding to the ASP and the community. This is what I believe should occur on these subject lands. In closing, I do not believe an ASP amendment is warranted. The current ASP includes a church use, so that's already there, and residential use. And it allows you to add housing and density to our city. I'm of a strong opinion that planning, community, and council got this right in 2017. That's why this site's being developed out. All of it. I don't mean this site, I mean the whole area. Council should adhere to planning and the community's considerable engagement done for this ASP. As is being proven by partners' properties adjacent to the site, housing can be adding. We need to adhere to these. I encourage Council to reject this ASP amendment and land use change and encourage the applicant to return with a proposal to add greater housing density and a church to the site that falls within the ASP guidelines and is more congruent with the neighboring properties on 77th Street. Thank you for your time today, Council. I truly welcome any questions, and thank you for all that you do for our city.
Thanks so much for your presentation. We do have a question in the queue, a couple actually. Let's start with Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask Marshall a question. Hi, thanks for being here. Mr. Stephen Carter Edwards mentioned something that's interesting about, approving it and then holding second, third reading. Do you actually think the community and the community association would be okay with that? And do you think that would be more certainty for them? Or what's your position on that as a CA?
So as a CA, we're always learning process. Process always changes, right? I just had this discussion with a planner on concurrent DP. My understanding of concurrent DP and pausing gives the applicant the assurance that from a broad brush, we're supportive. But it gets to the details. What's it really going to look like? Is it going to look like the picture that the eloquent speakers earlier on with gym space and all of that kind of thing? Because all we can deal with is what we see, right? I calculated the 2% really simply because if you look at the information that's been provided to the city from the TIAs and that, they talk about a 450-seat church. Sort of Googled what a 450-seat theater space would look like, got the measurements of that, calculated it into 63,000 square meters, and it's 2%. So all of the great things that they're talking about is only going to be in 2% of the space. What's it going to be? If there's a better way of getting more assurances, I'm all for it. This is a volunteer position of mine kind of thing. I spend way too much time. But the smart people here, if they can say, here's a way of getting the next step in front of us. Because the problem is once it leaves here, it's in planning, right? And planning gets pulled and pushed from a lot of different ways. And there's never assurances. I look to this group as to provide us assurance because you have the ability to vote something down kind of thing, right? When we lose that visibility, things happen. Again, point to the whole thing with the MR, right? This was going to go through a year ago, but planning pushed back on the MR. They couldn't come to an agreement. So for a group that's so willing to work with the community in that, and they can't even decide where to stick 0.19 hectares on a publicly accessible space, it causes concern, right? If they're that willing, it should be easy to say, okay, well, here's the best space for it. And then the MR would go through like a normal MR.
So you don't, so back to this question, you don't think that withholding it is really going to benefit the community in understanding, withholding the first, second, third reading?
No, my understanding of that process is yes, because then they can't proceed until we see a DP.
Okay.
So based on our understanding, yes, we'd be supportive of first reading, withholding second and third until a DP comes in. And we don't think that should cause that much burden. It's delaying that final approval, but our understanding is they would just go to their next steps kind of thing and then come back once everything's been shown, everybody's in agreement, and then they get second and third. So I don't understand what the hesitation is, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm curious to hear more speakers and what they have to say today.
All
So
right,
thanks
thank
for
you.
being here.
That's it for you, Councillor? Okay, let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. My question is for Mr. Dowd. I did go and look at the section that you were referencing around, it says for sites located east of 77th Street Southwest, that buildings should not exceed 3 stories, as you said. But it does say, the very next sentence, increased height may be considered for portions of buildings where the building can satisfy slope adaptive design.
I was limited in my time, so I couldn't read the whole thing. I barely made it, but it does, absolutely. And I think that's where an ASP gives those guidelines, and I think it's a great ASP, and that's why development's occurring. And so what you'll see if you read, you go to 7.6 or wherever it is, and I'm a volunteer too, I'm doing my best as a parent here.
No,
but,
totally.
Within and what Partners has done directly to the south, so if we were to stay congruent, then yeah, they have used the topography of the site, which is what this ASP was based on, to get up to 5 stories, and they thoughtfully put that there. And so yes, you can go higher than 3. It does recommend no higher than 3, subject to slope adaptive design, I believe is the word you have in front of you, I don't. So yeah, but I don't think 3 to 10 is over 3 times that. I just don't see that. And if you're going to say 3, well, we're still starting at 4 in this DC. And I think Councillor Chabot brought up a really good point that I didn't, because I'm not a professional, is the blanket just smacking 10 on that. And I didn't know the MU part. Sorry, I'm putting this into my seconds because I don't have them. But I think he brought up a really good point that should be thought of by council too before this gets put in there and we're left without a say.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. I'm going to call up the next panel. That's Jan Cerny, Lisa Dennis, Jason Rogers, Kristen Klingval, and Donna Hall. And as you're all taking a seat, I'm just going to make sure we've still got Matt Krawiecik. You're going to fix that for me. Thank you. Justine Dowd is still here somewhere. Yes, perfect. And Dustin Nelson? Yeah, okay. Great, thank you. Let's go to Jan, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jan Cerny. By way of background, I live less than 400 meters north of the subject property here. Both my kids, Anna and Ethan, attend Rundle Elementary. I grew up in Calgary, went to University of Calgary, and I remember the C-train line when it stopped at Brentwood. I think our city is amazing, and it has grown into a world-class city. Prior to moving to Aspen Woods last year, for 12 years I lived in West Hillhurst. I was a volunteer at West Hillhurst Community Association, number of positions there, and I was helping to make the community into a best place to live. I strongly support the growth and development of our city in a responsible and sensible manner. The application you have in front of you for the rezoning of this land to MU1 under the proposed conditions does not represent that in my view. I've been part of the group of concerned parents in Rundle that has tried to work with Rock Point Church, the owner of this land, to try to negotiate a responsible development of this land next to our school that would respect our children and their right to unencumbered education. Despite our many efforts, this plan in front of you does not accomplish that. This plan is crafted to maximize the potential value for a developer. The current land use application does not expressly consider the principles of the current ASP nor its intent. The current owner of the land intends to get this land zoned from standard suburban to MU1 to profit as much as possible as they can without the regard of their neighbors. The DC contemplates a 10-story building right next to a 2-story elementary school. I realize that the council has a difficult job and needs and wants to promote densification of the city, and in particular, near the C-train lines. However, it does not have to look like New York next to an elementary school. Just south of this property, southwest of the school, there are townhomes. They're going up as we speak. These townhomes and condominiums are 3 to 5 stories high, which more closely respects what the ASP intended. Even the medium density use with a height of 6 stories would be more appropriate next to a school. I believe that the MU1 is too much. The density is too high. It is more than 20 times what the current ASB suggested. This is not some old ASB from 20 years ago. This is from 2017. I'm not opposed to development. Across the street, Truman is doing a great job blending the Wells project into the neighborhood. These are not skyscrapers. These are 6-story buildings that are fitting the purpose and character of the neighborhood. This building in the current application completely overshadows our elementary school. From the application you have in front of you, we don't know what the project is going to look like. Yes, we see some pretty drawings for the current site, but that is not what will ultimately be built there, at least not with a high degree of certainty. Despite our best efforts to have the density lowered from MU1, if the council is sufficiently compelled to rezone the property to MU1, we respectfully request that this application be considered only in the context of the land use application with a concurrent development permit. This is a fairly sensitive piece of land right next to an elementary school. Why not take care to develop this piece of land in a reasonable way with consideration of the DP? This is a rational way to provide reasonable assurances that the quality of the school environment is not eroded by this development in front of you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Cherney. Let's go to Lisa Danis, please.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Lisa Denis, and I'm the principal for kindergarten through grade 3 at Rundle School. Today, I'm speaking to you on behalf of our youngest learners and my staff, the children whose innocence and curiosity are at the heart of our school community. I want to share the profound impact the proposed high-density development would have on these children who are just beginning to explore the world around them. Our 5 to 8-year-olds spend their days learning, playing, and imagining in spaces designed specifically to nurture this early development. The Learning Boardwalk, for example, is more than a path. It's a sanctuary where children experience the wonder of nature firsthand. This is where they explore in the birding club, watching local birds and animals, building their sense of connection to the environment. I assure you there are animals there. Moose, deer, but at this time of year, it's actually reindeer. Anyways, watching local birds and building their sense of connection to the environment. It's where they learn to take risks and ask questions, growing their curiosity and understanding of the natural world. These experiences are fundamental to the early education we provide at Rundle. The proposed change in zoning from low-density residential to MU1, a mixed-use designation allowing for up to 10 stories, would irrevocably alter the environment these children depend on. The MU1 zoning, even with a direct control DC bylaw that would set conditions like a 13-meter setback and a 45-degree step up, still opens the door to a building up to 10 stories in height. This means a significant increase in population density and ongoing construction that would span years. The presence of heavy machinery, constant noise, increased traffic on 77th are all elements that would disrupt these formative experiences. Young children are easily distracted. Construction noise, trucks, cranes, even the visual changes in the landscape all have the potential to take away from the quiet, safe, and engaging atmosphere that we've worked so hard to create. We also must consider the long-term effects. Imagine a child playing in an outdoor area, enjoying the sounds of birds and the breeze rustling through the leaves. Now replace those sounds with the noise of construction, the sight of towering cranes, and ultimately, a 10-story building looming over them. This is not the kind of environment that fosters imagination or growth. There's also the matter of safety. Our children use these outdoor spaces every day, and increased traffic brings increased risks. Parents trust us to provide a safe space for their children, and we take that responsibility seriously. The proposed development poses a real threat to that trust. We're not asking for no development. We're asking for a development that fits, something more aligned with the current low-density neighborhood, something that respects the adjacent properties to the south, which consists of townhomes and smaller structures. I believe a middle ground is possible. Townhomes, a smaller scale project, or a community-focused building like a standalone church or performing arts center, that would align better with the character of our school and our community. I'm asking you to think about the innocence of our young learners. Think about the impact that construction and density will have on their ability to play freely, to learn without distraction, and to be children, to be curious, to be creative and kind. This isn't just about zoning or development. It's about making the right choice for today, tomorrow, and the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Jason Rogers, please.
Hi, it's Kirsten Klingwell, if that's okay. Good afternoon,
yeah.
Mayor Gondek and City Councillors. I'm Kirsten Klingwell, the principal of the grade 4 to 6 students at Rundle School. I want to talk to you about how our students connect with the land, with their curiosity and with their community, and how these connections are at risk with the proposed high-density development. Our students learn through exploration, and a critical part of their education takes place outside of the classroom. On the west side of our building, we have created a unique learning space, a place where students engage with the land, where they gather with Elder Starlight from Tsuut'ina Nation to learn in our teepee, where they use the natural environment as their classroom. This land is sacred to our students. It's where they run, play tag, and perform skits in the outdoor theater, moments that shape their understanding of the world and their place in it. The proposed change from low-density residential to MU1 mixed use, even with the direct control DC bylaw that sets out specific parameters, is deeply concerning to me. We understand that the DC will dictate setbacks and limit some aspects of the development, but a building of up to 10 stories will fundamentally change the environment we have so carefully cultivated for our students. The MU1 designation allows for mixed residential and commercial use, creating a level of density and activity that will directly interfere with our students' experience of learning. All of our classrooms face west, where our students currently enjoy greenery and natural light and regularly delight in the deer, moose, fox, and rabbit that pass by regularly. With the proposed development, the landscape will be replaced by tall buildings and windows reflecting artificial light. Research consistently shows that natural environments and natural light are key contributors to children's ability to focus, their overall well-being, and their learning outcomes. A 2017 study in environmental behavior, for instance, showed that exposure to natural green spaces enhances children's cognitive functioning and attention. We are concerned that replacing these natural views with reflective surfaces and towering buildings will diminish the quality of their learning environment. Furthermore, this development means increased foot traffic around our school grounds. Hundreds of individuals in close proximity will affect how our students use these spaces. Right now, they feel safe to run, explore, and engage in outdoor learning without distraction or fear. Our Alberta curriculum emphasizes hands-on experiential learning, and that means giving our students the freedom to interact with the environment directly, from performing plays in the outdoor theater to running relay races during physical education. These activities foster collaboration, creativity, and physical wellness. Now imagine trying to teach a child about stewardship of the land, about respecting nature when all they see is concrete and glass. Imagine their focus and sense of safety being compromised by noise, strangers, and ongoing construction. We aren't saying no to development. We are simply asking for a thoughtful approach, one that considers the unique needs of the children who call this place their second home. A lower height, a reduction in density, or a different land use that reflects the adjacent townhomes would be a reasonable compromise that maintains the spirit of our community. I thank you for listening to me and for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. I take it we're not going to Jason until the
We'll
end?
go to me first and then Jason, if that's all right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hall.
Good afternoon, members of Calgary City Council.
My name is Donna Hall, and I serve as the head of business at Rundle. I'd like to start by expressing my sincere appreciation for the engagement from O2 and Rockpoint. While we greatly prefer the proposed direct control bylaw over an MU1, as you've heard from some of our parents, there are real parental concerns introduced by this magnitude of density next door to our school, and I'm here to speak to the business risks introduced by these concerns. Excuse me, I'm battling the tail end of a cold. In 2014, Rundle invested $26 million in creating a custom-built learning environment for our students, an investment that was made with the understanding that the surrounding area would remain low-density residential. The building was designed to complement the natural surroundings and to maximize natural light, design elements that are now threatened by the possibility of a high-rise building next door. Our new school was not just about creating a building, it was about creating opportunities for our community. In addition to providing a purposeful learning environment for our students, the school was also designed to contribute meaningfully to the broader Calgary community. Our gym is used by local sports teams, city reading programs, martial artists, and bands, all at rates lower than elsewhere because we believe in giving back. We also provide $250,000 annually in financial assistance to families, supporting students from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds. Our motto, "Character comes first," isn't just words. It's a commitment to building a school that serves not only our students, but also the entire community. The financial impact of this high-density development could be significant and impact the ongoing viability of our nonprofit organization. We are an independent school funded substantially by our families. Many of our parents make sacrifices to send their children here, not because they are wealthy, but because they believe in our values of kindness, curiosity, and wellness, and the learning environment we've created. We employ over 220 teachers and support staff, and we rely on consistent enrollment to maintain job security for them. Independent schools like ours operate on tight margins. Our ability to continue offering the level of programming we do is directly tied to our value proposition, which includes providing a safe and thoughtfully designed learning environment. The idea of a high-rise, high-density development next to our school has already led some parents to question whether this is still the best environment for their children. If families decide to leave because they feel the environment has changed for the worse, or new families choose not to enroll, the financial ramifications could be severe. This isn't just about an inconvenience, it's about the sustainability of our school, job security for our staff, and the impact on the broader community that benefits from our facilities. The Rundle College Primary and Elementary School is just one of 4 Rundle schools, and an enrollment decline at one will cause a ripple effect that is felt across all of Rundle and the community we serve. Thank you for allowing me to share these critical points with you today. To close out the presentation from Rundle, I'd like to turn it over to our head of school, Dr. Jason Rogers, to share our concluding remarks and recommendations.
Thanks very much for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. My comments were originally about the moose, but I've had to adjust as that's been covered. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you to Rockpoint for their voices. And thank you to our parents who have come out and to our administration who are here to support. I'm Jason Rogers, and I've had the privilege of serving Rundle College for the past 24 years. It's been a pleasure to know people such as Dean and Jordan Leichner at our Academy program over in Marteloup over these years and continue to build community. And today, it's my privilege and honor here to speak about the kindergarten to grade 6 school. Over the past months, we've made efforts to understand the wishes of the church while balancing the needs of school and community. The initial conversations took place over a 12-month period and involved constructive dialogue about changing land use area structure plan from low density residential to an MU1. City administration has been supportive to our concerns and have drafted a direct control bylaw to address them as much as possible inside the bounds of an MU1 designation. However, upon the release of the proposed bylaw, Rundle noted a statement in the discussion section indicating that the owner intended to sell the property. The intention raised questions about the potential outcome if the sale or reapplication were to take place. This uncertainty motivated us to engage directly with the landowner for a collaborative solution that might resolve this issue. These conversations happened between November 19th, November 23rd. During those conversations, we proposed several avenues to ensure mutual confidence in the property's future use. And we did offer a right of first offer, right of first refusal, proposed a restrictive covenant which would safeguard the property's intended use. And we even explored the possibility of purchasing the property contingent on the valuation of the owner. Unfortunately, these proposals were declined. Upon request of the landowner in a letter to the city on November 22nd, the DC application was subsequently amended to remove the concerning language about the intent to sell. While we appreciate this amendment, and we do, it underscores the importance of certainty and clarity on this piece of property. I recognize today you've already heard a wide range of concerns like quality, privacy, traffic, wildlife. Rather than reiterate those points, I'll address the broader question as to what does Rundle really want? As a school administration, our priority is to advocate for a future that balances thoughtful development with the needs of students, staff, and Calgary, our community. Here is our defined position. Our least preferred option is a DC with a focus on education. If the city votes in favor of this application, we would have to accept the DC of the land. This scenario, while less ideal, provides more security than a broad MU1 zoning without the DC overlay. However, I'm happy to present 4 options for the council's consideration that are all better suited for the school usage and provide greater certainty for our program, for the church lands, and for the community. Number 1, preservation of the 2017 area structure plan. This plan reflects a thorough and comprehensive process resulting in a residential zoning that is conventional, appropriate, and highly supportive of a primary school environment. Maintaining this plan is our top priority. Rundle and I were involved in this process, and we fully support the 2017 ASP. If that's not a case, joint use development. Should the ASP change, our second preference would be to collaborate with the church and build a purpose-built space. This would serve as a hub for the church on the weekends, the school during the weekdays, and the broader community in the evenings. Such a venture aligns with shared values that we have with the church and the increasing density of this community. By rejecting the land use today, you would allow Rundle and Rock Point to work jointly to redesign the land and apply for more appropriate development permit that would certainly garner widespread support of our community, of our school, and I believe of the church congregation. Low-rise residential use. If collaboration with the church is not feasible, a development similar to the partners' land directly south of the parcel, such as low-rise condominiums, would be an acceptable alternative. This option mitigates risk and is more appropriate for the property neighboring a school for young children. Finally, number 4, a concurrent development permit. If neither collaboration nor low-rise development is viable, we seek the assurance of a concurrent DP. While not perfect, it offers greater certainty about the property's future use. In closing, earnestly, I want to thank this council for your vision and dedication to fostering thoughtful development in our community.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. I'm going to end you with the thank yous. Totally appreciate it. Thank you very much. There is someone in the queue with questions, though, so it might be for you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the question is for you, Dr. Rogers. Would love to get back to your comments around the DC and your concerns that the land might be flipped. What was the change? Can you just articulate the change that you observed on the DC?
On page 1 of the DC, there's in the discussion section, it said the intention of the owner is to sell the property. When we read that, and we read it, we did the right thing, I believe, and we called the landowner and said, what does this mean exactly? We spoke to some people who understand land development better than I do, and they said if the intention is to sell, then there's a probability that there'll be a reapplication for zoning, for rezoning, perhaps to an MU1 without a DC. That comes back to my point of clarity and certainty. I believe some of the speakers before me implied that Rundle created chaos in this process. I would argue that we did not. We just simply read the application and provided that information back to the landowner, that information was in there. And subsequently, it's been amended, and that's no longer in there. But it was, and that's what started a lot of these conversations.
Yeah, it's not uncommon, my understanding, for these developments, particularly when you have a nonprofit working with a development partner for the purpose of funding, to divide it up to some degree. So your main concern then, if I was to, I'm going to try and speak back to you what I'm hearing. Of
course.
And you can tell me if I'm getting it. Your main concern is that when the drawing that we have in front of us today is ultimately going to change when it's no longer the church ultimately guiding that process. Would that be accurate?
Yes, to an extent. That is a primary concern. Secondary concern is there'll be a reapplication for land use, and we'll see a MU1 without a DC.
Okay. And then you've also mentioned that you would prefer a low rise, like a vanilla low rise, compared to something like full of amenity and the extra FAR. You prefer that to the
correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Of course.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us today. Council, I'm going to do something just a little bit unorthodox because I think there's a couple of you potentially working on an amendment with the clerk's team. Ms. Wobesher, could you verify if we move ahead with withholding second and third reading, what happens if that DP doesn't come before election?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'm always especially nervous at motions to consider withholding readings when we're getting close to an election, because essentially the further bylaw readings can only be voted on by people who were here in the public hearing. So if there was any changes in councillors, they would be ineligible to vote. So we could end up in a situation where the bylaw will just will never be able to be approved and will just die 2 years from when it was first read.
Thank you for that. And this isn't intended to change anybody's mind. It is information that you need as you're coming up with your amendment. So that's the reason I brought it forward. You're certainly welcome to bring the amendment. That's not a problem. Can we do it during?
Yeah, I'll wait.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next panel. We have Matt Kravik. Yeah, okay, third time. Thank you. Justine Dowd. Do we have Dustin Nelson? Thank you very much. And do we have Hazen Elwood?
Yep, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Kravik, please.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for your time. My name is Matt Kravitz. I am a parent of 3 children at Rundle, and we are new to Rundle this year, so this is a new topic for me. Children are 11 years old, 8 years old, and 5 years old, so I do expect to be attending this school for many years to come. My primary concern with this amendment is it doesn't necessarily align with the ASP. I'm the kind of person, I move into a house and I will read the ASP. I see it as a document that signals the intention for the future. And upon, I'm a little new to this. I reviewed the plan. I reviewed various aspects of this. And I do feel this amendment is quite the departure from the ASP. There's probably 3 key ways. One, this is a significant increase in density. The current suburban designation, that's 17 units per hectare. On this current land use change with the 10-story, that implies up to 350 units. So that's a 20-fold increase. And I'm just going to echo some of the other points people made. It is a little inconsistent with the development to the south of both the school and this parcel in question. I do feel it will also make a negative impact on Rundle College. We've talked about various concerns about shadowing, and it will ultimately have an impact on, the feel of the school. I do feel this school is not your typical schoolyard. Most schools are a big building with large amounts of space on 3 or 4 sides. This is not the case. So I do feel it needs to be considered in a different light. And ultimately, I feel this area is suburban, semi-suburban in nature. I know there's a ton of development going on right now. And having a 10-story building right next to the school will significantly change the feel of the area. And lastly, it's good to see the perspective of the community association. As well, it has to do with community alignment. There's a plan laid out today. I think someone alluded to earlier, designs change. Many things can change between today and the eventual development. Intentions, finances, needs, lots of things can change. This is a dynamic project, I would assume. And depending what your choice is today, we need to assume the developer will fill the boundaries that are created by the zoning. There seems to be not enough concrete information to assess the ultimate impact on Rundle and the community. There are maybe some specifics to consider in light of what other people have mentioned. Is there, we need to consider the cumulative impacts of construction, noise, traffic, et cetera. I can see development on 3 sides of Rundle on my drive-in every day. It's a busy area. What is this going to look like 5 years down the road? And ultimately, that concurrent development permit really gives the specifics we need to fully understand that. My overall impression, and I think that diagram that was shown in Rockpoint's presentation, comparing their building to the mixed use on the west side of 77th Street, I don't know if that's an appropriate comparison. That development on the west side of the street, that's in the ASP. It's been there for years. That is also a vacant parcel from what I can gather. So that is different, and we shouldn't necessarily extend that comparison to this parcel of land. Comparing development to the south or the north probably is more appropriate, in my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ms. Dowd, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Justine Dowd, and I am the mother of 2 boys at Rundle right now, ages 7 and 5. A little girl who's going to be starting in a year or 2, and then this one we hope will graduate in 2041. So we'll be involved with Rundle for a while. It's actually my honor to read this on behalf of another parent, Dr. Shervin Vakili. He has his PhD and he's a registered child psychologist, and he's with patients this afternoon. My name is Dr. Shervin Vakili, a resident of Calgary residing at Aspen Woods community. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the proposed land use change on the immediate west side of Rundle, which I believe is of significant importance to our community. As a parent of a child attending grade 2 at Rundle College and a psychologist, I'm concerned about the potential long-term mental health impact of this proposal on the Rundle student body. Since learning about the proposed land use change about a year ago, I have researched its potential impact through changes in accessibility and visibility of green space and reduction in natural light on health, safety, and mental well-being of the Rundle student body. These issues have been studied by hundreds of published studies conducted internationally. My findings are as follows. Natural light and green space, particularly during our long winters, are crucial for long-term mental and physical health. The originally proposed building would have significantly reduced natural light exposure and proximity to green space by putting the majority of the classrooms in shade. Exposure to sunlight is essential for balanced bodily functions and healthy development. Reduced light exposure can lead to weight gain, poor sleep, depression, fatigue, and learning disabilities. The mechanism of action operates through the impact of natural light on the levels of hormones such as insulin and neurotransmitters such as dopamine and serotonin. Green space exposure is linked to better mental health with reduced green space, increasing anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues long-term. The impact grows when the changes occur in childhood and are cumulative. High levels of green space during childhood are associated with lower rates of psychiatric disorders in adulthood, even after adjusting for various factors, including family history of mental health, parental age, and socioeconomic status. Green space promotes mental health by supporting psychological and attention restoration, reducing stress, encouraging exercise, improving social coherence, reducing attention fatigue, and decreasing noise and air pollution. Number 6, the most impacted mental health issues are depression, stress, anxiety, and substance abuse in adolescence and adulthood. Studies have shown that access to green space improves mental well-being, overall health, and cognitive development in children. The new proposed building, negotiated with the efforts of the Rundle community, has increased the distance of the proposed building to the school and new gradation of floors that improves on the original proposal and improves exposure to natural light and allows for more green space. However, these changes are meaningless without enforceable conditions, such as a restrictive covenant on the land or other assurances that can ensure that current or future developers adhere to these changes. Preserving green space and natural light around schools is essential for the health and development of children. Densification approval around schools should consider long-term developmental impact and include planning by professionals such as urban planners that consider preservation of adequate light and green space exposure that have been proven to improve mental and physical health and development of children. The school has advocated for changes, including increasing the distance between the proposed building and the school and implementing a graded floor plan to reduce shading. These efforts must be maintained through negotiated conditions of the direct control bylaw, such as the placement of a restrictive covenant on the land. Thank you for your time and consideration. Dr. Shervin Vakili.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Do we have Dustin Nelson yet? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's go to Hazen Elwood, please.
Hi, just checking you guys can hear me.
It's a little low, but we can hear you.
Is this a little bit better?
That's better.
Okay, sweet. I didn't really know I was going to sign up for this. This is just kind of last second. I think overall, I'm in support of this project. I'm not too skeptical of the community association's wish to call the hearing separately, and then we can at least get kind of a broad assurance of this land use, and then work out some of these design concerns later. But I think it really shows. I think this entire hearing so far, not just this item, but previous ones and what's going to continue, is just showing how laughably inadequate our protocols for dealing with this kind of thing are. That so many people have concerns that cannot be answered just due to the way that this procedure has to go with how people secure funding and get things like this on the roll in our city. And I think, at least tacitly, if not on purpose, a lot of people will use what they see as reasonable concerns to do things that I don't think are reasonable to people who are engaging in the exact same system as we are. And so I would propose that we do this entire public submissions process differently. I'll add to the canon that has been building over the last couple of days. Instead of suggesting concerns to residents and asking their thoughts on traffic, height, density, setback, let's just make it simple. If not here, then where? If not now, then when? And the third, if not this, then what? Appealing to alignment with other planning documents is pretty much the only thing I've heard so far, or engagement procedure, which we already know is a complete mess. These are not suitable replacements for the moral responsibilities that we have to provide housing for people in our city. It's a complete abstraction of merit. I understand people's concerns, and I think that we absolutely need a forum for these concerns to not only be heard, but actually be implemented. This isn't it. Lots of people don't just want to be heard. They actually want political power and change the way that decisions are made. And I don't blame them, right? Because I do too. I'd love if every councillor just made the exact decision I want them to. But we need to start applying the Spider-Man rule. With great power comes great responsibility. I don't think I need to explain to people which child is at a higher risk of anxiety and depression, the one who's homeless right now, or the one who potentially might have some shadows cast on them because the homeless one went into a home. Potentially 2,000 children are experiencing homelessness, according to a study in Calgary from 2023, which is probably a lot higher this year, and which is definitely a lot higher than the ASP back in 2017. And so, yeah, I just hope everybody really keeps that in mind. And I'd like to provide my props to the Community Association for trying to find what I would say is a reasonable common ground here. Again, for not it's unfortunate that they have to come and say we oppose this. And I remember that huge list of slides that I saw almost an hour ago now with a bunch of awesome concerns about mobility in the area, and it stresses me out. It really gets my heart pumping to see the kind of waste of time that we put our administration and our councillors through. And our community associations and our activated community members. I wonder what our city could be capable of if we were doing any of these concerns in a different way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this item, 7.2.2? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, and I don't see any questions in the queue for this panel. So thank you to the members of this panel for your presentations today, greatly appreciated. And not hearing or seeing any other speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. We're going to go to questions of administration. I did promise Councillor Winus that she would be up first. I'll put you second in the queue, Councillor Penner.
Sorry, my mic's slow. My question's for law and precedent on withholding second and third reading, given that already within this meeting we did that. So I'm just kind of curious at what was different about the withholding of the first item we did and this one.
Council, you certainly have the ability to consider it. The mayor asked me a question about the implications of it, given the time we are at before the election, and I answered, so.
Okay, and then given Calgary Council, we do back-to-back 1, 2, 3 readings. Other municipalities don't have that as a standard practice. Is it just we've become normalized by 1, 2, 3 readings of the bylaw rather than read bylaw 1, give it some time, come back, read bylaw 2, give it more time, and read bylaw 3? We are one of the faster councils in Canada with our process and our efficiencies.
Councillor, I'm not sure what your question is in that. I don't know how to answer it. I agree with you that other municipalities do it differently, and I'll point out that the Municipal Government Act itself indicates that you have to have consent of everyone to have all 3 readings at once, and many municipalities don't do that. They'll have first reading, and then at a separate meeting, they have second and third, and I can't speculate all the reasons why that's the case, but Calgary, we tend to do it all at once for the most part.
Perfect, thank you. With those answers, I will put my amendment forward later. Thanks.
Just, I wanted to add one last thing, Councillor Weines. In some other cities, when they give first reading, there is a procedural requirement that something else also happens. So something like give first reading and then they start their entitlement process, or give first reading and then return. So there are other, I guess, procedural bylaw pieces that take up the space between the readings as well.
That's it for you, Councillor Weines? Okay. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a few questions for administration. Some of these came from my meetings with the 3 respective groups, and some have just come up from today. So with respect to the Community Association, what have we done, or how are we reviewing the entire area's growth and impacts to traffic on 77th? And have we completed any studies? And when we do look at TIA, sorry, it's a long question. When we do look at TIAs, do we consider other applications in the area?
Shane LeBoussier, Development Engineering. There's been many TIAs in this area. As noted, the CA transportation representative called me out by name. I've met with Marshall many times over the past 10 years. My staff now meet with him and the CA as recently as March of 2024 for an hour and a half to talk about transportation exclusively, and they meet with the file manager on the planning side of community planning. So we meet with them all the time and we discuss traffic quite a bit. We know there's school in the area, it's a developing area. It's no wonder that we do this. So for every application that comes in, we review all the previous transportation impact assessments that have been done, and we build upon that. So the latest one is directly, there was a memo on this site, and there was the latest one directly across the street from here, which includes the latest known cumulative impacts for the entire Springbank ASP area.
Okay, thanks. This is an ASP we've done quite a number. I mean, I can recall a few amendments to the ASP, despite it being, fairly new-ish. And I'm sensing that there's sort of just a change in the market on where housing is going, and or we missed something in this ASP when we are looking at certain areas. So can you talk a little bit about, why it seems, and do we need to go back and revisit this ASP more comprehensively?
Councillor Penner, the Springbank Area Structure Plan was given a major overhaul in 2017 to mostly focus on the area between 77th Street and 85th Street, to bring those large acreage parcels into urban standards and to promote redevelopment in the initial urban development in those areas in a manner consistent with the municipal development plan. Because what we'd been seeing up until that point was those large 5-hectare parcels would come in with a cul-de-sac and 20 houses on it, and it makes for a very piecemeal, difficult urban servicing, and it's not necessarily in alignment with the way our city would like to grow. The way that this land use map in the ASP was put in, especially with this transition between 77th Street and like on the east side of 77th, 77th was viewed as sort of a natural break. What we put in there was the standard suburban on the area, which is now Rundle College. At this time, what we're seeing now is that the mixed use area, which is to the west along the south side of 17th Avenue, what the proposal before us is to extend that to the bottom of the hill and cover this site that we have right here. So we're looking at these applications on a one-off basis, but at the same time, we are also aware of the broader impacts to the transportation and other servicing networks.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, that this area wasn't really contemplated in that major ASP review, and that now with the application to the south up to 6 stories in this application, it is aligning with the other land uses that are in the area.
We are seeing the evolution of this area, of this entire region together. We're seeing this whole area grow and change comprehensively. Yes.
Okay. If this came in within the context of the current ASP low density residential, what would be the guarantee of a 13-meter setback? Unlikely, likely?
That would be up depending on the land use designation which was put before council. I expect we would see it be designated to a standard RG, RCG, which would not have that such guarantee of 13 meters.
Okay, thanks. If the applicant sold and there was a new application, do you think it would be very likely that administration would move a stock MU1 district through council, or that this process would be very similar and we would end up with something that we see today?
We would go through the same process we've gone through with this, where we would review the application which is put forth before us today to determine, is it feasible, how does it align with policy, and we would bring it before City Council with a professional recommendation. We believe in the recommendation that is before us today, and the direct control district that is put forward. We believe that it is a good recommendation.
Okay, and so this, like, presumptively, this passed today, the land gets sold, whoever the new purchaser and they want to put in a land use, they would still have the responsibility to then re-engage on that land use with the surrounding community, with the school, and so it could be just like a repeat of this process.
That's correct.
Okay, super good. I don't have any other questions, and Chair, I will move this when appropriate.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Penner, for that line of questioning. I guess my question is, we've got an LRT running right alongside this. Where is the next station on this proposed LRT? Because that is a transformative piece of infrastructure.
Tentatively, we've got the next station planned west of 85th Street. So the 69th Street station would still be closer to this site.
Okay, so we're talking about big spaces here. There would be an LRT that's sweeping right past it, sort of impacting that 77th intersection, but there would not be a station right there. But this is all within a general sort of TOD corridor.
Yeah, this site is 700 meters from 69th Street, so it's a 10-minute walk.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to second this and offer debate at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks so much. I have some questions that I just need some clarity on. I don't understand what's missed in the ASP on 77th when there's already development going around the area.
Sure, and if I can get the clerk to put my presentation up to slide 7, we can take a look at this. So the policy that was referenced, which said development east of 77th and between 17th and 26th, more or less, affects the orange area. That's a medium density policy that occurs within there. So I wouldn't say that anything's been missed. I would say that the area that we have highlighted as proposed amendment area, our subject site, is currently yellow in the plan, as is the entirety of Rundle College, because at that point we were just looking at sort of things stopping at 77th. Now the application before us is, well, 77th, is that the natural breaking point, or should it be the bottom of the hill? We believe the bottom of the hill with the DC before you can work.
Okay, so nothing was really missed in the ASP.
No, it's new perspectives.
Okay, and then regarding the traffic impact assessment and density increasing, will there be mobility upgrades, and who's going to pay for that?
So we have set up the framework for the mobility network in the area, and one of the reasons we're bringing forward the ASP amendment to changes to Neighborhood Boulevard and a collector to the south is simply because the volumes don't warrant an arterial street. And so as Mr. Pomeranke mentioned with new perspectives, we really want to make this a people-focused street that still allows the mobility in the area for the residents and emergency services, et cetera. 77th Street is being built out by adjacent developers, where it's adjacent to partners. It's partners at Truman here. But right now, actually at this location, is built today, curb to curb, 4 lanes. Just the East Boulevard will not be built until this land develops.
Okay, so developers are footing the cost? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to the mobility. We changed this in the ASP. It clearly says that on page 39, that 77th Street is going to be arterial, and we're changing it to primary collector, right?
As mentioned, we don't differentiate between primary collector and collector in ASPs. We just call it collector.
Let's call it collector.
Yeah. But the way this was set up with the Springbank ASP and the different developments that have come in over the years is to allow 77th Street to change should it need. So it can get to an ultimate 4-lane cross-section south of 19th Street. North of 19th Avenue, it is a 4-lane and will remain a 4-lane. It's fairly busy in there. To the south, we have curb extensions to narrow it to 2 apparent lanes with parking lanes, but those curb extensions were designed in such a way that they can be removed very easily should 4 lanes ever be required in the future, because there's no catch basins in them, there's no utilities that need to be moved, the grades all work. So this was done intentionally to allow that flexibility. But really from our perspective, and this is at a 2048 horizon, but from our perspective, we want time to carry on. There are many, many 2-lane streets in the city of Calgary that operate with those anticipated volumes. So we don't think we'll have to remove those curb extensions, but the possibility is there.
Okay. There was a comment made, there was something on the slide deck. The question was, are driveways allowed onto the collector? Primary collector. I mean, if we had designated this as arterial, driveways are not allowed, but now we are changing, so driveways are allowed on the collector.
There's a lot of nuance on that, Councillor Dollywall. A primary collector, we generally don't allow a driveway being defined as going to, say, a single or double garage where a person would have to back out. If it's a driveway going to some kind of multi-unit complex where drivers are coming out forward and can see and be seen, that's a bit of a different story. But in terms of like single family dwellings, single detached dwellings with those kind of driveways, we're generally reluctant to provide that kind of access as the streets get busy because you are backing out onto a busy street. But certainly arterials have a lot more restrictions for access than any other typology.
Okay, great, thank you. My other question is...
Well, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I apologize. Procedurally. Anyone, Councillor Penner, was that your procedural one?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
So I'm just going to test the will of council that we finish this item before we take our afternoon break.
Do we have general consent for that? I don't see anyone opposed, so thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, do we need to do anything?
No, Mayor, as long as we have general consent, we can proceed.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Thaliwal.
No, it's fine. I just want to understand section 3.2 of the ASP, point 7 in there under building design said, each site within the mixed-use area shall be comprehensively planned. The areas to the west of 77 on ASP are joint use, so we must have done our homework and comprehensively planned. And now we are doing just one-off changing standard suburban into a mixed use. I just want to understand what comprehensive work have we done to make sure that it aligns properly with all the statutory needs that are outlined in the ASP.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. I think when it says this refers to comprehensively designed, it means within each development site. So where there's multiple buildings being proposed, that we're designing it comprehensively to make sure there's joint access, for example. So you're seeing that along to the west of this site, where each of those sites coming in is being comprehensively designed as a parcel, one joint project. We all are also looking at the broader impacts to the community, as Shane has talked about with the transportation studies as well. We update our servicing and sanitary requirements with each application that comes in.
Okay, and then I think it was there was Mr. Dowd who made a comment that, again, page 19 of the ASP, it clearly says the sites that are located east of 77 Street between 17 and 26 shall not be row houses and townhomes taller than 3 stories. And now with the DC putting a base district of ME1, we are giving them 10 stories. I mean, this is a big change for any community.
Yeah, and can I get the clerk to put my presentation back up to slide 7? Again, this is within the this policy that was quoted affects the orange area to the south of our subject site. So on our site, we're looking at mixed use, which offers a much higher range.
Okay, so 17th Avenue, but it says 17th Avenue and 26th Avenue on 77.
But this is a policy within the medium density area, which is orange on this map.
Not the proposed. Okay, correct. Perfect. I think that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
Thanks, Mayor. Almost all my questions have been answered because I had one about the arterial versus collector, and then I just had the same clarification that Mr. Pomeranke gave on this map, so that's great. And the last one I have is that the MR hasn't been dedicated. That seems to be a concern for the community. Can you speak to like why that's not a concern for the Development Authority?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We believe that the rule that we have in the direct control district, which asks for either publicly accessible private open space or municipal reserve, we believe that that covers our bases. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get assurance as to where the municipal reserve will be without forcing them to subdivide. So we're trying to have it both ways in that we can reach a decision on where the best place for this type of space is without necessarily forcing them to go through an outline plan before they're ready.
Thanks for that clarification. That's it.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, sorry. So this slide here, you're showing a proposed amendment, which is to expand that mixed-use area?
That's correct. That's what's before you today.
Okay, so but currently it's not in the mixed-use area?
That's true, correct. Right now it is in the yellow standard suburban area.
And so this goes back to the question that I raised during the public submissions about how the mixed-use districts, the general rules for mixed-use district refers to those types of uses as being typically up to 6 stories in height. And then if you go to the actual MU rules, it states that up to 10 stories. I'm just trying to understand the rationale as to why you thought it was appropriate. Actually, it's under the mixed-use general districts, it says, and generally not exceeding 10 stories. But again, with a contextual sensitivity, of course, and congruent with adjacent developments, I'm trying to rationalize how it is that you deem this to be appropriate in this location.
Yeah, if you, in the ASP, the mixed use section 3.2, there's policy 4, which says the maximum height of a building should be 10 stories. That's what it says in the mixed use, not 6, it says 10. Yeah. So we believe that that aligns with the intent of the MU1 district. And furthermore, we think that this is, the contextual sensitivity has been applied through the step backs, the 13-meter setback from the property line, the tiered height rules. We believe that that complies.
So what you said about mixed use up, 10 stories, well, this is not mixed use currently. And so then you're suggesting that the step back would minimize the massing? Is that the main intent?
Yeah, I think that's our perspective. We think that this is going to be 85 feet away from the facade of the building or of the school. We believe that the 4 stories at the closest point to the school is an acceptable height, increasing proportionally away to the west. And then further, as the ground slopes away down to the west, the applicant gets another 2 stories located below the sight line.
Okay, so this in no way is intended to reduce the privacy issue or the overlooking issue. That's not part of what this step back would incorporate into it.
I would argue that removing the building further away from the use we're concerned about does by definition increase privacy and reduces the potential for overlooking.
Okay, now that specific issue would typically be addressed at the development permit stage with regards to maybe the frosting of windows or some other screening mechanism.
Yeah, the location of landscaping, frosting of windows, that type of thing. What it does at the land use stage is it gives us, the development authority, it gives us the ability to enforce this at the DP stage. So that's why you're seeing these types of considerations with the tiered height, is it gives us grounds to stand on when the development permit comes in.
So it makes it less bad.
It makes our job easier at the DP stage.
All right, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any other questions for administration. I'm going to Councillor Penner to move it.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I don't know. I had the opportunity to meet with all of the parties represented today, so from the parent group to the school, community association, and the applicant, and I appreciate the conversations. And I would say that I feel like the conversations that we had in those one-on-one meetings were not necessarily reflective of what I heard today, and so I'm struggling a little bit, to be honest. I think we have heard from the applicant, and I think taking aside the applicant and looking at the application and the concerns, put forward by the school, when I look at the step backs and the setbacks, some of those concerns around shadowing and light, they are protected. And when I think about, especially during, those school hours, when I think about what a potential application could be in the proximity to the school, even from a low density residential district, or looking up to 6 stories, you're still going to get a crane, you're still going to get a construction noise, you're going to get a lot of the same impacts. But I also think cranes are really cool, and I think there's an opportunity to build fulcrums and levers into that curriculum and to talk about soil composition. So take it for a win, maybe where it is. This application fits the area really well with the context. And when I think about how the area is built to step down, it actually, some of our policies often talk about on the fringes or near arterials, that is where we put our height and our density, and we move to lower density as we get further away from those arterials. If we were to keep low density here, it's actually inverse of what we would typically do in a planning perspective. So for those reasons, and I think all the reasons that you actually have an applicant right now who probably has your best chance to work with you. And I said it all in the meetings that when you have a school which builds community and when you have a church which builds community at odds with each other, as opposed to trying to find synergies, it is probably one of the most disheartening things that we can be going through. So I think the opportunities exist here, and the opportunities don't exist by delaying this further. The opportunities don't exist by sending this back to the drawing board. The opportunities exist understanding the mutual benefits that you can receive from perhaps creating something really mutual and beautiful in that 13-meter setback, for creating opportunities for space within those buildings, and moving forward. So with that, moved.
Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Carrad to second this.
Yeah, thank you for that open, Councillor Penner. I'm going to offer 4 points of debate. And the first one is going to start by saying that I spent an hour and a half this morning touring almost the entire 5th grade class from the Riverside School in Bridgeland around the community. We spent some time with the mayor. I spent some time walking them through the municipal complex and talking about the history of the city. Those Bridgeland kids, I lived in Bridgeland for 5 years, and those Riverside kids, it's a science school, it's a magnet school. Kids come from all over the city. It's one of the best offerings of the CBE at the K to 8th grade level or 9th grade level. They're urban kids, and they wander the Bridgeland neighborhood, and they get to experience nature, but they also get to experience urbanism, and it's really cool. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is, to sort of challenge some of the ideas that kids need to be alone in the forest in order not to be mentally ill. I don't believe that that's true. I will also say that this area is in transition, and it's transitioning from a suburban place to an urban place. And one of the key sort of things that happens when a place transitions from suburban to urban is streets move from being boundary conditions that aren't places, that separate conditions, to being the place. And in an urban environment, streets are places that are often defined by the same condition on both sides. If you think about the places that we travel to around the world, and you think of the great streets that you spend time in, it's the streets where you have like facing like, and you create an outdoor room that are the real places that we spend a lot of money to go and travel to. I also bring this up because 9th Street in Bridgeland is almost exactly this condition, where you come off of Memorial Drive, where you have the LRT, and you enter the neighborhood of Bridgeland, and you have quite a bit of density. And right behind that density, you have lower density institutional buildings serving seniors, and you have schools and things like that. And it works well as a neighborhood if you buy into the fact that we are moving from a suburban to an urban environment. I supported the 2017 ASP in this chamber, not because I thought it was a perfect document, because for the first time ever, we were taking Ward 6, the outer reaches of Ward 6, where we were seeing like an acreage convert to like 6 homes around a cul-de-sac. And the city was, and we were creating a future traffic nightmare for ourselves because it was fully car dependent. The city was taking on the cost of a cul-de-sac that the tax base of those 6 homes was never going to cover. And between what Truman Homes did in District West and between what the neighborhood and the city did in this area, we started to create some pockets of urbanism where landowners were collaborating and we were getting a mix of uses and a mix of conditions centered around a massive investment in the LRT. But crossing 77th, I think, makes a lot of sense because we start to really dig into that urbanism. The other thing I want to talk about is the integrated civic facility. The future of churches is exactly what this church is doing. You know, the idea, and we've learned this with schools, we've learned this with city-owned facilities, you can't, on a valuable piece of land, just have one thing sitting there alone. You have to actually create synergies, and you have to create a business plan that makes sense, and you have to sort of bring people together. If anyone is interested in the best example of this, go down to Ogden and see what the Mustard Seed and the Ogden United Church did on the old site of the Ogden United Church, which is also a transit-oriented development like this one. It's amazing, and so I applaud the church for being entrepreneurial and thoughtful and trying to get ahead of the trend and trying to create value while also creating a place where they can serve the community. And I just want to finish off with the exact same sentiment that Councillor Penner had. You've got, and this is a message to the school, you've got a church that wants to work with you and has gone above and beyond, and I suspect even in spite of the opposition here, will be willing to go above and beyond to create as great a interaction as possible. Maybe in a perfect world, Rundle would have bought this piece of land and it would have remained a piece of pristine wilderness, but city building's funny and we can't control those things and different things happen, and that's just the nature of cities. Not everything you think is going to happen and things don't always work out the same way. But you have an opportunity here to create the two hearts, the beating hearts of great neighborhoods, which is a school and a church, and put them together, and I encourage you to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, who has an amendment.
Thanks. Can you put the amendment on? So when it comes to city building, it's about what housing choice Calgarians want to buy and those moving to our city. Not everything is about urbanism. Not every city is built to have a downtown core everywhere you go. So the community has offered, and the Community Association had a nice request to withhold second and third reading for the community to have feedback and collaborate and know what is going to be built. I'm going to put this option before council to withhold second and third, give the first reading on this, and allow community to build their community and design it the way that works best for your neighborhood. I don't represent Ward 6. I'm a suburban councillor, a bit more north of you guys, and so I'm trying to find a way where we get a great city for everyone here and we get housing choice, which this council likes to talk about. So I'll leave it to the will of council.
Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Chabot, do you want to weigh in?
Well, briefly, we certainly heard from the communities that they felt that this was an amendment that went beyond what they would deem as reasonable in light of the fact that the ASP is only 7 years old. And they certainly, some of them anyways, expressed an interest in further engagement to look at how they could modify this site even further to maybe address more of their concerns. I'm not sure that this is going to go far enough to get them there, but in the absence of a complete abandonment, I think this is at least a step towards trying to find a compromise.
Thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Penner?
Yeah, I would encourage us not to support this. Typically, when we withhold second and third readings for a DP, the DP is actually in process already. It's usually part of a concurrent application. This is not that, and this is a significant piece of work that is going to take longer than we think it is. When I spoke with the Community Association, I was very frank with them and said I don't think this is a good process, and that I don't support it. And because I don't support it, because I don't think it actually builds goodwill. I think what it does is creates future tensions as opposed to letting processes stand on their own. I think through a DC, we have safeguarded as much as we possibly can. I gave my commitment that even though that this application or this area would be moving under Councillor Sharp, that I would follow this application and work through the DP and have those conversations. This is a slippery slope that we are getting in council, that we are going to do this to too many applications, and that is going to create an uncertainty in the market, in a market that we are trying to build housing and trying to move applications through at the speed of business. And this is setting us back. This is not moving us forward. I urge you not to support this and not go down this pathway.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott. No. Councillor Carra.
Sorry, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right, I'm also going to strongly recommend we do not do this, and for two reasons. Number one, the concurrent process was set up to give the industry a clearer path, if they choose to do it, a shorter timeline to getting something done. Sometimes the industry decides to do it because a shorter timeline makes more sense given the enormous risk profile of development. Sometimes they choose not to because they just can't secure financing for the next stage of development if they don't have the entitlement in place. This is not that. This is a church group that is starting a process of consultation to see what might come to be, and they certainly don't have the money or the financing or the backing. They just want to create the envelope in which they're having this conversation, and they've asked us for that, which is perfectly their right as a landowner, and it's our job to say, is this reasonable or not, and not to delay the process. The second reason why I would highly encourage not to support this is because we are a couple short months from an election. And if the people sitting around this horseshoe are not the people who are sitting around this horseshoe come second and third reading at some point in the future, then they can't vote. And you could have 3 or 4 people allowed to vote, and that is a fundamentally unfair thing. And so maybe this is intended in good faith to sort of try and provoke or create the grounds for a better conversation. I don't think that it does that, and right now it certainly doesn't do this. This is just a backdoor for killing this. If you're against this project, vote against it. If you're for it, vote for it, and the conversation will continue. But don't do this, because this is just stranding this project in a procedural limbo that doesn't make sense for the applicant and certainly doesn't make sense from a governance perspective.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I think some of the questions and comments earlier about, we've deferred one until after the DP for another smaller scale project earlier, and there's this one. And so as part of my own work on this particular file from before Councillor Pootman's decision with regard to my work with Rundle and having this conversation was my gratitude at the compromises that were made at the level of a DC and the level of detail at the DC. Quite often in these discussions, what we get is an applicant that will put forward a standard land use with a consistent amount of promises, development drawings that are not vetted yet and have not been fully approved by anything in submissions. In many ways, we've often just called them pretty pictures. Like there's a lot of times where developers will bring forward a standard stock district and a pretty picture and say, this is what I want to build. This is so different because it's almost the exact opposite, which is you've created a very restrictive box in the form of a DC, a direct control district, and they're not ready yet to build that development permit in the same way that we're seeing with some of our other applicants. The rationale of the election, it's only significant to really, I think, bring up when understanding the state of the applicant that we do make these decisions for. So I think there's some responsibility of us to be nuanced, is that if an applicant comes forward and is, predominantly through the DP, like Councillor Penner mentioned, and it is a small scale development where we're looking at really little changes, that's one thing. When it's a DC where the restrictions have been built in and there's still a significant amount of work that needs to be done, especially by a private entity like a church, to determine what is the need that they need processed in a facility like this, there's still so much work that they have to do just to determine what is the landscape, what is the face, what is the amount of space the church is going to require, what kind of recreation, what kind of commercial. There's a significant amount of work. So I think the comparison of we've done this for a smaller scale development and this one, it does bear difference because of the state at which this applicant is in. So I really do want to reemphasize that my non-support for the amendment really does come from the fact that this DC gives more certainty than any development permit image, pretty picture, I could say, has ever offered the public before, because we know exactly what the restrictions are to a very granular level. That is something that a development permit and a standard district do not offer. And so with that in mind, I think the compromises of a direct control district are satisfactory for where
Thank
we're
you,
at.
Councillor Walcott. You're just at time. Let's go to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll just start by mentioning if we're to go by basic human psychology of like past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. What I see is an applicant that has done their work, and ultimately we need to honor that in terms of the amount of due diligence that's gone to it at this stage for a process that they hope to continue to move forward in good faith. This could potentially be so to speak the kiss of death for something that we ideally want, and because from the government's perspective side of things, because we're so close to the election, it does cast this in a different light. It puts it in a precarious position because we don't know on the other side of the election who's back and who's voting on this. And it says to the applicant that they need to move forward kind of on the back heel. In the letter that we received was something from Rundle. I get their concerns to a degree, but when it comes right down to it, what we're asking to land here, or what the applicant is asking to land here, in my mind is what the city wants right now. I'm getting into the debate on the main. Just please don't vote for this. Let's allow the merits of this application to stand on the main. I'd encourage you to vote this down, and let's do a straight up and down on the main.
Thank you. Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. I might have heard it wrong, but I thought I heard Councillor Panner mention about the DP is in process. So I want to ask administration, did I hear it wrong?
We have no development permit on this site at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carra, it's procedural.
Yeah, I know we've closed the public hearing, but this is a significant change. Is there the ability to ask the applicant whether this is something they're willing to take on from this council?
Councillor Carra, I would have to open the public hearing again on this item, which I could do. Let me get through the list. Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Just one first off question for administration. This development permit, given this amendment that's up here, the development permit is coming in, how long do you think it would take for it to come through and processed by you?
We could process a development permit probably within 6 months. This would be very large and complex. I think the issue would be the amount of detailed technical work that would need to be done by the applicants in advance of a formal submission. That would take a lot of time, as well as if there are any changes, not to mention the degree of public engagement that we're seeing would be desirable. I think it would be very challenging to get this done before nomination day in September.
The whole, from this point, all the consultation, all the development, submission, review, you wouldn't see this before nomination October next year?
I think it would be very challenging to meet that time frame.
So therefore, when you do finally see it, and it does finally come forward, and maybe there's a question from Ms. Wolfshire, then at that point, would it be the new council deciding on this? Is that correct?
No, the problem is that when it does finally come in, only you councillors are able to vote on it. You can only vote on it if you were here for at least part of the public hearing. So any new councillors would not be eligible to vote. So the problem becomes, it depends on how many new faces there are, whether you'd have quorum to vote on the final readings of the bylaw.
Thank you, and that was the question I was going to get to. What would quorum constitute? Thank you. And what I mean is that if we had a turnover of a majority of council, so in other words, a minority of council came back, that would not constitute quorum?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know that. Okay, so the other question then is if we vote this down and we go through that same process, we still run into the same problem. Is that fair?
If you vote down this amendment, then it's just a straight yes/no vote on the land use designation. If that land use designation is approved, the city administration, we would be happy to accept a development permit application when the applicant is ready to submit it. They would need to design it. They would need to engage with the public. We're happy to review it at that time. If this land use designation is refused by city council, then the applicant is back to square one and they need to come in with a different land use designation.
So what I'm assuming that if we approve land use, go through the process, first off, does it have to go back through CPC? Does DP go through CPC?
This development permit would not. It would be just approved by the planning department.
So there'd be no role of council after that?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I was concerned with this amendment, but just hearing the debate, I actually think there's two things here. The ASP also was done in good faith in 2017, and it's only 7 years old. The other thing is that it's disappointing that the election is actually taking over good governance of this parcel. So, you know, the fact that we're even having this conversation right now is mind-blowing. So pick one, the election or good governance.
Okay. Said it before. No outbursts, please. Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I think actually, Councillor Sharp, you stole my thunder. I was going to say the same thing. It's ironic that people are saying we have to make this decision because my previous voting record is going to get me unelected, so I need to do this now, and you should follow my lead. That's ironic. No, don't base it on an election. I'm still kind of conflicted on this. There's two sides here, but again, not because of an election.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I'll just offer, because there was an application in Councillor Wong's ward that we held back the readings for. It was a little bit different situation. It was low density, and that application already had the development permit ready for it, and the applicant was in favor. So I'd say like they're just not analogous. Like this one is a much different development. The applicant, I don't think we have to open the public hearing, Councillor Carl. Like the applicant mentioned that they're not in favor of it. So. I think the reason why, and I hear your point, Councillor Sharp, that you know, elections shouldn't weigh into anyone's decision. I completely agree with that. I think that's why people are saying we should make the straight up and down vote today. Because if you defer this, then hold back the readings, what that means is like maybe it would pass, but if like lots of people are not here, you just straight up don't have the quorum, and it's as good. It's essentially like passing it knowing that it will fail, which is also political. So like, let's just be transparent about what the realities of this are. You can support it or not support it, but I do think that holding back every single application until you have a DP is not how this body functions for a reason. And I think if you're going to do it, you really need to have the buy-in of the applicant, which we had in the earlier application, and we certainly don't have at this point. You can certainly vote it down if you don't think that this is the right application, but that's my debate.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I will just add one thing. It's entirely up to you, Council, what you wish to do, if you wish to vote in favor of this or not. No one's saying that you can't. And that's exactly what I was clarifying. But you need information about what that means. And frankly, good governance is about sharing with the public and making sure as a council that we all understand what it is that we're voting on. So to say that we are pitting good governance against an election is an absolute falsehood. I'm here to make the best informed decision I can, and I'm sharing with the public what that decision means. So that is good governance. Vote however you wish to, everyone. Let's go to Councillor Wyness to close.
Thanks. I think everyone's kind of getting it a little bit wrong. So when you do the zoning for the one, the applicant will still get the land lift to get financing to go forward with the DP. I guess we're just so used to council being in office for 20 years that it's shocking that this hasn't come up before, because other municipalities in Canada have set precedent where you go over councils and different elected officials to actually have land use finally approved. So I think what we've actually highlighted is either A, the province has to fix this loophole in the MGA when it comes to withholding second and third reading, which probably could be done if the council somehow turns over where you don't get quorum. But even if it does still exist, we should probably bring this up with the province so that you can put governance first and foremost as a council and not go, oh my goodness, we have to straight up yes, no vote because you might not all get reelected. We heard from the community, building a city involves everyone that lives there. Creating housing choice and built form is what we look back on, go, man, I really wish I didn't vote for that. Or, oh, that was a really good vote because the built form is what everybody appreciates about their community. So you guys vote, take your pick. I'm just creating the opportunity through this by putting it on the floor of council for us to have the debate and think about what we're doing as governors.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's defeated on a tie with Councillors Demong, Curragh, Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Meehan, and myself voting against. So we go back to the main as proposed. Okay, going back to the main, I didn't see anybody else in the queue. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it'd be tragic for this to go without some debate. So I just want to make sure like we understand what we're talking about here. This is a community group, a faith-based community group, doing what like policy tells us we should be doing, telling us or doing what governments are asking them to do, responding to funding streams, working in cooperation with their neighbors, with all the vested interests to make an investment in the common good. This is exactly what we want to see happen in our city, and it's become increasingly harder for us to move forward. It's not lost on me that this is happening in the middle of a public hearing where basically the exact same thing is happening to other very similar projects, where the needs of the invested neighbors in a group, the people that are already there, their ability to organize, their ability to come speak to their needs is vastly outweighing the future. And this hurts. It hurts my heart. I come from a faith background. I was a pastor for a while. This is the gold standard. This is what I've been talking to folks in faith communities about for years. So the vision of this that the chair of the board, Mr. Seaman, spoke to is exemplary. It's stellar that they are moving forward. But they know and have already come up against a great deal of roadblocks on this process to even get to the point that they are today. And I want to get back to the fact that they did so in good faith and they went above and beyond. Through policy and procedures, this DC represents them giving as much assurance as they can at this stage with the resources that they have available to them. The letter that came back the other direction spoke an awful lot about how much somebody who's not the landowner thinks that they believe they should have an ability to guide the process. They very obviously think they can do it better. That's okay. We're all allowed to bring our ideas forward. But when it comes right down to it, the messages were extremely mixed. The doctor, the head of the school, would prefer low rise. Some teachers would prefer trees. Some would prefer them to do it and them to build it. It's not congruent. and my heart aches because of things that Councillor Carra talked about and Councillor Penner talked about. We want these kinds of community groups and associations and civic partners to work together in lockstep to get us to a better tomorrow. So I'd encourage us to let this through. They have done the hard work. They're committed to do the hard work in the future. A lot of the concerns that have been lobbied, specifically lobbed by Rendell, are on what ifs, worst case scenarios. It is the reputation of this church and the developer. If they all of a sudden do some monkey business out the other side of this, that's their reputations. They just came and gave us their full vision of being a long-term, faithful community partner. They're not going to quickly walk away from that. Let's not let fear about the way this city is changing and growing, and fear and suspicion about the way our administration operates keep us from the best possible outcomes. I'd encourage you strongly to vote for this. This is what we need, and we need to stop with putting up barriers for this kind of work in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just first off start by saying thank you to the applicant, thank you to the community, thank you to Rundle College School for being here. There's a lot of good arguments, and as Councillor Spencer's indicated, a lot of back and forth, a lot of great ideas, and I'll say great ideas. It's a tough one. It's a tough one because I know the applicant has committed themselves to put forward an application, and one that they think is sensitive, one that thinks that meets the needs of both the church and the possible residency in terms of population. And we heard yesterday quite clearly there's a need for housing supply, not necessarily just affordable housing, just housing supply overall. So I think this goes in that direction. But I'm also sensitive to the concerns that the adjacency of the building to the school and the effects on students and staff and everything else as such. And so as a result, I'm a bit tossed. And yesterday, as many of you who may have been here yesterday, we talked about 19th Street and the concern of just a simple low density residential, and we sent it back for second, third reading before approving it. And then, of course, in this situation, we voted against that. So we're just back down to the fundamental, yes, no, are we going with this or not? The next step, which is one of the reasons why I asked the question of administration, the next step here of a development process going forward and the development authority approving it, I think it should be stated as well in that development permit process. Consultation is still there. There is an opportunity for the community to continue to consult with the applicant, make sure the development permit is done properly. And I would suggest that 13-meter setback area, is that buffer zone where there could be some great changes done, whether through landscaping or through other ways of making that buffer area would be a good zone between, again, the school and this building. So therefore, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else. Oh, yes, I do. Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, I'll offer a couple points of debate, and thanks again to the community for coming out and for everyone for speaking to this. And thanks to my colleagues for not supporting that last amendment. I really fear that could have been the most unfair situation. If this fails today, they'll be able to come back with a different application in relatively short order. If you delay that until they bring a DP and then you don't have quorum, like that could have ended up in a really unfair situation to everyone involved, but particularly the applicant. I think that the things I like about the application are the fact that it is a DC and you've got that tiered height and the setbacks all built in. That's giving you way more assurances that we normally give on land uses, and a lot of that has to come through the DP. And then I think we can't forget that this is less than a 10-minute walk from an LRT. And I think we have to think through, like, making sure that we're approving a reasonable amount of density for folks who are going to live around those nodes. We spend significant funds on transit so that people can commute downtown, and I would be desperate to have an LRT in my area. But instead, we approve, and we're going to approve probably or have an application before us of significant height and density in Aurora Business Park that is just built around a bus. So for all those reasons, and I think because of the adjacency of the Truman application, which the community, some members did say, is actually integrating fairly well. The question is, and I think it is a good one, is if you're not going to put your big developments on the main roads like this, like where are you going to put them? And if you're not going to put them near transit like this, like less, like I think I Google mapped it, it's a 7-minute walk. The question is where else are you going to put them? And yeah, please consider supporting this. And I recognize the community, you know, we don't want to see this level of development. I think that's the threat of every application we're seeing today, Glenmore Landing, the Trellis application, and it's really, really hard to get things to this point. And we have to not always think through, like, is this just what the community wants, but also are the community concerns mitigated to some extent in what is here? And I do see legitimate attempts from the applicant to do that. And so I hope we can get somewhere with this.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. I don't see anybody else in the queue now. Let's go to Councillor Penner to close.
Yeah, I think this has been, I would also love to go get my hair cut. I think this has been a really important conversation that we've had today. And this is, you know, this is the first application in over 12 hours of being in this chambers where we're actually making a decision on whether or not we move forward with housing or not in our city. And I think that's really important because it means that we're having important conversations about where housing belongs, about who's bringing housing forward, what are the conditions, and how is the community getting involved? And at what point is the community involved? And I think we all are not our best selves in moments of uncertainty, in moments of discomfort. I don't think that brings out the best in anybody. But what I do think brings out good in people is commitments to working together. And when I sat down and had those 3 individual meetings, I heard from all 3 parties, from the community association, from the school, I'll say 4 parties, from the community association, school leadership, parents, the applicant, and then maybe we'll add a 5th person in the applicant's consultant. There is all interest in working together. Everyone said that. And if that is not reason alone to move this forward to the next step, to start creating the certainty, to start creating the conditions of success, then it's actually a failure on us as governors to miss the opportunity to give groups a foot and a step towards more working together. That is what we are always endeavoring to create. And I heard from all parties about the good outcomes they want to achieve, and I think they can do it together. I know that the synergies are possible, having met with all of you. No one has outright said no to this, and that's a really important step because no doesn't get us anywhere. But I'm willing to have a conversation, gets us somewhere, and I think we need to go places and we need to build our city, and this is an application that supports that. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-4 with Councillor McLean, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 87P 2024. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean, Councillor Chabot, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chu are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 87P 2024. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 87P 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 87P 2024. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. There's another set of readings. Just saying that for information. First reading of bylaw 287D 2024. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean, Councillor Chabot, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chu are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 287D 2024. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 287D 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 287D 2024. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Council, before we go on a break, let's have a conversation about what time we're going to end the meeting tonight, and what we're doing for future, because we will have a future with this public hearing. I have proposed that tomorrow, Executive Committee will start and go into recess, and we will immediately pick up any public hearing items that are left. Once we finish those, we'll go into the Exec Committee meeting. But if we simply can't get to the Exec Committee meeting, those items will all move to the Council agenda on December 17th. So that's what I'm proposing, so we can get through everything by tomorrow. Now, the big question is, well, I am trying to explain to the public what's happening with the public hearing, so I can start again.
Could we please ask those who are departing to just, the mayor's trying to explain procedure for other applications that are coming forward. So just respectfully, out of privilege, could you just exit and have your conversations on the outside of chambers, please?
And for those of you that are waiting to speak to items, this is important information for you to know. We're trying to figure out how late we're going to go tonight so that you have an understanding of when you'll be up. I have also proposed that tomorrow, starting at 9:30, it's an executive committee meeting. I'm going to recess it immediately to carry on with the public hearing until we finish the public hearing tomorrow. If executive committee does not have the time to meet, all of those items will move to council on December 17th. So anyone that's waiting to speak, I know most of you are here for item 21 and item 24. We're hoping to hear you all today, but if we don't, you'll be back in the morning. So the next decision we have to make as a council, I'm going to go to you, Councillor Penner, on procedure of what council wishes to do.
Yeah, so I have heard that there are councillors who have both family commitments and work commitments tonight, as well as there are some members, key members of our administrative team who support with planning applications that really struggle to be here after the dinner break tonight. So I would move that we actually break at 6 o'clock tonight so that we don't lose a significant number of people as we move through the processes, so that all residents can be heard by all councillors. That is really the fairness that you deserve. And so I would propose that we break at 6 tonight. And then, Mayor, my only request is, can you just confirm which application, 21 or 24, that we're hearing when we first return from our afternoon recess, just so then whichever other respective group, we can just help give them a sense of timing.
Thanks for that. I see that Clerks has prepared something. Just before I go to that, let me answer that question. The first item that we're going to hear is number 24. It is the trellis item when we come back from our break. The second item we'll hear after that is item number 21, which is the Glenmore Landing item. So to give you a flavor of how many people we have left, for the one that we will go to first on Bowness, there's still 14 people that need to speak. And then we will go to Glenmore Landing, which still has 16 people who are registered to speak. So that's the situation we're in. There are 14 for Bowness. There are 16 for Glenmore Landing. Okay. This has been moved by Councillor Penner. Is there a seconder? Councillor McLean, thank you. I will go to the queue now. That's Councillor Craw.
Yeah, I just want to say I heard that we might be breaking at 6 and I got really excited, but as I've thought about it, I can't support it. We are scheduled as council and administration to be here this afternoon and into the evening as required. We're not scheduled to be here tomorrow. Unfortunately, the amount of items that remain before us and the members of the public who want to hear us speak or who want to speak exceed the time that we have with both all of the evening and late into tomorrow. So I think we absolutely cannot walk away from our requirement to be here when we're supposed to be here, because we have to use all of that time plus the extra time tomorrow that we're going to steal from executive committee. So I can't support this. We have to work through into the evening.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. I can't support it. I'm on council business right now in Ottawa, and I've been managing as best as I can in the mornings. So I've been squeaking everything in before we start these sessions here, but ending at 6 tonight and pivoting toward tomorrow, I can't be able to support it because by that point I'll be on a flight back home, and so I've got to use my time as wisely as I can to be inside this public hearing. Last night I was there's a 2-hour time change, so I was in this public hearing until 11:30, up at 8 a.m. doing my FCM business. Back here again, ready to do it one more time, just because it's the only time I have to be able to do this space while I'm here, and so I can't support ending early.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. You read out the number of speakers on the next 2 items. How long would it take to conclude that before we do a break, do you think?
Councillor Wong, that's an excellent
know.
question. You know what it depends on is all the questions that we ask.
Exactly.
And so I would advise council to exercise some diligence and listen to your colleagues when they ask questions so that you're not asking the same ones. So I have no idea how long it will take. It will take what it takes.
Yeah, and I guess sensitive to the audience, the gallery, people have made their time to be here. Some of them have to go back to work tomorrow. I'm against this. Simply, I'd like to get through both these next 2 items tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I agree. At least the next 2 items we have to finish for the public. At this rate, we would only get through Trellis with 14. If it's an issue where, Mayor, if you need to step away, there's deputy, and I think that, if that deputy can do it, then the next one. But I think we need to finish at least 2 items tonight, and so I cannot support this either.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
I was mentioned, so I have to talk. Is that how it works? Yeah, I'm good either way. I think we're going to be going tomorrow regardless pretty late, but I'd like to get done by 6, but I'm okay with staying later, and I can share if the mayor has to go. So, yeah, I'll, even though I seconded this, if the will of council is to stay late, I can go with that.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. I will just say this. I appreciate you bringing it up, Councillor Penner, because I know there are members of administration who have functions with their kids tonight, but I have no issue. I can't leave to go to a familial obligation because as part of my job, I have to be here. So I'm not going anywhere. So I'm happy to stay for as long as it needs to be done. So back over to you, Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I hear from my colleagues that this is not going to pass to administration. I'm sorry. I know it is holiday concert season, and so why don't we actually just pull this? Let's get on to our half-an-hour break, and we will return and get to items. I'll come confirm with you group up there in yellow what's happening. No, we're going for the full 30. Thanks. Full 30.
Full 30. We'll take the 30. Go ahead.
Mayor Gonda, could we just get general consent to withdraw the motion from?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just to withdraw. Thanks.
General consent to withdraw. I don't see anybody opposed to that. Thank you. We will take the 30-minute break. We will be back here at 4:40. The first item up will be the bonus item, which is number 24. Second item up will be the Glenmore Landing item, which is number 21. We will see you in half an hour. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, could we please do a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Spencer. Here. Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Thank you. Councillor Kara.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Here. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
We do have quorum.
All right, so as I mentioned yesterday, and as I reminded everyone before the break, we are carrying on with item 7.2.24, which is the item in Bowness for trellis. After this one is when we will go to the Glenmore Landing item. So I'm going back into the queue of speakers. The next panel is going to be panel 7-ish. So it's going to be Alex Spence. Hi, please come on up. Do we have Denny Robinson? Okay, do we have Jeff Theo? Is that you coming up, Jeff? Okay, thank you. Do we have Morgan Hager? Do we have Dominic Messenchuk?
Diversity.
Sorry,
Hi, who's that?
that was me, Mayor. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Just queuing up a video.
Okay. Dominic Messenchuk? Okay, I'm going to keep going looking for people. Robert Tremblay. Hi, please come on up. Do we have 1, 2, 3? Catherine Davies. Do we have Chloe Chan? How about Emily Krahulik? Michael Storozhikov? Justin Similuk? Do we have Hazen Elwood? How about Ryan Phillips? Hi, please come on up and grab a seat. And that is 4. Do we have Kendia Wanamaker? How about Philip Terry? Okay, we're going to go with who we have. So the order is Alex Spence, then Jeff Theo, then Robert Tremblay, and then we have Ryan Phillips. So Alex, please kick us off.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. I'll have a video to play.
Diversity for Social Impact, a DEI organization in the United States, define marginalization as, it's the state of being relegated to the sidelines, excluded from mainstream social, economic, and cultural life. This exclusion can be based on race, religion, socioeconomic status, gender, or any characteristic that deviates from the perceived norm. In their 4 causes of marginalization, they state, when the music stops, there is a scramble, and inevitably, someone is left standing, excluded from the game. They also note that marginalized individuals are at higher risk of experiencing poor mental health. On a societal level, marginalization can lead to social unrest and conflict. So what have the residents of Bowness been saying lately which have them cast to the margins? To start, our water infrastructure and quality, our loss of mature tree canopy would be another, but more specific to this application.
There are some concerns from the community association. Some are at the DP level, some are before the DP level. What's a plan to address some of these concerns, if any?
We heard neighborhood character and fit, predominantly related to building height. We heard concerns about parking. We feel as though 20.5 meters, 5 stories is a very reasonable and contextually appropriate building height considering the corridor policies. Parking will be addressed at the development permit, and not to get too much into the weeds with the user. The future users, though, of this building, they're in need families. Car utilization is not high.
It talks about an over-concentration of affordable housing in this area. Is that what you're seeing from your analysis of the area?
That wasn't kind of party to the scope of the application review. We evaluated the land use with the lens that it could be any user.
So the city can conveniently speak to the end user, but when it comes to the community's concerns, suddenly those questions are denied as being out of scope. Because when you read the Calgary plan, a policy to potentially replace the current municipal development plan, the Calgary Equity Index Total Weight Score clearly indicates that Bowness is below the benchmark and is surrounded by communities to the northwest and south, which are above the benchmark target. That indicates in itself that most problems still remain. We are living in an age of information, yet going back to the Bowness ARP from 1996 up to 2018, those 25 maps, 160 plus page policy documents clearly state the relatively high proportion of low-income households may in part be a reflection of the supply of affordable housing and the availability of services in the community. Bowness has a variety of social housing, which is in excess of city averages. We oppose further development in the community. Exceptions may be considered for those types not already existing where there is a recognized need in this community. Without proper consultation, our 2019 ARP was reduced to 7 maps and just over 50 pages. Removing or limiting critical information is extremely marginalizing, and in this case will greatly increase the disparity gap between communities. Trellis has a location at 7930 Bowness Road. Why wouldn't they build there? It would make complete sense and avoid the contentious removal of green space and a playground within the community. Pulling a FOIP request on pre-applications for that address to see if Trellis had approached the city to build off-market housing there, while awaiting the FOIP to come through, the city administration tried to rush this public hearing before December 3rd. As they were unsuccessful in doing so, coincidentally, the FOIP request was delayed from being released on November 14th due to a clerical error, postponing its release until the new year. Is this going to be affordable housing forever? Trellis CEO Jeff Dyer has responded, "I can't say, as things change every 10 years. So this location has been a park for over 20 years, but now will be removed forever for a commitment to affordable housing for maybe 10 years? I support off-market housing, but not when it's being placed in an equity-denied community like Bowness, which already has more social housing compared to most communities in Calgary. When it comes at a loss at a much-needed green space and a playground during a time of rapid urbanization and densification, approving this LOC would simply further disparage our community, exasperating issues we are currently experiencing." Going back to September 14, 2023, at the Housing and Affordability Task Force Recommendations hearing, I'm reminded about the Calgary Chambers of Commerce
municipal tax revenues. It also increases property values and reduces crime in lower income communities, leaving no tangible negative impacts on affluent communities.
Ignoring residents, gatekeeping information, ever-changing policies, standards, and metrics, and now removing needed public green space, please deny this LOC.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Spence. Let's go to Jeff Theo, please.
This one?
Doesn't matter. They're both on.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak before you today regarding this project. My name is Jeff Theo. I'm a resident of Bowness, and I'm concerned about this project. So I would like to officially say that I'm opposing this project. I was here yesterday. I kind of thought I was going to talk yesterday, so I was dressed a little bit better, but today I'm wearing my favorite t-shirt, so I'm feeling confident that I can come in here and talk to you freely a little bit. I have some notes that I made after seeing the presentations yesterday. There was a lot of excellent presentations. And as I sat down and thought about what I was going to say, I was like, what am I going to say? Because I could see that there's sentiment, there's tears, there's videos of Sophia that brought tears to my eyes. And yeah, this is a very emotional topic, right? So to do a speech and come up here and read off a piece of paper, it's more speak off of my cuff. So I wanted to get through, I was trying to figure out how to get through to council, or if there's even any getting through to council, or has the decision been made, right? And part of the things that I'm seeing is that a lot of it is, you know, came up yesterday, there's $340,000 of sunk costs into this project from Trellis. So it's like, have they been given the go-ahead before the whole public hearing in council? Like Sonia Sharp mentioned yesterday, that there was concerns about the expedited timeline. Is this one of those deals where this park was gonna just go up as a proposed development and try and sneak it in before the people realized what was going on. Anyways, I digress. What I wanted to do though today is talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday. So on the opposition side are the people that support a park, a green space that's existed for 30 years. So already we're being denoted with a negative connotation that we're the opposers. And people are coming at us saying that we saw many people talk yesterday who oppose this development for many reasons. But what it isn't, we're not opposing it against affordable housing, right? Homelessness is terrible and it's rampant all over the city. We don't want to see any more of it than you do. But we're talking about taking away a park. It's a city park. And what we're putting in there is a monstrosity of a building that doesn't fit the landscape. It doesn't belong. It doesn't fit the essence of Boness. You know, I've looked at the plans and I've seen what they're looking at putting in there. And it's a monstrosity for the space. And they've allowed for a couple trees on one side. Anyways, it's in my opinion, it goes against the essence of Boness. It'll cause so much damage to the infrastructure. Let's talk really quick about all the things that people said in support of the park and not taking it away. It was a complete lack of public engagement, a complete disrespect of the citizens. Over 1,200 signatures opposing the development was presented yesterday. We have a park. Yes, let's keep it. Okay, it would be a huge loss to our community. It would cause traffic density concerns, parking concerns, extra draw on our infrastructure, our water and our sewers, which we already know is an issue. And we're taking out trees and we're putting in a park we're putting in a building that just doesn't belong, doesn't fit the landscape, and we feel that it's trying to be snuck in under the people's noses. And if this is what's going to become a Boness, we don't want that. We want to be involved in the decisions going forward, right? This building is great. Let's go build 5 of them in a place where they actually belong, where we can put infrastructure in there for it. This area is not built for it. And you're taking away a park. It just seems absolutely crazy to me. In fact, what I do need to do is I need to skip ahead in my notes and just talk about, I have 45 seconds left. So what I wanted to make sure I talk about, alluding to the fact of where my sentiment is coming from about this project. On October 18th, I was on site with a construction crew. I just happened to be driving by the park with my dog, as I do every day. And that's how I met Jackie and all the other people that are trying to save this beautiful green space for Boness. And I saw some guys hanging out in the park, and they were all geared up with their hard hats, safety glasses, steel-toe boots, the full safety gear, top to bottom. So I thought this was kind of weird. So I drove in, and I wanted to talk to these guys and find out what they were doing. Anyways, long story short, they were there to drill some holes in the ground, and they were contracted. It's still City of Calgary property as far as we understand. I don't know if the land's already been sold, but these guys were working under a...
Time, Mr. Theo.
Can I have 30 seconds to finish?
Nope,
Okay.
sorry. I've got to play by the same rules for everybody.
Okay.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank
There
you
might
for
be
your time.
questions for you, though, so please
Okay.
grab a seat. Let's go on to Robert Tremblay.
Hello, Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Just to get this off the record, my favorite business in Boness is unsurprisingly Bow Cycle. Bike shop next to bike infrastructure, you gotta love it. Boness is great. But now back to the relevant application. I don't know if I've ever been as frankly depressed as watching councils over this hearing. You know, we're discussing literal low income, non-market housing, the exact kind that so many who oppose market-based housing say we need. And yet, some of my fellow Calgarians would rather have 50 families left in the lurch for a relatively basic playground when there's a suitable location for that playground just 1 block away, and another playground just 2 blocks away. I'm astounded by what I've seen. Some have said that there's a better location for the development. Where do you suggest that wouldn't face the same kind of opposition that you're taking part in here? An old dump? The Firestone Tower? The abandoned LRT tunnel under City Hall? I guess the attitude is not in your backyard, not your problem. Out of sight, out of mind. It's sad. Second, Council, you're used to hearing from me when it comes to the climate crisis, and I was going to attempt to just speak on the merits of this application as a housing development, but yet again, I'm hearing residents utilize Calgary's commitment to climate action to frustrate what is literally textbook climate action in the form of denser housing. Some speakers seem to think that the trees on this site somehow outweigh the benefits of increased density from a climate perspective, and this is just flat wrong and a mockery of the challenge we face in the climate crisis. Trees capture carbon meaningfully only at the scale of forests, like the ones that are being clear-cut in Kananaskis, not at the scale of a few dozen trees on this lot. If citizens who seem so concerned about the trees and biodiversity, I would encourage them to protest the clear-cutting in Kananaskis, where there's really wild spaces, instead of opposing affordable housing. The world needs people who care like you, now more than ever, so please look beyond your own backyard. Loss of a dozen trees on this site does not outweigh the climate benefits of denser development, especially when we consider the many other things we pave over the landscape for, such as the greenfield development that will replace these units lost if this is not approved. Denser, non-market, affordable housing like this, right next to great transit and great cycling infrastructure, is once again textbook climate action. Here's what this textbook, Designing Climate Solutions by Hal Harvey and others, have to say in its section about transit-oriented development. Development should be inclusive. Specifically, this means ensuring connections to affordable housing, which is often farther out of the city center with less access for transit to the people in greatest need of this service. Usually when I come to say this bit about trees not justifying stopping more denser development, it's with more of a detached sense of, I guess, self-described public service to ensure that you are considering the climate crisis in a way that makes sense and in a way that's in coherence with the existing policies you have, like the climate strategy. But I come back to this sense of sadness I feel. I see folks using the climate crisis as a supposed vector of punting the creation of affordable, non-market housing that our city desperately needs, and it feels awful. Back to you, Council. Many of you have said that we desperately need affordable housing. Well, at the same time, apparently, again, please approve this development. It should be a no-brainer from both a housing and a climate perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ryan Phillips, please.
Good day, Council and Mayor. I don't have anything long to read here, so. Okay, so my neighbor who knows everything says our roads aren't built to handle the heavy trucks that are driving on them daily here in Bowness. He says 1 inch of compaction upon the infrastructure under the roads can do significant damage to that infrastructure. I confirmed this with a resident in Bowness who used to build roads. She said, our roads aren't built for this kind of traffic, anyway, whatever. The uptick of gravel, cement pumper, and semis hauling backhoes is clear to be seen, and only to increase what will be the outcome of the infrastructure underneath our roads, time will tell. I'd also like to speak to the infrastructure's ability to handle the influx of all the new developments in Bowness, including the proposed trellis development. I believe this may have been what Councillor Sharp and Councillor Wong were proposing regarding a pause, not just specifically in Bowness, to judge the current infrastructure's capacity to absorb this rapid development on the scale that's currently taking place, with plans to increase the scale. I believe the city may have bypassed certain engineering protocols of investigation to determine whether our infrastructure is capable of handling this exponential growth and increase to our sewers, gray and black water usage. What about sewage treatment plants? Have you looked into their capacity to handle the extra load? The reason I bring up infrastructure and roads is because I think you may have bypassed, or you may be bypassing some fundamental realities in your rush to build or build, 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 to quote my mom. And the consequences come later. Anytime you bypass reality, it generally catches up to you. The proposed trellis development is one more development for the infrastructure to absorb. And that's all.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for anybody on this panel, so thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate your time. And I'm going to see if there's anyone still remaining that's registered. Do we have Denny Robinson? Do we have Morgan Hager? Hi, is this Morgan? Hi there, who just said something?
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Hi, sorry, this is Phil Terry.
This is Phil Terry? Okay, great, we'll get you on this one. Do we have Morgan Hager? How about Dominic Messenchuk? Catherine Davies? Chloe Chan? Emily Krahulik?
Here.
Michael Storozhikov? Justin Similuk?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Hazen Elwood?
I'm here.
Sorry, did someone, Hazen, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And do we have Kendia Wanamaker? All right, we'll go with this panel of 4. Let's start with Emily Krahulik, please.
Hi, Council. My name is Emily Krahulik, and I was born and raised in Northwest Calgary, close to Bowness. I've had a lot of friends who've lived in Bowness, as it was an affordable neighborhood for single parents, newlyweds, and seniors alike. I volunteered in Bowness with moms with young babies, and I'm familiar with the struggles that many people in the community face, as well as the amazing sense of community that the historic neighborhood of Bowness can offer everyone, but especially people who need a village. And in case you're wondering what my favorite shop in Bowness is, it's a Little Shop of Pleasures. Now, Bowness isn't affordable because nothing is. We need more units and amazing nonprofit organizations like Trellis to create units as thoughtfully as they have. The bottom line is we need more housing. It's all well and good to be complaining about playgrounds and parking and trees when you have rent or a mortgage you can afford, and time to complain about affordable housing projects being done not quite the right way. However, there are people working full-time who don't have anywhere to live. There are people in abusive relationships for years longer than they would have to be because they have nowhere to go. There are people like me who were born and raised here who would love to live here forever, who can't because they can't afford it. I urge you to remember that the most important, costly, long-term problem we have right now is that people are homeless, which is kind of a big deal. I urge you to vote for this Trellis project so that we can move on to more important things. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Justin Similuk, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to get this out of the way right at the beginning. It's a super important question and something that speakers have really needed to declare to show their commitments to the area. So, councillors, my favorite businesses and things in Bowness are Bow Cycle, where I bought my bike. Angels is an institution in Calgary and way better than Peter's. Like, I'll go there. Bowness Park was where friends and I would gather to hang out for walks during COVID. And let's be real, we've all had a few too many brewskis at Bowness Pub on a Thursday for that wing and draft night from time to time, haven't we? You don't need to be a lifelong resident in a place to understand the implications of what housing people means. To be honest, you only need to have compassion and not be a monster. Now that the gatekeeping's out of the way, I've been listening to this public hearing off and on, and I want to congratulate you for finally approving more homes than electric vehicle charging advertisements. I've been noticing a trend happening, though. People who came out against RCG rezoning claimed that we needed more affordable housing and more transit-oriented development. Matter of fact, I think it was the Ward 13 councillor who was arguing a couple weeks ago during budget that we need private investor-led transit-oriented development, like exactly the kind we're seeing at Glenmore Landing. So, council, I hope you're being very serious here and not just saying things for the sake of saying them and playing politics. We all got to make some tough decisions and be worth the money from time to time. This project is definitely worth the money. Nathan Schmidt gave an incredibly passionate presentation that outlined exactly how this project is going to improve the lives of Calgarians. 50 units so a woman can get out of an abusive relationship. 50 units so that a child can have a warm place to sleep at night in their own bed. 50 units that can save Calgarians' lives. Yet there's people sitting here that are more worried about walking less than 100 meters to go sit on a swing or that their view of a parade will be lost. The disconnect is revolting. There's some arguing here that they can't use another park because of homeless people or garbage or needles. If you think a park needs to clean up the homeless, which is an abhorrent way to talk about humans, but then how else are you going to do that other than getting people housed? Like, what's the endgame solution here? It's abundantly clear that the opposition doesn't really care about this park, and it's more about trying to exclude projects or people from this area. It couldn't be more obvious than a motion that was brought forward recently by two councillors that directly put this project in its crosshairs. Disgusting. We have the usual suspects as well. Parking, spooky density, and won't somebody please think of all the children? All this stuff is so tiring. Like, if transit sucks and people need to drive, this is your fault. You aren't funding the system enough to make it the preferred choice of travel in the city, which is what the MDP and CTP says you should be doing. If we need more green space, build it. You have the power to do it. Don't make me have to start talking about raise my taxes in a housing presentation. You might want to say that you're just listening to your constituents, your neighborhoods, or your ward, but really that just shows a lack of leadership and bad performative governance, especially from people where there's whispers floating around of mayor aspirations. You need to be uniting around making Calgary a better place for everybody, not just existing homeowners because you think you might score some cheap votes. Housing is something that impacts this entire city, not just the bubble of your ward. Sure, it's easy to just spew off campaign word speak and debates so that social media posts can be fluffed up later, but the reality is that people need homes, not just virtue signaling. You have the opportunity to change lives for the better. Stop failing so badly and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Hazen Elwood.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Rob already took my favorite business. I was going to say Bow Cycle too, but since that one's out of the way, by the way, thanks, Rob. Really great. I'll go with Leopold's Tavern. It's not quite Boness Pub. I wish I went down there, but I did go down there with a few friends a few months ago, and I thought the bus next to there with the kind of quirky little, looks like a patio sort of business is really cool. Anyway, what going there actually taught me before I even knew that this development was happening, although I did see the sign before it got defaced and said, wow, this looks fantastic. And it's affordable. This is incredible. Like, there's no, like, this has to go through, right? This is the perfect place for this, like, just to walk away from not only the schools and the Bow River and all of the above. And, of course, there's the temporary playground there, which we know has already been, we're already committing to fundraise, or I don't know if it's in writing, but I've heard that the city is committing to build just half a block away a new park. I'm not sure if people quite understand how the process works. When we say, oh, you know, leave this one here and then maybe do the housing somewhere else. Unfortunately, we currently have an opportunity to build housing right here and a great opportunity to build the park probably better than it is just a little bit away. We can get both things here, but we're percolating through this never-ending list of politically salient excuses because I don't think we actually want to get both things. And if we do, I really hope that we'll support this. Even just a little bit of a further walk away. We got the skate park. We got just a little bit up the block. We got the other park that's right next to the Bow River that looks about the same size, probably could be bigger, right? This is a fantastic place in the community. This entire discussion reeks. If we do not support this, it's not only going to be disappointing, it's going to be super embarrassing for our city, which is still in a position where people are smacking at the chops to build affordable housing. Apparently, as we've had 4 separate, actually just 3 so far, mixing it up, just 3 agenda items so far in this hearing alone, where there is at least some affordable housing, if not entirely affordable housing, as part of the proposal. If this is what we want to build, then we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and do it. Of course, there's going to be difficulties associated with it, but are we going to fix those, or are we just going to use them as political football? Of course, Bowness is red on the Calgary Equity Index, which Chris Nelson couldn't quite understand. But that's the overall score. If anybody's wondering, not that I think there being too many poor people in Bowness is a great excuse to exclude affordable housing, it's actually at benchmark for access to green space and access to community spaces. And I think with this development, as well as the great work that Trellis is looking forward to doing with the community after they get this proposal through, we might just see the future for this community continues to turn around for a positive direction. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have Philip Terry?
Yes, hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
No, I kind of wanted to kind of reach out. Thanks for taking this time in this call. There's a lot of people on here, and there's a lot of people that have a great passion for it and not for it. Personally myself, I live directly next to the park. I went to the meeting with Trellis to kind of see, and actually the shadowing forecast of that building directly on my front lawn, that's directly me, is actually over 50% of my house will be not even seeing sunshine again. I understand. I don't know where this whole thing flipped around, where we're not in favor of it, or we're not trying to encourage it, we're not trying to help, we're not trying to be communicative humans. It's not about that factor. I think it's about the factor that there's better places for this than an established park. I'm not talking from someone that's living down the street, 15 houses. I'm talking to someone that's going to lose the sunlight coming in the front window. To me, it takes a little bit more precedence. I've into my 2nd generation of kids. This is my 2nd generation of kids that I've raised in that park. My 1st generation is teaching mixed martial arts in Tao of Peace. She's 2 belts out of black belt. I've been a very much part of this community. I'm not saying myself or any one of the people that are around me encouraging this project to go forward not to. I don't know where that misunderstanding come from. We're all human. But ultimately, there are better places to serve the clients that are needed. You're talking about 27 people. I agree, families, so on and so forth. What about the 27 families that are already established there, like myself? I'm not taking it away. I'm not saying anything from that. But, you're talking about context to context. These are children you're taking a park from. These are not adults. These are not understanding what's kind of going on, why there's a park going and there's a building going up. I'm not opposing it, but maybe this is not probably the best place for it. There's a couple of things outside of that I kind of wanted to kind of just bring up. But, this is a hearing of, land use and stuff, and the letter of opposition should be all held as one because it's talking about a user. You can say that, Trellis, I agree, is a building affordable homes for people to afford and stuff like that. But if they can afford rent, afford homes, we're not talking about social housing. We're not talking about mental illness as per se, incarceration, concepts of affordability. Where is the concept of affordability? I'm a full-time telecom. I'm fortunate enough to have a job. I have my wife in school. I have a 2-year-old son, full dependence, and I'm just barely making ends meet myself. And you know what? You're talking about affordable living. I have probably $300-400 a month left after my living, and I'm trying to better my wife and my family and everything by doing it. So it's not opposing to the place. Maybe that location is not probably the best place for it. We're all for the community. We're all for helping. We're all for all of this. But maybe the location is wrong. And I want to make that a point. I think this has gone sidetracked a little bit. We're talking about kids in a park. We're not talking about adults. You're talking about adjacent to me. There's a building going up 20 units high. There's going to be probably a density of 150 people. 2 blocks behind me, there's 75 units going up. If you add those kids into this equation right now, where are they going to play also? My daughter's in school. It's overpopulated. She's in the 32 class range. That's in Our Lady of Assumption. We're talking 32 kids in grade 9. Has anyone done an analysis on what it's going to impact the schools, how it's going to impact just the general demographic of how you're going to put these kids in school now that's already not... My daughter is now not even get taught in a proper way because there's not enough teachers. So I really want to stress it. Has this been really thought out? You know what I mean? And I'm talking taking 50% of my sunlight out of my home that I slept on the streets in Olympic Park when I first came here in 1998, and I slept there for a month, and this is my first house. And now all of a sudden, I have no choice in what I'm going to say. I'm being kind of looked at as if it's a bad thing to give my opinion that I'm going to lose not only the park for my family, but all the sunlight that's ever going to come in my front door again, you know, and the impact is what it's going to do on the infrastructure here itself. Yes, it's on a main vein.
Mr. Terry,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You are at time.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking the time. That's
no
it.
problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for this panel, and I don't see anybody in the queue with questions, so I want to thank the 4 of you for joining us today. I'm going to put out... Hi. Hi,
no,
who's
sorry,
on the
that
line?
was my wife. That was my wife. Sorry about that.
That's okay. You should probably hang up. Okay, so I'm going to put out a last call. There's a few other people registered. I've called them before. Is there anybody left on the line for this item? It's 7.2.24.
Hello? Hi, it's Catherine Davies.
Catherine Davies, okay. Anybody else?
Hello, Corbin Reading.
Wanamaker?
Okay, I think I heard Wanamaker and I heard... Okay. Corbin. Didn't we already have you speak?
No, yeah.
Is that a different item? Okay. I'm on that list either. Hang on. Sorry, everybody. Just making sure I've got all the names right. Corbin O'Reilly, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're speaking on this item as well?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like I've got Catherine Davies, I've got Kendia Wanamaker, I've got Corbin O'Reilly. Is there anybody else on the line wishing to speak to 7.2.24? Okay, so when I call your name, it'll be your turn. You'll have 5 minutes. If I don't call your name, you need to be on mute, please. So everybody mute right now. Someone's not muted. Okay, let's try this. Catherine Davies, please.
Hi, good evening, or good late afternoon, I suppose. I wasn't going to call in on this item, but I followed yesterday's meeting on and off, and I was, I'll say I was troubled by some of the opposition to the project. And I have all the sympathy in the world for people whose lives and neighborhoods are changing, but throughout the past year in these housing debates that we've had, there's been pretty strong consensus. The one thing that we can agree on as a city is that we desperately need affordable housing and that we should be using vacant city land for this purpose. I want to share that a couple of weeks ago, someone posted in my neighborhood Buy Nothing group on Facebook, and they said they were looking for a crock pot. I happened to have one that I'd gotten from the same Buy Nothing group and that I had never used. And so I offered to pass it along. And so this person messaged me and thanked me for passing this on, and she said she was collecting things for a family that is moving into a trailer and they need a way to cook food. And I will say that my blood ran cold when I read this, and I can't stop thinking about what this family is going through, how destabilizing this must be for the children that are moving out of whatever home they are in. They're working to stay warm in a trailer. They're making dinner without a proper kitchen. And with this in mind, it is galling to listen to the debate on this project. I mean, what kind of society are we that we are debating this at all? We have thousands of individuals and families in this city living in precarious housing situations, and yet we fight tooth and nail against any and all new housing on what are frankly spurious grounds. Let's build this housing with as much haste as we can muster. Kids need playgrounds, but kids need housing more. One does not preclude the other. Let's get to the business of creating housing.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Kendia Wanamaker.
Hi, Council. I'm sorry everyone has to stay late, and I'm sorry I've lost my voice. It's important to speak on. I believe in affordable housing, but I've heard this hundreds of times across the dozen or so council meetings I've watched, and I'm sure you've heard it thousands of more times than me. I would say don't let perfection get in the way of progress, but that would be a disservice to this proposal. It aligns with the ARP, it aligns with the TOD, and it truly provides affordable units designed for families near the organization's already existing services. I think it is easy to see two opposing sides and want to find a compromise, but I put it to you that Trellis's proposal is the compromise. It is clear they love this community. Their compromises include 4 stories with a 5-story setback, ample parking for residents who don't own cars, fundraising for a new park half a block away, and a beautiful design while still achieving their mandate of providing affordable homes. They navigated 3 levels of government to secure funding to make this project viable. Those opposed don't seem to compromise. They start from no and find reasons to oppose any change on the lot. This debate is being posed as a park versus 50 affordable homes, but I'm confused. Because this is not the decision at hand, the city has already sold the land. If this project fails, Trellis, a nonprofit organization who has already sunk quite a bit of money into this project, would likely have to sell the land to recoup the losses. Trellis has a goal of adding 250 affordable home units to the city with a focus on housing families. What would be the impact to the momentum of this project fails? There's a goal of adding, there were concerns raised about the cost of moving a park over a block. Some estimating it would cost tens of thousands of dollars, but I would guess moving the Trellis project to a different site would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and risk millions of dollars in funding from the various levels of government. The decision, from my understanding, is between supporting Trellis, an organization that cares about the community immensely, and building 250 affordable homes for families, or stifle this and end up with a privately developed lot. Of course, the city could rebuy the lot and officially make it a park. I wonder how much the market value of this lot would be. There's a lot next to me that could support 50 plus units, and it's going for $3.2 million. Would the city spend this to reacquire the lot? Would you also buy the lot next to me so I can have a private lot in ample light? How much money is too much money to oppose affordable housing? Thank you.
Thank you, and I think it's Kendra. I'm sorry I wrote it down wrong. Apologies for that. Let's go to Corbin O'Reilly.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, friends beyond the binary, and all Calgarians. I'm calling in today as a young 27-year-old representing Strong Towns, Calgary, a community of over 70 members dedicated to responsible development and sound fiscal policy for the city of Calgary. My favorite business in Bowness is Tao of Peace Martial Arts, as it was brought up, which taught me as a kid not only Hapkido martial arts, but kindness, respect, and important life philosophy. I want you guys to house people and streamline future non-market housing initiatives, as do our members. When people are given the opportunity of housing, it uplifts the entire economy, supporting not only local businesses, but the tax base and the unlimited potential those future people hold by having a stable footing in life. Support this and support thy neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions for the panelists, so thanks very much for taking the time to join us tonight. Is there anyone left who's wishing to speak to 7.2.24?
Hi, I'm Michael Strajikov. I signed up and didn't get confirmation. Was wondering if you have me on the list.
I do. Hang on the line there. Is there anyone else left to speak to 7.2.24? All right, Michael, go ahead, please.
Yeah, awesome. Hi, Mayor and councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm glad this all technically worked out. And I appreciate how long this meeting has run and how many perspectives we've heard from. I haven't been able to follow all of it, but I have, because of this meeting, remembered how much I love the chicken omnibus in Bowness. I went and celebrated my birthday there once with my parents, and I really loved it. It's also just about 2 blocks away from the site, and I wanted to focus on the site, which so many people have said is not the right place, and it just reminds me of all the dozens and probably hundreds of hearings where we've heard that something isn't the right place for affordable housing, for desperately needed development that we need to be doing exponentially more of, as many speakers have said, exponentially more of than we are doing right now. We're very lucky to have this proposal in front of us. We're very lucky that all these organizations want to propose such great ideas to council, and we need to take advantage of that. All the conversations we've had over my several years of following council, all the conversations we've had about fiscal responsibility and climate action and truly affordable housing, all of them have basically unanimous support for exactly this kind of development, and that's why I'm here to speak in support of it. This is an absolutely fantastic project within really close walking distance to the primary transit network, tons of service, and a really, really wonderful community that I believe, despite what some speakers have said today, that should be honored to have this housing as part of it and to welcome it into their community. I would love to welcome this housing into my community if it was being proposed near me. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you so much. Won't keep you waiting longer. Vote yes for this, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I don't see any questions in the queue for you, so thanks for taking the time today. Let me ask, final call, anyone waiting to hear or to speak to item 7.2.24?
I'll be the first one to tell you that because of...
Okay, someone needs to hang up. So if you're on the phone bridge, we can hear you, and it would be great if you could hang up, please. Thank you. I don't see or hear anybody else interested in speaking to this item, so I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. I'm going to turn to questions of administration. We'll start with Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I actually don't have any questions for you. I'm hoping that either GM Hamilton or Director Campbell are on the line. And what I'll do is I'll pose the question and hopefully someone can answer it. Yesterday, the applicant mentioned they received confirmation of the park going on either the west or east of this proposed parcel. I would like confirmation, and I think council needs confirmation that that is actually going on, because I've got 0 emails in my inbox about a park being replaced.
Councillor Sharp, I've asked Deborah Hamilton to come on the line, and Keith Parker is on the line as well, and I am also here to support. Okay. We are both more than able to speak to the upgrades that are being proposed. The establishment of a new park, I think, is not the wording that we're using here. The commitment was to provide upgrades to the 2 existing spaces. And so I can wait to summon her here. Just apologies, I didn't realize you would be specifically wanting to ask GM Hamilton.
Well, I would like to, the applicant said they received an email that there was confirmation of a park replacement. That was the words used yesterday. And I have received zero other than the park optimization work that's being done. There has been zero communication with my office in the last week on a replacement of this playground. And so that also was mentioned at Calgary Planning Commission. It was a question posed. And so it is a big deal. It's probably going to hinder a vote or not, or one. And I'd like to know that. So if it was part of an agreement, I would suggest that all members of council should know from administration that that's happened, but I can't even verify or validate that because I have nothing.
Right, so I can confirm that Director Hamilton is here, but the details of this is really, as your office knows, has been worked out with open spaces and with planning here. So for my team here, that is here before us, I wanted to say that this is not and has never been the establishment of a new park. The work that is going on, was put up, that were parks upgrades and work that the open spaces team is working on, is in alignment with exactly what you just said, which is that we would be doing upgrades. And the commitment that the applicant has said that they have received from us is that we have committed to accepting the contribution that they have been talking about and have committed to providing to the City of Calgary.
Okay, so I want to clarify one thing. I didn't say park upgrades. I'm talking about playground replacement.
So the exact features, et cetera, that will happen with those funding is ongoing. The what the features are, et cetera, will be done. I do not think that we're in a position to say exactly what that investment will look like, but the commitment to the investment is there, which is exactly what the applicant said yesterday.
Okay, it's just a little bit disappointing to really not get assurance on a replacement of the playground, which I will, please don't interrupt the hearing. But my other question is, there was a parcel to the west that was suitable, and I'm not sure if I can get confirmation from anyone in administration. If we were to have looked at the parcel to the west where we're talking about the park, new playground, it would have been, I would say, instigated by a notice of motion that I would have had to bring. And so I just wanted to ask administration if they could confirm that would, if the applicant was willing to do that, that was the first order of business for a change in location, would be a notice of motion to redesignate or sell the land, at market value to a provider. So I believe someone from Reds could probably answer that.
So I've asked for real estate. I will begin. What is before us today is not a matter of real estate, which is why our real estate and development services is not on the line right now. The details of the real estate transaction that has taken place between the applicant and the City of Calgary is not party to this land use.
So has the transaction been completed?
The City of Calgary currently owns the parcel on title. The method, sale, et cetera, of this parcel is between the applicant and the Real Estate and Development Services Department.
Okay, well, I think there's an issue with that, but I will stop there. Regarding the park, if someone can answer this question, with removing the playground, and there's the alignment, I guess you can say the metrics in the ARP or the ASP is 1.5 hectares per 1,000 per person. And then the MDP says it's 2.0 per hectares per 1,000 people. Which would take precedent?
I'll turn that over to Courtney. Ms. Stengel.
I'm also going to bring something up. Councillor Sharp, I've given you a lot of latitude, but I'm also concerned that what you're looking for in terms of what is the deal between the applicant.
No, I'm asking an MDP ASP question. It's in the ASP. That's been dropped. A park question that's a playground. It's a playground, and so the playground's going to be going. I would just like to know what takes precedent, an ASP or an MDP when it comes to metrics. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So the MDP does state that the goal is 2.0 hectares per 1,000 people. The Bowness area does exceed that and does not include this space as a park space in that calculation.
Thank you very much. Maybe Ms. Goldstein, you can answer this question. If this does fail today, what will the city do to support an application like this?
Are you saying, will the city reoffer the parcel? I cannot comment on what the next steps are in the non-market land transfer program.
Perfect, thank you. I am done.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. There has been some commentary that this was an expedited timeline, and I am just curious if it has been an expedited timeline for this non-market project. Is that aligning with the same process that Council has set forward as part of the housing strategy and other parcels through the non-market land sale?
This file would have been considered a priority file, which does align with Council's direction. A priority file means that it goes to the front of the line when we're doing our review. I wouldn't say it was necessarily expedited. It did follow the same procedures as other files would, going from CPC to Council, for example, but it was considered a priority file.
Similar to other non-market files that we are looking at?
Correct.
Okay. Where is the next, I look on the map and the next nearest playground is 1.5 blocks away. Is that correct? That's a playground space?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to ask a question, I'm not sure if planning knows this. The average lifespan when we talk about parks and playgrounds is about 20 years, and confirming this playground is 20 years old. Do we have a condition assessment on this playground? Do we know if it's at end of life cycle?
I believe it is nearing the end of its life cycle, yes.
Okay, so even if it were to remain a park space, it would need significant capital to upgrade it. And so through Parks Optimization Plan, which Council actually put, I think, almost $50 million in, thank you, Council, we would evaluate that and evaluate the metrics of number of playgrounds per children in a community. So it's possible even through some of those metrics, this may fall off the list based on age and state and condition.
I'm not entirely sure where this one would land on this list, but it would have to be evaluated due to its age, yes.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Marion. You can rule whether this question is appropriate or not, but during the conversations from the public were questioning why we saw people, if I can say, whether doing geological or environmental or whatever digs in the land. Is that appropriate now, being that the land use hasn't been decided on?
It is common for studies to need to be done at various stages throughout the development continuum, and it is something that is allowable without a permit and is something that is acceptable.
And would, on behalf of the city, being it's a city-owned land?
Correct. I'm not sure if it was on behalf of the city or on behalf of the Trellis Society, but studies are needed to understand the parcel in its entirety, and it is certainly something that's acceptable to do.
Okay. The other question I was going to ask is that we heard many times from the community residents there about all the different activity going on leading up to this point. Is it appropriate to notify the community again who they're doing this on behalf of? And in other words, this is city land being done by Trellis and Lola or whoever else. Is that appropriate to notify the public who's actually doing the work on behalf of who during the consultation?
It wouldn't be standard for us to notify the public when studies are happening. It's just typical procedure for the work to be done. It's not something that requires a permit or notification or anything like that.
Okay. The reason I asked the question because I think there's a lot of confusion back there. All the different players in the game, who's who in the zoo, and who's doing what on behalf of whom. So that makes it a little difficult for some of us to understand that narrative there. Okay. The last question I've got is that right now, Bowness is still part of the South Shaganappy LAP conversation, correct? And so we're still applying the old
Sorry, Boness is not. I was
sorry.
nodding because I was listening, not in agreement that it was part of the South Shaganappy. Sorry for that.
So the point being is still part of the Boness ARP. Is that
Correct, yes.
So all the decisions are based upon that ARP as well as based upon succeeding or preceding documents like the MDP and so on and so forth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's also based upon statistics, like demographics that we know today based upon the old ARP, correct?
Our review is based on council-approved policy, which does include the ARP and the MDP.
And the census data that was done in 2019 as opposed to where census is today and where it's going to be going tomorrow.
We do include the census data in our report, yes, but the census data does not necessarily drive our decision. It's based off of the council-approved policy.
Okay. Okay. I guess where I'm having trouble with is, again, just some of the different players in the game, plus the facts and the information that's in the game, and really what people really have a true understanding of where we are today and what decisions we're making as to where we're going forward, especially when the lands are still our lands. And if this either does get approved or doesn't get approved, what happens with this? Because Trellis has made a significant investment to this, and there's an obligation, obviously, in their part to move forward on it. So just the factor in transition is bothersome to me. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. I'm actually more and more confused the more I hear. Who's the applicant? Is it the City of Calgary?
The City of Calgary is the current landowner. The applicant is, let me just double check the report. In this case, the applicant was
Lola Architecture.
Was Lola Architecture on behalf of Trellis Society.
On behalf of the city?
The city does give their permission to have the application as it is under the process of disposition. So the city is the owner, but the applicant is Lola Architecture on behalf of Trellis Society.
Yeah. Anyways, I've been confused.
Councillor Chabot, if you give me just 1 second, Ms. Goldstein wants to weigh in, but we have to turn off, I'm turning off the presenter mics. Actually, you have to turn them off for me. Thank you.
The City of Calgary, in development approvals, cannot process an application without consent of the landowner. So when we receive an application, like the one before you from Lola, if they are not the named landowner on title, they're required to submit the title with their application package. We would request a letter that consents from that landowner that what they're applying for and what they are proposing through their application, they consent to the city reviewing that. This is the condition that we're talking about today. The City of Calgary is on the title and has consented through the real estate transaction that Lola apply on the landowner's behalf. The landowner, the future landowner that purchased is in the purchase agreement is Trellis.
So the future landowner, not the current landowner?
Lola works for Trellis, and Trellis is in a sales agreement with the City of Calgary. The City of Calgary consented for Lola to apply on Trellis's behalf.
Okay. Like I said, the more I hear, the more confusing it sounds. So I heard something today, or actually just in the last couple of days, about a site that had been identified for upgrades, which to me implies upgrade to a park means it's already a park. So it's going to get new equipment. Is this in fact a playground that we're talking about, this other site?
So what the upgrades may be have not been determined at this stage.
That's not my question. Forgive me for interrupting. My question is not whether or not what is going to go there. My question is simply, is there playground equipment on that site?
Which site? The receiving site or the site that we're talking about
No,
for this application?
Receiving site.
The receiving site does not have a playground on it right now.
Okay. So we're talking about an undeveloped site. Has that been considered as part of this potential application, or I'm trying to rationalize why this site and not that alternate site as opposed to this way, right? We're talking about eliminating a playground to upgrade a playground.
So that other site is identified as a park. and it is identified as municipal reserve. So that site is different than this one, where the ARP does identify the subject site of this application as residential and does envision it as a future residential site. So although they both have grass on them and they both appear as green spaces, they are not identified as being the same thing within our planning policies.
Now we're talking about a redesignation of these lands?
Correct.
Could we not do that with MR or MSR or SSPR?
Well, we could do a redesignation on lands. It is very different to redesignate municipal reserve. It's not something that we typically see. It's a very different process.
Okay, I think that answers all the questions I need answered.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. My understanding is that council approved the disposition of non-market land sales, that this was part of the tranche of at council on November 1st of 2022. Am I correct in that? I believe it went through IPC and was discussed in camera, and I believe it was on the consent agenda and we all approved it.
This is, before we go down this path, we are not talking about the disposition of this. This is about a land use today. And so the parcel, the disposition, the sale, the approvals leading up to today, what is noted in the reports is what is in support of the land use. There is no additional like re-litigating or any part of that transaction.
I'm just trying to get a sense of how long this has been since council said, you know, we are trying to put city-owned land into the pipeline to get housing built. There was a question about how long this has taken to get here.
In November 2023.
2023, okay. Okay, so we're about a year to get to this point. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover for this item, please. Councillor Spencer, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My favorite bonus business is Cadence Coffee Shop. I've enjoyed visiting that many times. The Trellis Affordable Housing Project in Bowness is a critical initiative to address Calgary's pressing housing crisis. This project aligns with the city's housing strategies, and it emphasizes housing supply and targeting missing portions of our housing continuum. This is all about Calgarians. This is all about people that need this support right now. Calgary is grappling with significant challenges. We've all heard the stats. Rent and home prices have risen dramatically. People are feeling the pressure. Projects like the one Trellis are endeavoring to do right now are essential to bridge the gap and meet the needs of residents across the spectrum. The Trellis project embodies thoughtful, sustainable urban planning. It provides not only affordable homes, but also contributes to the long-term community resilience. I'm genuinely impressed as I've talked to them about the way this is perceived to embed. I love the fact of, going a little off script here, I love the fact that they're talking about making sure that there's a permanent interface with the community to ensure that they are the best neighbors possible. Research shows that affordable housing projects don't necessarily diminish property values or community aesthetics. Instead, when they're thoughtfully done, they actually enhance economic stability. They create inclusive communities where individuals and families can thrive, and that includes businesses and all the stakeholders that make up a community. Opposition to this project, those videos, wow, like, it's interesting to me, though, that so much of this has come back to a lot of the same pathways for opposition: infrastructure, traffic, concerns about the loss of the park really do hit me in a way. When I think about my street, I think about the park down the street from me and the impacts, especially if I still had young kids, and how that would change the way I live my life. I want the residents of Bowness to know that we will take this seriously. Your local councillor is taking this seriously, the city is taking this seriously, and Trellis will take it seriously. I'm comforted by the fact that there are conversations going on while they have yet to land about where else we can make investments in green spaces to encourage the best that Calgary has to offer. By approving this project, we're affirming Calgary's commitment to inclusivity, sustainability, and equity. It's exactly projects like this that enable us to meet the housing crisis head on and ensure every Calgarian has a safe and affordable place to call home. And just as I close the open, I just wanted to say amazing video chops. As someone who is a bit of a hobbyist video maker at times, highlighting things in my neighborhood before I got here. I love that you care about the neighborhood the way that you do. My simple way I would like to close today is I genuinely look at Bowness as not a neighborhood of need and of want, but as a neighborhood that lives the aspirations that calls the best out of Calgarians. The fact that you are able to welcome all Calgary in the way that you do, all the way up the continuum, the socioeconomic ladder, makes you rich in a way that other neighborhoods have yet to experience and to endeavor to be a part of. So I celebrate you even in this, what feels for many of you a moment of pain. I genuinely believe this is a part of your long-term legacy, and I applaud anyone supporting setting a longer table and increasing the welcome of this already very welcoming neighborhood. Open.
Before I look for a seconder, I just want to get general consent from everyone that we will finish this item before we do the dinner break. No one opposed to that? Thank you for that. Who's going to second this? Councillor Penner? Go ahead. Okay, all right. Councillor Sharp, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I rewrote this like probably a half a dozen times since yesterday. So what I want to say, first of all, thank you for everyone being here, Trellis applicants and Bonesians, and those that spoke for and against. This debate that I'm going to put forward is not about opposing affordable housing. And no one is actually opposing affordable housing. And I do have to state something, that I am a bit appalled by the accusations at the community voices against this application, that they were either racist or elitist, and I will pull the tape. These are your average Calgarians who are using their voices to advocate for a beloved community playground. And yes, those were children. Almost every single speaker, even those opposed, said that they were supportive of this application in Bowness, just not on this playground. When council looks at land use applications, now this is process, folks, we are looking at the use, not the user. So let's talk about the use. This parcel was originally zoned up to 4 units as RC2. After blanket rezoning, it was approved, which was approved in April, it would be allowed for 30 units. The application you see in front of you is up to 50, increased to 46 units on this parcel. It would have been allowed for 2 to 3 stories and now proposed for 5. This is about a community playground that's going to 50 units. The applicant, I feel, has been set up for failure by the city by giving them a parcel that needed a rezoning application on a piece of land that contains a playground. We might have had a conversation around that, but they were not in the picture. These parcels come with proper land uses, and they should come with proper land uses with providers like Trellis. Instead, we treat affordable housing providers just like any other developer with an approved shortened timeline to navigate a process that's convoluted. But nothing is that simple, because anyone could have seen this coming. Are the other playgrounds in the area? Yes, but this playground is important for the families who live nearby. Council is actually going to be setting the precedent removing playgrounds for housing because it makes planning policy sense. Both are essential to our communities, and if administration can't find a better way to deal with affordable housing, then I will be bringing something forward. But what I see in front of us today is actually wrong. There are many other city-owned parcels in Bowness and across the city that would have been a better process and experience for the applicant than what they actually experienced in the community. And I know they didn't have a good experience. Some of you actually are saying provincial funding is at risk. But let me remind you, that funding will not evaporate. It could be transferred to another project or another parcel. And in fact, it has already happened. The funding from the province was initially awarded to Trellis for an entirely different site in Bowness as their hub location. Mayor, you were in that meeting with me and Trellis in 2022. That site also failed, and then funding was reactively pushed to this parcel, which is fascinating. The process, I feel, has actually failed the applicant, and this actually serves of something that we shouldn't be doing: the time, the cost, the energy from both the applicant and this community. As the ward councillor, my office and I have done everything we can do to work with the applicant and the community to ensure information was shared, expectations were understood, and all options were put on the table. It blows my mind that I heard we would replace the playground and find out we're really not. We're just working on green space upgrades. I was elected to represent my communities, and I will always put them first. This is a principle I actually take very seriously, and I know that the one late Dale Hodges upheld this during his time in this seat. His widow was so passionate about saving this small piece of community, she wrote an op-ed about it, knowing her husband would have never let this happen. So for full transparency, I will let everyone know here, I did ask the CEO, GM of Planning, and Director of REDS to help me find a different parcel. I was ready to bring a notice of motion forward. And fair enough, the applicant did not want to pursue that because of how much time and difficult process it would cost. And I know it's not in front of us today, but I needed everyone to understand it. Regardless if this passes or fails, it fails the applicant, the community, and the future use and users of this parcel. And mark my words, I will be meeting with the CAO to debrief on how this whole process went. In close, I will say this. Just because it meets planning policy and paper does not always make sure that it makes planning sense. This is a parcel that is just too small for this application. And again, it's not opposing affordable housing. I've supported that and will continue to support affordable housing. What I cannot support is misleading information of replacing a playground and a recommendation that has now torn this community apart.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
The place that I'll start with is really that in many ways, the discussion around whether or not this is supporting or not supporting affordable housing has been a really interesting one to listen to. As someone who's been working directly with affordable housing providers for a very long time in various capacities through advocacy or with the fact that simply they were my students. And I had to actually work directly with a lot of these different providers as I was the teacher for the students that were living in their homes to get them to navigate the space of the public education system. Is the reality is that you are, even if you don't think you are, opposing affordable housing because this process, the ways that we actually go about seeing affordable housing built comes from the situation that we're in right now. Non-market land sales, suitable parcels that are serviceable, that have places for people to live, have access to roads, have access to transit, have access to businesses, have access to jobs, access to parks. These types of parcels are not so easily available on the market at the scale that we require. And so when I hear people say things like, oh, there's a better location somewhere else, the chances are there probably is a better location somewhere else, and it's under review and likely going through the non-market land sale process itself to be dispossessed to a nonprofit provider to build affordable housing there, because we are so short that this process is never going to be we'll build one and we are done. We are going to be working through these pieces of land one by one. And so I understand the idea that people will come and they will say, well, we're just protecting this piece of land. It's not about affordable housing. But I always tell everybody the same thing. That is the story we end up hearing every single time a project like this comes forward, is that it's not about affordable housing. We're protecting this piece of land. And that is the same story every development that we see. And so the impact is that everyone claims that they're not saying things like not in my backyard. But if it's not supposed to be here, then I'm not going to reiterate anything that has already been said. I'll reference and I'll quote the ideas that people have literally said that it shouldn't be in Bowness, it should be in another community. That is the story of every community. So if you do oppose this, even if it is for the altruistic beliefs of protecting the park and not believing that there's a fair trade-off in the revitalization of other green spaces, it is opposing affordable housing because it is this right here that's going to make the next trellis project more expensive. It is this right here that's going to make sure that these homes don't get built. And it's this right here that's going to determine whether or not people want to continue trying to do this if this is the battle that they have to take to build homes for people. I understand the process isn't perfect. I would never pretend it was. But I know that a part of the problem is that people have to defend the building of this type of housing at every opportunity, even when there's a fair and appropriate trade-off on the table, which is what we're seeing today. So with that, I am happy to support.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next speaker, I know that there's probably going to be people that are wanting to vote against the item, but not against keeping things confidential. So I'll make sure we call 1 and 2 separately. Okay. All right, let's go to Councillor Petter.
Thanks. I'm happy to support this application. The use on this application is housing. And houses belong in communities where people can build their lives and where they can connect with community. I think to the comments that we should be rezoning land on behalf of applicants is a false narrative because the sector knows what they need. And so letting applicants come forward with their needs is really the best chance of success that we give them. That within their parameters, within their capacity, they are identifying how they can best serve their clients. To the community, I will say this. I have been through playground rebuilds, and I have championed the playground optimization program. And I hate the name of the program because it sounds awful, but it is actually the chance for community to build amenities in their neighborhood that suit the people who are living there. It gives you service and access, and it gives your kids a chance to participate in the design. This is an opportunity for a community building collaborative experience. I can tell you at 20 years old, the city would be looking at removing that playground, and I know that is hard because I have been through this with my communities. But at the end of the day, what is so important is that we come down to building neighborhoods where people have a chance to thrive. And we know that housing first strategies work. So I'm happy to support this application. And if councillors are unhappy with the process of non-market land disposition, they need to bring it somewhere else, not on this application. They need to let that stand alone and aside and revise the process appropriately, but not take umbrage with a particular application at the last minute.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start by saying thank you to Trellis. What you're proposing in terms of the types of units and suites are definitely needed, especially the 3-bedroom multi-generational type of units. And secondly, thank you for putting together the units that will be available to those that are definitely in need. My comments are really on the process more than anything else, as opposed to non-market disposition or this land use. The process itself, we spent a lot of hours here, with the applicant, with the community, with different housing advocates, and quite frankly, we got sidetracked on issues that we all know the difference about. We all know about the need for housing and the housing supply. We all know the need to provide affordable housing for people in desperate situations. We all know that. And I hate to say that we've been lectured here by a lot of the public that we don't need to be lectured. We know. More importantly, we also know that we have a duty of responsibility to ensure that the decisions we make are based upon evidence and fact, based on rational thoughts, based on bylaws and policies, and not just on ideology. So again, trust that we are going to make the right choices. I'm also concerned about the fact of engagement and consultation here. The fact that, as Councillor Penna just said, if we have an issue or a process, take it out sideways, elsewhere, and which is why we have a notice of motion that was approved by council, funded by council on engagement. if the community really knew exactly what this project was all about, who the participants are, what the process was, what the information facts were, I don't think we would be in a situation where they're here doubting what's going on. So again, my argument is not about land use. I think the land use is probably appropriate. I applaud Trellis for coming in here, Lola for being the applicant. I applaud them for doing that. But we have a problem here. When we spend like 4 hours debating something that should have been a lot easier if the process was a lot better, and clarity to Councillor. Sure, thank you. I do this again. I always get this absence of names. But, you know, the council sharp is a ward councillor. The ward councillor should know the best what this application is all about, all the ins and outs and all the nuances associated with that. And the fact that she's struggling with this makes it hard for us to keep up with her. So again, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Sharp in that I think we spent a little bit too much time talking about the user and not the use. But just purely on what the use is, I find this application easy to support. It's ARP compliant. It's going to be less high than the ARP even calls for. And this is a main road. And we've had so many conversations. We talked about this in 19th Street in your area, which is a major connector. This is Bowness Road. Like, we see higher intensity developments along these main roads. And so it's just a challenging change to go through when you're a neighborhood in transition, which Bowness is, to have these things. My main question to Trellis when I spoke to them was just about the playground. Like, is there going to be a playground somewhere else? Where is the nearest playground? What kind of upgrades are available? And I felt that those were answered to my satisfaction. I will also agree with Councillor Penner that generally, like, we can't just zone these perfectly for the applicants who might come forward, because we just don't know what they're going to want, and there just has to be a rezoning. Most of the parcels that are given are not really the correct zoning for housing, and so there has to be some kind of to me, like, even if this was a market proposal, it's appropriate. The fact that it's affordable, it shouldn't really be changing anyone's mind, in my opinion. But with that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra.
I guess I'll just start off by saying I agree with Councillor Meehan's debate that, use, not the user. And I agree that, this meets the policy for the area. And if this was a market proposal, I'd be supporting this. I will also point out that we sit around this horseshoe every month, and we address places where the policy that we have, either high-level policy or local policy, and this particular proposal conforms to both our high-level policy and our local policy, doesn't conform with the current entitlement on the ground. And that's what we do every month. And we try and rectify that. I will also note that, as someone who represents Ward 9, which is an older part of the city, there are green spaces all over this city that have grass growing on them that people have sort of moved into that aren't parks. And I agree with Councillor Meehan that, when you are doing the sensitive work of taking a piece of land that people sort of see as open space or green space and converting it to a use that meets policy, you got to be sensitive about that. And I think the idea of building higher quality playgrounds within a block is a great solution. And, council has funded that, and we will do that. I'll also note, I agree that Dale Hodges never would have let this happen. But we wouldn't be sitting around this table talking about it. He would have pulled it from the non-market sale, right? This land was agreed to by this council as a good opportunity to put into use, and we supported that. And now, a year of hard work later, it's before us, and there's, more years of work before people are actually housed. I will dither a little bit with Councillor Meehan and say, that we are in a housing crisis, and that housing crisis is that we don't have enough homes for everyone who's crushing into the city, and we certainly don't have enough homes for people who are on the lowest ends of our economic ladder. And we are running a nation-leading program by identifying surplus city-owned lands and putting it into use. And it can't be this kind of battle every time. And it requires leadership from this council, not only to put them into play, but to also work with our communities and say, look, I'm sorry this was a playground for many years. It was here for a good time, but not forever. And now it's going to do what we've collectively agreed and what is the law of the land in terms of what it should be doing. I hope this isn't a hard debate at the end of the day for this council. I hope this doesn't squeeze through. I hope this is right in the wheelhouse of what exactly we're intending to do and what we've committed to do through all the policy that we've passed and all the laws we passed. And I'm sorry to the community who are upset about this, but I also think that you're going to get a better playground or playgrounds out of this, and work with your local councillor and work with the applicant and work with the city to make that happen. And welcome the new neighbors, because they will be very happy to be Bonesians. And I agree with Councillor Spencer's debate from before that Bowness is one of those special places where all of Calgary lives together. I take a lot of pride in Ward 9 neighborhoods being those kinds of places too. I'm happy to support this. I hope you will as well.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Councillor Sharp for your passionate debate on this matter, and the idea that somehow Council was united in the disposition of some of these green spaces, these playgrounds specifically, is patently false. I would say there's several of us that actually did not support the disposition of some of these playgrounds, and maybe even specifically this one, although I can't discuss what happened in camera discussions. Found some of the debate interesting. Myself and my staff and administration recently went for a tour of playgrounds in my ward, because what we had identified through our investigation is that most of the playground equipment in my ward were in excess of 25 years. In fact, many of the playgrounds that we went to, the equipment was not only 30 plus years old, there was several instances of playground equipment that was 40 plus years old. So the idea that somehow 20-year-old equipment must be replaced, to me, I find interesting. I would wish I had 20-year-old equipment in all of my playgrounds. The idea of the disposition of playgrounds specifically, for me, has always been challenging. And some of you know that many years ago, I fought for and was able to convince council to preserve some green space in an area that I used to represent, that Councillor Craw now represents. I'm talking about David D'Outen specifically. And the reason that I fought for that playground was not because there wasn't 10% of green space. In fact, we were told there was an excess of 10% green space. I fought for the preservation of a structured green space. Why? Not only because I thought it was necessary for those local residents, but because as we intensified our use, we increased our population, I knew that there would be a need for more green space, not less. There's plenty of examples where we've actually redesignated lands to accommodate affordable housing, or to allow non-market developers to actually develop lands in a much less onerous process than what has currently been undergone on this site. I'll give you two examples. The Whitehorn parking lot specifically, which was a no-brainer. Again, close to transit, close to amenities, very simple, easy process to even accelerate, to move from land use change to breaking ground to a project that's well underway. Franklin atrium, or Franklin parking lot, specifically the LRT station on the south side, again, simple, easy process. Lands that were surplus were not green space. Those are the kind of lands that we should be targeting to redesignate, not taking away playgrounds. If there's alternate sites, those are the ones that we should be targeting first and foremost. We should be preserving as much of our playgrounds as possible, because, like I said, as we increase our intensity of use, we will need more playgrounds, not fewer. Surely there must be better options than this. I don't think this is an ideal site, regardless of the fact that it's within residential. For me, it's about loss of playground space, green space. especially green space that's utilized and structured to accommodate a play area. Anyways, I can't support this application. Not that I'm opposed to affordable housing. Those of you who are on council know that not only do I support it, I actually moved the recommendation because Councillor Craw was not here on the Franklin one, as an example. So the idea that somehow I'm opposed to affordable housing, it's laughable.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Sharp. Sorry, Councillor Spencer.
All good.
Forgive
All
me.
good. To say we're going through growing pains as a city would be a vast understatement. So to those that are embroiled in the challenge, thank you to the Trellis team for right out of the gate attempting to be the best neighbor possible, and I wish you all the best, if successful, to continue that journey and to win people to your cause and to build a bigger table. I look forward to celebrating that hopefully in the future. To administration that's navigating all of these difficult trade-offs, thank you for your due diligence and your hard work. You have brought us integrated solutions to the challenges we are facing. Thank you for public transit access. Thank you for pushing the envelope on resilient design. Thank you for ensuring that conversations about scaling our infrastructure investments are included in these conversations, and we're continuing to talk about livability and investing in things like green spaces. Thank you, Council, for $50 million to do that. Addressing housing is not just a choice, it's a necessity. Lots of blame to go around about why it's so hard. I just would encourage Council to be dedicated to the task and to try and encourage Calgarians to come on the journey instead of looking for antagonisms. Proud to support this. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please. And I should clarify, we're voting on number 1 first.
Councillor Penner, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Spencer, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. All votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 9-5 with Councillors McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Let's go to the second one. It's before you. Please go to eScribe.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 297D, 2024. Anyone opposed? Councillor Wong, Councillor Chu, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Chabot are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 297D, 2024. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 297D, 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 297D, 2024. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. We will now take dinner break. What time do we come back at? 35, right? I'm a little concerned about that. So it's taken us almost 2 hours to do this item. The next item has about as many speakers. So I'm going to respectfully ask that we return at 7:20 so we can get the next item done. Does anybody have a problem with that? So, Madam Clerk, what do we need to do? Anything?
If we have general consent to shorten it to an hour.
Okay, I don't see anyone opposed to that, so we will be back in this chamber at 7:20. We will be hearing item 7.2.21. That is the item about Glenmore Landing. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Wong, Councillor Whiteness, Councillor Kara, Councillor Chabot.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you. We do have quorum.
Thank you. I know Councillor Sharp is going to join as quickly as she can, so she might be coming in a little bit late. All right, we are on to bringing back item 7.2.21. We have about 15 or 16 people registered that we will go through. Before that, I think Councillor Penner, you wanted to bring something procedural, or was that?
Yes, I do. Clerks, there was a late submission from the Haysboro Community Association. It was just too late to hit the corporate record, so just asking for that to be added.
We do have a motion ready too.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is to receive public correspondence. Councillor Penner's moved it. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Wong, thank you. And we'll go to eScribe to vote on that.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please. Councillor McLean, your vote, please. You can mark out. Councillor Chu, your vote, please.
Yes.
And Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes heard.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, let's go back into the queue. I'll announce who the first panel is. We've got Lucas Krasic, Kevin Taylor, Mike Malinas, Sushma Mahaja, and Don Shapira. So, hi, if you're all here, you just need to come up and grab a seat. You'll be the first panel. And I'll just get the next panel assembled too while you are all coming up. Do we have Robert Tremblay? Do we have Corbin Oriti? Do we have Gurmeet Brar? Do we have Hugh Stewart? David Jelena? Eden Nelson? Lindsay Harper? What about Saul Pitka? Klaus Oman?
I'm here.
Hi, who's this?
Can you hear me? This is Klaus Ullman.
Okay, thank you, Klaus. Do we have Julia Waukada? How about Michael Storojakov? Okay. Do we have Jerry McAllister? All right, well, it looks like the next panel might be super simple and is comprised of one person. So let's get started with this panel. Do you have an order in which you wish to present, or should I just go by what I have? Okay, because I have Lucas and then Kevin and then Mike and then Sushma and then Dawn.
Sushma will go first.
Okay. I'm seeing a face I saw yesterday.
Kevin has asked me to flip the pages for him.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So let's go ahead with Sushma.
Okay. I'm with Palisade Bayview Pump Hill Community Association. I'm finishing transparency issues started yesterday by my colleague Leslie here. Slide 10, please.
Oh, shit. Well, I drank.
Oh, hey, hi, if you're on the phone line, we can hear you. So you should probably mute. Thank you. And we're just gonna get your presentation up, Sushma.
Okay.
Okay. Can you remind me of who submitted it? Oh, it's here. Okay, good. We're good.
Good, okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Slide 10, please. And here is what citizens had to endure to provide feedback. Before the November 23 council meeting and on land use redesignation, it was prohibitively tedious and glitchy to submit concerns through development map portal. Yet that was the only way to ensure citizen complaints were part of the package presented to council. This screen shows shots show 15 steps it took to make one submission. Next slide, please. Petitions. We asked city administration repeatedly, but there is no clarity on petitions or acceptable formats for petition. These are time-intensive efforts, and citizens never know if they are just wasting their time or as acceptance of petitions seems to be entirely based on some kind of mood of council. Next one, please. Before the January 10th meeting at the City Hall, 2,698 responses from the public were sent to City Hall. 2,692 were opposed to this development. 6 were in favor. Yet our ward councillor voted in favor of the redevelopment and continues to sound if she is representing the developer and not her constituents. Why? Based on our review of public documents, the Ward 11 councillor has met 14 times with RioCan regarding this redevelopment. She has met once with our community association, and that was in 23. Next slide, please. How do you want to spend your holidays? Despite repeated requests to keep in the loop for all information regarding this project, community associations and citizens never seem to be informed until the last second. Because we can't help but notice the pattern here, we started to keep track. Notice given December 26th for January 10th meeting of council regarding land use designation. Notice given June 24th, last day of school and during Stampede for July 21 response to updated circulation package. Notice was given 1 week in advance of November CPC meeting. Urban Systems then notified us of the change in application, which now focuses only on the sale and redesignation of the parklands. Impact on community input. This last-minute change means that the response from the community, which we were based on the initial proposal, are no longer relevant to the application under consideration. The community association's responses, which were carefully researched, discussed, and approved, now appear to address a proposal that has been altered without sufficient notice. In conclusion, next slide, please. In conclusion, a summary of our transparency concerns. We continue to question the validity of this 2015 notice of motion, which gives an exclusive deal to RioCan public land, never went to public tender. The public notice never mentioned Glenmore Landing. It didn't include a description of lands involved or mention transaction with RioCan. The city frequently advertises on YouTube and Spotify platforms, yet the public notice was practically hidden in only the print edition of Calgary Herald. Community associations are asked to comment on the redevelopment, but denied key project information like TIA, environment, hydrogeological studies. No clarity on order of process or advance notice of when council will meet and discuss development. No clarity on petitions or acceptable formats for petitions. Council, please say no to this development. No proper studies, does not align with city policies. Calgary loves its parklands. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lucas, please.
Lucas is in the waiting room, or at least he's on hold, he says.
Well, there's no hold. He's either in or not.
Can we tee somebody else up then? Because I don't know.
Lucas Krajicic, are you on the line? Okay, Kevin Taylor.
She's my flipper.
Good evening, Your Worship, council members. I speak in opposition. My name is Kevin Taylor. Like RioCan's fourth iteration of their application, this is my fifth iteration of my presentation. This time, I just want to speak from the heart. I think it's time to stop playing games and look around the room. With a significant council turnover of 65% in the 2021 election, I believe that has led to a gap in knowledge and mentorship on council. Will that be happening again in 2025? I'm wondering. The Glenmore Landing project highlights a troubling trend in Calgary of City Council of not listening to its citizens. Meaningful public engagement requires information sharing, full stop. The answer is yes. Now, what is the question? When you have this much opposition from the IPC meeting to the public hearing to the engagement sessions, I think it's time to take the pause of this whole project. I have never witnessed a councillor in a public hearing belittle her constituents like I witnessed yesterday. Enough said. I moved from Northwest Calgary to Pump Hill years ago. The issues that I've witnessed with other developments from RioCan's Brentwood Towers to the ARC's Hub Tower on 16th Avenue causes me to question this development as a community citizen and a community member. Yes, Councillor Penner, I did come down to City Hall to review all the documents. To think that the environment around me was suitable to review these documents is just plain rubbish. You can do better, Calgary Planning. Hire me, I'll show you. For those familiar with Abbott and Costello, classic comedy sketch, Who's on First and What's on Second, that humor lies in the escalating misunderstandings about this development on both sides. How did we go from 7 to 20 stories to 15 to 30 stories? Or should I say 15 to 36 stories? RioCan, I don't trust you. It seems that you have let Glenmore Landing fall a bit of disrepair over the years up until this application came forward. What happened to the low-rise townhomes that you mentioned in your presentation? Just because Bunt Engineering did a TIA does not make it right for the community. Some examples, building 2 towers in phase 1 without upgrading any infrastructure is simply wrong. Not even to the main intersection or the Y entrances by Good Earth Cafe that we call Malfunction Junction. Let's look at some numbers. We have now lost our only restaurant to a daycare, adding 20,000 trips to the landing. The 2 towers in phase 1, 35 stories combined, approximately 375 units, 900 residents, at least 300 vehicles, with a TOD relaxation of 150 underground parking stalls, not to mention the 40 surface stalls that we will lose during the 5 years of construction on that phase, and the 30 stalls for probably a laydown yard, and we have not even touched where the construction workers are going to park and how they're going to manage the site. The City of Calgary asked Bunt and Associates for a parking strategy for the site, including surface parking restrictions of 2 to 3 hours to discourage long-term site parking. This study was meant to be presented before CPC meeting last month. I was there. It was not shared or presented. There's no clarity on whether the study is even complete yet. Do you know that these villages, 29 acres with a population of 3,145 people. Residents, Glenmore Landing will be 3,000 residents on 3.73 acres of land. That's 1,986 people per hectare. Crazy density with no road network inside. Was it not policy a few years ago with development that due to the increase in population density above 55 people a hectare, the developer shall submit a sanitary sewer servicing study to demonstrate that the subject land can be serviced in accordance with overall design? As everything flows into Haysboro, you better be 100% sure now that this project, when you are now over by 3,000%. Now to my slides. This project is a recipe for gridlock and danger. Adding thousands of residents to an already failing intersection is a public safety hazard waiting to happen. For your information, the evergreens across the intersection is where the first two towers will go, also eliminating hundreds of mature trees. Traffic congestion and delayed emergency response, also a picture of malfunction junction. Emergency vehicle delays. Emergency services such as ambulances, fire, trucks, and police may face significant delays in reaching the plaza and surrounding communities. As you can see in the picture, a delivery truck, 53-foot delivery truck, is parked right in the middle of the intersection, forcing cars to exit into the next oncoming lane. All traffic egress from Glenmore Landing, time's up. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. Let's go to, is there somebody that's going in any kind of order, or I can just pick somebody? Okay. Okay, Lucas. Hi, Lucas. Do we have you on the line?
Yes. Hello?
Hi. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
All right. I'm David Krasic, and I'll also be talking with Cleo Lahid.
Hi, I'm Cleo Lahid. Let's get started. Glenmore Landing redevelopment. Next slide.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
Number one, is Lucas Krasic there?
No.
No, we had to sub the.
No, there's no subbing because David spoke yesterday.
No, he didn't.
Or Mike. Okay, this is a different Krasic? Okay, yeah, you're right there. Sorry. And you can't have a partner with you, so it's got to be one of you. I can register the other person.
No, that'll just be me then.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. So is the first slide showing?
Yes, it is.
All right. This is a presentation on Glenmore Landing redevelopment. Next slide, please. All right, so RioCan's proposed redevelopment for Glenmore Landing will see this strip mall change from this, a nice strip mall on the edge of Glenmore Landing Reservoir, to this. Next slide, please. 6 high-rise, high-density towers on the berms, and later coming 9 mixed-use commercial towers on the existing strip mall. Next slide, please. So RioCan's proposed redevelopment will permanently change our experience of Reservoir Parklands. 15 years of construction noises, including pile drivers and jackhammers as 4 floors of parking garages are dug and towers are constructed, leaving us with areas of extreme congestion and overuse. As you can see in these images, the scenery is completely changed and ruined by the high rises. Next slide, please. This level of intensity of use poses 3 key threats to Glenmore Reservoir Parklands. Firstly, increased human activity. Secondly, unregulated dog use. Thirdly, impact on wildlife. None of these factors have been considered so far due to the gross mismanagement of the project. Firstly, going into the increased human activity, trash, debris, and pollution from dense residential areas, as well as informal use of parklands as personal backyards, as the high-rise will be put directly on the reservoir. Furthermore, with unregulated dog use, parklands becoming a de facto dog park, leading to habitat degradation. And finally for the wildlife, interruption of wildlife's natural habitat. Next slide, please. So this is going more into the increased human presence. It creates an urban pressure on reservoir parklands. Firstly, for the garbage and debris. There will be a lot of improper disposal leading to litter near water and habitats and increased microplastic contamination in the reservoir. Furthermore, with the parkland misuse, informal trails and destruction of sensitive vegetation, as well as risk of human-wildlife conflict in areas meant for preservation. Next slide, please. Second key threat, unregulated dog use. In just the first phase, consider the impact of 478 additional dogs on Glenmore Reservoir parkland daily. These are some stats prepared. According to the Canadian Animal Health Institute, 41% of Canadian households at least have one dog. From just some simple math, this gets us 478 more dogs. And with the average amount of dog poop per dog, that's 358 pounds of poo per day. These are just grossly mismanaged. These are just some simple stats that show how this area is not ready for this level of density yet. Furthermore, next slide, please. This is just a newspaper, a little header showing to support the fact of how much dog poop is left in the parks. Next slide, please. So, impacts of dogs and density in reservoir parklands and our drinking water. The proximity of a high-density development, including large garbage dumpsters required to manage waste, increases the risks of seepage into the reservoir. During the summer months, warmer temperatures exacerbate the decomposition of waste, raising concerns about leachate entering the water supply, not to mention the potential for unpleasant odors affecting nearby communities. The presence of numerous dogs in such close proximity to the reservoir increases the likelihood of animal waste runoff during rain or snowmelt events, further threatening water quality. Next slide, please. Finally, going to the third key threat, I'll talk about the effects on Glenmore Reservoir as wildlife corridor. Moreover, disruption, mainly there's just the disruption of critical wildlife pathways. The reservoir supports quite a few animals, including coyotes, bear, moose, lynx, and deer. Each of them will be highly affected by these high rises and increased densification. Increased human activity forces animals to abandon key corridors. All right, next slide, please. A call for responsible planning. We want to mandate comprehensive assessments, conduct a biophysical impact assessment before any development proceeds, implement strict regulations, limit urban encroachment, and create design buffer zones and preserve wildlife corridors to maintain safe and undistributed pathways for wildlife movement. Next slide, please. So, coming to a conclusion, Glenmore Reservoir Parkland, a legacy, not a luxury. Glenmore Reservoir and parklands are invaluable to Calgary's environment and community.
Mr. Krasich, you're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Hang on the line in case there's questions for you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. How about Mike Molinas?
Go for Mike, am I being received?
Hi.
Go for Mike, am I being received?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Gondek, City of Calgary Council, neighbors alike. My name is Mike Molinas, speaking on behalf of the PVPCA on the subject of following safety concerns, beginning with the 3 main points on the first slide. If someone can cue me in on the PowerPoint beginning with the first slide, please.
So, coming to a conclusion.
Hi, Mike, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, are you playing the live stream by chance?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
I'm just on the phone.
Okay, good. Please keep going.
Okay, so with the first slide, this is the overview of the safety concerns regarding pedestrian cyclist safety, black ice, and pedestrian overpass. Can we move to slide 2? What we have here is a map showing the primary hotspots where there are repeated traffic accidents along 90th Avenue, cross streets 14th, 16th, 24th Street. This data has been sourced from the City of Calgary's heat maps in 2016. We leave this slide with the question, what are the impacts of safety on thousands of new residents, increasing traffic by 33%? Next slide, please. Here we have 6 points on the subject of traffic light timing, driving lane configurations changing at 90th Street and 16th Street, new traffic lights managed by managing Bay Ridge Drive traffic flow, increasing the number of lanes that access and egress the main intersection of Glenmore Landing by excavating land to the west of the intersection, increasing turning lane capacity at 90th Ave, 14th Street, and lastly, on this slide, the safety improvements for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles at the entrance to Glenmore Landing as soon as you turn off at 14th Street, which in my experience is already cutting it close when vehicles from the left turn northbound lane, trying to cut across vehicles turning from the southbound lane. Next slide, please. Here we have a couple points we want to make on the subject of this proposal. First point being that this creates an unintuitive pedestrian crossing over the congested intersection at 16th and 90th. Second point being that with the regional pathway being moved closer to 90th Ave, this poses as a significantly less safer route for pedestrians and cyclists to travel on. Next slide, please. There are 3 senior retirement facilities adjacent to 90th Ave and 16th Street. My family and I share this intersection with seniors who want to have some semblance of being independent of a care facility. Having said that, these seniors require more time to cross the intersection with their mobility aids. Next slide, please. Moving this pathway close to 90th Ave will create a long and unintuitive diagonal crossing for cyclists and pedestrians at the 90th Ave 16th Street intersection. It will bring cyclists closer to a busier, more congested roadway, and the increase in noise pollution, in my experience, poses a significant risk of cyclists and pedestrians colliding, as sometimes you cannot hear a bicycle or an electric scooter approaching from behind. Next slide, please. The City of Calgary has rezoned the JCC for redevelopment, which includes a school for up to 440 students, a synagogue community space for up to 500, an expanded daycare, and 2 new care facilities. Having said all this, we need to consider the mass overlap between children rushing to school during rush hour. Next slide, please. The image depicted in this slide is from the perspective of turning onto 16th Street from 90th Ave, heading in a direction towards Pump Hill, which is also the main access and egress to Pump Hill. The proposed changes of removing parking to both sides of the street to increase northbound traffic from 2 lanes to 3 lanes through a playground zone in front of the JCC. The playground is super busy when the JCC hosts the camp during the summer. This will in turn allow for an increase in shortcutting traffic and U-turns where 16th Street and 92nd Ave intersect. My personal experience, I come across someone making a U-turn every day when I'm dropping off and picking up my kids from school so they can either get back on 90th, 14th, or Glenmore Landing. And in recent weeks where there's been black ice packed below loose snow, I had to actively think several steps ahead to avoid colliding with someone who decides to make a rogue U-turn. Next slide, please. Here we have RioCan's study showing 4 periods of time during the month of December when the shadows are cast throughout the day. The worst of the shadowing affecting 14th Street between the time frames of 2 and 4 p.m. In the earlier part of the day leading up to 12 p.m., this is a thaw period at the beginning and the end of the winter, and possibly a Chinook rolling in. These shadows casting across 14th Street from 12 o'clock onwards will create black ice on 14th Street from residual thaw cooling and streaming along the street. These shadows being cast from towers will also create the same black ice results on the pedestrian overpass. Next slide, please. The 3 points of interest include 90th Ave, 16th Street intersection, 14th Street roadway, and the pedestrian overpass, as well as 16th Street Southwest. With these 3 roadways and intersections in mind, high-density redevelopment at Glenmore Landing is fundamentally flawed and inappropriate based on these unique safety issues brought forth by pre-existing physical constraints mentioned in the safety presentation. In closing, we ask our City of Calgary councillors to deny this application because the proper studies necessary to conclude that this project aligns with the City of Calgary policy and the protection of our local parklands has been left incomplete. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thus concludes the safety presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And if you can hang on the line on mute, there might be questions for you. I'll keep you posted. Let's go to Don Shapira.
Okay. The 3 points, 16th Street, intersection, 14th Street, roadway.
Before you start, there's somebody on the line. You're watching the live stream. I'm very happy you're doing that, but you need to mute. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mayor, councillors, thank you for letting me speak. I want to start off by talking to you about what this is not. This is not church-level community engagement. And one of the most ironic parts of this whole engagement in panel 1 yesterday, the RioCan representative touting the community engagement didn't even know that the JCC referred to the Jewish Community Center, referring to it as a cultural center instead. This is not a 10-story building. These are 6 up to 30-story buildings. This is not affordable housing. This is luxury units. This is not timely. This does not solve the city's housing crisis. This is going to be a build over 15 years. There's no ASP or guiding plan for this environment. Listen, I believe that I'm still young enough to believe in redevelopment and we need new things, but I also believe that I'm old enough now to realize that we need due diligence and we need some prudency when we start delving into these conversations. The Palliser, Bayview, Pump Hill Community Association and the adjacent communities have been requesting an ASP since 2015, and they have been denied. Why do we need one? Well, we need to understand the constraints of current road and infrastructure. We need to identify required upgrades, their costs. We need to determine the fair cost sharing mechanisms. Now, even despite the Douglas Adams Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy level of bureaucracy around the TIA, we did read it. Now, let me tell you some questions that obviously the answers are all no to. Has the Tsutsina Taza development with 10,000 projected residents that's going to be just up the street on 90th, has that been as a part of the traffic impact analysis? The answer is no. Has the Jewish Community Center redevelopment, where a K-9 school will be placed, where 200 residential units will be placed, has that been taken into account? The answer is no. What about trip assumptions? How many trips are anticipated for their development? What metrics were used to determine this? Have the combined impacts of Tsutsina, JCC, and the RioCan development been considered? The answer is no. There has been a simple lack of infrastructure transparency. There's no diligence, there's no sincerity, this is not fair, this is not just, and this is not transparent. RioCan, at a recent meeting, suggested that the 3,000 residents for right now, and all the way up to the 8,046, when it would eventually get there, would have no impact, regardless of the Tsutsina Taza and the JCC developments. This defies all logic. The absence of an ARP does not give us, you, the information that we need to build this project. The absence works entirely in RioCan's favor, as it removes the detailed community-specific guidance the ARP would provide. Without it, key considerations such as infrastructure capacity, environmental sustainability, and community needs are all at risk of being overlooked in favor of a developer-driven approach. We're risking piecemeal projects with conflicting impacts. We're overwhelming roadways and utilities. These create expensive and avoidable emergencies. Failure to align with this city council's long-term goals. There's a lack of transparency and holistic planning regarding this whole thing, and that's what we're talking to you about today. An ARP would simply provide the long-term vision and framework for us to be able to make this decision. I am all for a redevelopment if it makes sense. This does not make sense. How can this council ensure that infrastructure concerns are fully addressed? An MDP, which is great, an NCHERA densification process. I get it. The environmental part of that has not been done. The densification of all these units coming up from JCC, Tsutsina, and RioCan, the densification will be 4 times that of Gaza. There's a vivid thought. We have been asking for this ASP since 2015. Let's do the ASP. Then you will have the community be on board. This council has referred to an empty donut for densification. This is not it. This is a strip mall with a glorified bus stop. 15 years of construction right by our drinking water is not prudent, nor is it diligent. I'm going to say this. By profession, I'm a mediator. And as a mediator, I can say that the #1 rule for conflict management is open, clear communication and knowledge about the process. This has not been done. If you do it in ASP, I promise you, the next time we speak here, I'll be in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That's it for this panel. We do have some questions for you. Let's start with Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Mr. Taylor, please. I have a couple of questions, but first, you ended off, it sounded like you had a little more to say, so if you'd like, go ahead and finish your spiel.
Thank you, Councillor McLean.
And I meant presentation, not spiel. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Okay. No, there's going to be these. So if you look at the pictures, when I say I don't trust RioCan, okay, that's a pretty bold statement. But here's a shopping center that's been around for years. They haven't addressed the commercial deliveries. In the top one, you can see where the McDonald's delivery is right at the crosswalk, forcing pedestrians to cross in a blind spot into oncoming traffic. You see the taxi and the other vehicle going into oncoming traffic. And the one in the middle, you see Cintas in that same spot where McDonald's truck is. And then you see McDonald's parked around the corner, blocking off 3 islands of parking, waiting for his turn to unload. This happens 3 times a week. So it hasn't been fixed. When you look at density, this is not a gentle density increase that involves modest adjustments to building heights, lot coverage, or population. This is excessive density increase with a significant overwhelming surge in what is considered unsustainable or undesirable outside of the downtown core. Why did we just sell 2 parcels of land in the East Village that will only be developed 6 stories high when that checks off all the boxes of transit, new infrastructure, and utilities? But yet we're going to put 20 to 30 stories out in Glenmore Landing. Traffic impact analysis. While the CAs have had the opportunity to go to City Hall and review RioCan's TIA, 90-minute sessions to review hundreds of pages of technical information, no opportunity to copy, print, photograph, or duplicate information in any way, in an open room. And I need to stress, I don't know if anybody here has been in the room on the 3rd floor where you have to go and look at these documents. You're looking at a small computer, like this one right here, that's hooked up to a larger monitor that you've never used before, and you're trying to figure that out. Well, it's hooked up to a monitor. Meanwhile, you got all your permits behind you, and at the time I was there was 8 people standing behind me having the gift of the gab, where 2 of us couldn't talk, communicate, concentrate, and we had to turn around to these people 4 or 5 times to button up. You know, it's at least give the CAs, give the people, give the community the proper room, the proper place to review these documents, if that's what we're going to continue to have them do. Not yet. City administration. You know, the RioCan it's intellectual property of RioCan. I understand that. They paid for it. But what happens when they deny our access to it, to have copies for us to get a third-party review or to sit in a group as a community and talk about it, because we cannot get 14 people from a community association to go down to City Hall Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 3:30. It can't be done. We can't do that. So we need to accommodate some other way for the community associations. This is an example of the developer controlling the process and engagement, and we've heard that numerous times. And in closing, given the unresolved issues and overwhelming opposition, I urge Council to take the following actions. Development proposals must require the release of all key infrastructure studies for independent review moving forward. Halt the land sale. No sale of green space or development on our green space should proceed until the main Glenmore Landing Shopping Centre is fully redeveloped. I ask that you vote no on this land use application. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that extra information, Mr. Taylor. It's interesting because you brought up again East Village, and so could you remind me again, because you gave me some really interesting statistics there, and the density, the population comparative to this land size. Could you just reiterate that just again so we can just, it's astounding.
Absolutely. So East Village is a great project. We're not gonna deny that, but it's been around. You guys will be able to tell me. It's been around since 10, 12 years now. It's 29 acres, and we're not including the Rivers District. We're just talking about the East Village. The East Village right now only holds approximately, you guys, 13, 14 high-rises right now, with a population, according to the city's website, of 3145. Then we're going to put 3 3,000 people on 3.73 acres of land. And if RioCan builds out the shopping center, that flex area, and you're talking about 8,000 people, including workers, just imagine that, compare that to the East Village.
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at. You made a good point there, because East Village is a great place for a lot of density. We have all sorts of amenities and shopping, and an actual TOD site where we have the C train right there, where I guess what your point is what you're saying is at Glenmore Landing, we don't have those same amenities close by. Or we have a BRT, but I don't know if you've done the comparatives and numbers per density, but I just wanted you to kind of point that out again, because that is, I think, pretty significant for people to think about. That is, I think, the key point for everybody's concern is how many people in that small parcel of land. But that was, I just wanted you to kind of refresh my memory on
Thank you.
Those statistics, and appreciate you coming down. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu.
Thank you, Worship. Ms. Taylor, stay, please. So I've got two questions for you. The first one, I would like to solve the mystery of the yellow.
Absolutely.
Yellow?
In our numerous meetings, we're trying to pick a color, and we've seen it. People wear shirts down in council before, whether it's for the Inglewood pool or whatever. We did not want to wear red, because red means stop. And we're not about stopping. We're about responsible development. If it was 7 stories, I don't think you see an objection from us. So we picked on yellow to proceed with caution. And that's all it is.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is that it perked my interest, and that gentleman sitting there mentioned about the density is going to be higher than Gaza. You know, lately, what's going on there? So you hear a lot about how high density they are. So that kind of scares me a little bit. And what do you feel about the size, the intensity in that small area? Because I haven't been there for a while, but I've been there before, and so hardly can ever find parking during the day.
Parking is an issue. Parking is a huge issue there. But not only is parking is an issue, is just think when the rear side parking is, they're going to be removing 30 to 50 stalls for their construction. But more importantly is I challenge everybody, councillors and anybody in the community, have they been down to look at that berm to see how wide it is, to see how big it is? It's 108 feet wide. That's it. So now we're going to move the regional pathway. We're going to widen the regional pathway. We're going to move it closer to 90th Avenue, where the cyclists and the pedestrians and the seniors are going to get splashed all hell with people driving. You have route ahead that their goal is to have 15-hour transportation at 10-minute intervals. That means that 90th Avenue, which is only 2 lanes each way, will be down to 1 lane in front of Glenmore Landing 90 times a day. Because the bus will be stopping there, because you guys say that everybody's taking transit and nobody's going to have a vehicle. So if that's going to be your argument, then that will be down to 1 lane 90 times a day.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Did you? Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all for being with us today. Appreciate your time. I'm going to see who we have. Do we still have Klaus Oman on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line, Your Worship.
Thank you. Do we have Kelsey Wiggers?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Okay, is there anybody else on the line that's waiting to speak?
Hi, this is Corbin.
Hi, thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, this is Michael. Sorry, I missed the last time you called my name.
That's okay. And do we have anyone in the audience that's waiting to speak? Hi, Robert, you can come on up then. Okay. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on this panel. Okay, perfect. Let's kick it off with Klaus, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I have actually, it's fairly straightforward. I have 3 questions for Your Worship and Council. The first one.
Waiting to speak. Actually, Klaus, hang on for one moment. If you're on the line and your name is not Klaus, you need to be muted, please. Okay, let's try that again, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship and Council. I have 3 questions, and the first one is about 10 years ago, Co-op at Southland Drive and 24th Street.
Hello?
Undertook a fairly similar exercise to what RioCan is doing on this property. And the level of engagement, the transparency between the city and the developer and the community, and I'm from Oak Ridge, was quite well done, all things considered. And my question is, there was quite a bit of transparency, and 10 years later, as a member of this community, Oak Ridge, I'm watching this development occur, and the engagement level and the way things are being done, communicated, and the timing of the engagement is almost the exact opposite of that one. And I'm curious why that's occurring when the policies and so on, to be honest, don't seem to have changed that much within the city around engagement. So that's my first question. The second question is, when issues around water quality have been raised because the Glenmore Reservoir serves half of Calgary with its drinking water, where we seem to be told water quality is fine. And I'm looking at this going, you have 2 gas stations with underground storage tanks, and they've been around since the 90s, so they're over 30 years old with underground storage tanks that typically leak. There's been no hydrogeological investigative studies that have been undertaken that we're aware of. How can we be assured that there's no water quality issues that will arise with this development or others in the vicinity? And my last question is, we've heard about the JCC potential for development. We've got this development. Nobody's mentioned Oak Bay Plaza. The owner of that plaza is likely looking at these developments and going, if the RioCan development goes ahead, it's precedent setting for this type of situation, and there's nothing stopping him from coming and saying, or her for that matter, saying, I want to put high-rises on my property, which happens to be right across from South Glenmore Park. And because the precedent here has already been set, and he has land use designation for commercial property, I'm curious how council is going to react if that crosses your path. So I'm fully against this development, and I hope council votes this land use change down, but those are the questions I have for council and your worship. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Oman. Please remain on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Kelsey Wiggers.
Yes, I will.
Hello, my name is Kelsey, and I'm deeply concerned about the potential impacts that this proposed redevelopment will have on surrounding communities, and specifically that there is not a sound area redevelopment plan for impacted communities. Developers are being prioritized at the expense of renters and homeowners, as now the municipal development plan has become the guide for this proposed development. Environmental issues, sustainability, and ecology are sections in the MDP, however, have not been evaluated meaningfully within the context of this proposal. RioCan is benefiting greatly as working under the MDP and without an ARP, issues of infrastructure, capacity, environmental sustainability, and community needs are being threatened in favor of a developer-centric approach. As our city most recently witnessed with the pipe breakage in Bowness area, our city infrastructure is not perfect. While the city actively attempted to come to a quick solution for this issue, the constituents of the city still suffered the consequences of infrastructure-related issues for an extended period of time, which extended it into approximately 100 days of water restrictions citywide. In fact, some of my work colleagues had to experience firsthand the lack of clean water during this incident, being forced to shower only occasionally and outside of their homes, while also finding other arrangements for cooking, eating, washing clothes, and basic living tasks. Why is this an issue, and how is this related to the proposed development at hand, you might ask? If we continue to hastily push through projects without sound analysis of the infrastructure which supports our city, adequate community engagement to soundly evaluate infrastructure capacity, environmental sustainability, and community needs, we very well may end up in another similar situation, one that favors capitalistic developments over community needs. If we follow down this path, not only do we have the potential to favor developers' needs over that of local communities, but we also have the potential to threaten the very heart of our city's most valuable resource, its drinking water supply. The fact that RioCan claims the proposed increase of 3,000 residents with this proposed redevelopment will have neither any impact on the surrounding infrastructure, nor will the build-out capacity have any net impact, clearly signals RioCan's unwillingness to take issues of infrastructure, capacity, environmental sustainability, or community needs into account. How can constituents trust that issues such as water, sewer, transportation, and emergency services have been given thoughtful consideration when RioCan fails to acknowledge that an increase of 3,000 residents will, in fact, have an impact? This lack of accountability erodes trust in the planning process and creates legitimate doubts about whether the community's best interests are being considered. Call to action. I urge Council to ask the following questions. What incentives exist for developers to not have an ARP? Why would an ARP not exist for the Glenmore Landing area? It seems rather convenient for developers that there is no ARP. An ARP would provide the long-term vision and framework necessary to guide development while addressing the unique needs and concerns of the affected communities. Without one, developers are more easily able to act on profitable ventures at the potential expense of community members. How can Council ensure that the cumulative impact of this redevelopment aligns with sustainable community-centered growth? How will Council ensure that infrastructure concerns are fully addressed? What independent studies or assessments have been conducted to verify RioCan's claims that 8,046 residents will have no impact on the area's infrastructure? Has the city assessed the capacity of water, sewer, and other critical systems to support the proposed development? Why are environmental considerations not being prioritized? The Municipal Development Plan includes clear provisions for environmental protection and ecological sustainability. Why have these sections not been emphasized or addressed in the context of this project? Calgary residents deserve a planning process that is transparent, accountable, and guided by principles of sustainability and community well-being. How can Calgary claim to be a great city without acknowledging the needs and the voices of our constituents? The overwhelming majority of community members and Calgarians engaging on this issue and that have submitted feedback or spoken on this topic have shared a similar sentiment. This, in its current state, should not be approved. There is not a majority support for this project. I urge Council to support the best interests of its citizens by fully addressing these concerns and acting in a way that accurately and transparently reflects its community members' needs. Thank you for your undivided attention in addressing this very important and urgent matter.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Corbin Oriti.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm back again, calling in today as a 27-year-old representative of Strong Towns, Calgary, a community of over 70 members dedicated to responsible development and sound fiscal policy for our city. My favorite memories of the Glenmore Reservoir are my experiences canoeing and kayaking around as lessons, and sometimes even falling in from the kayaks, which is why I don't kayak anymore. Anyways, I and our organization believes that the proposed land rezoning doesn't diminish parkland or the water body. It respects it while flourishing the way for essential growth near rapid transit. And the proposed project does include a percentage of below market units, as far as we can tell, which add to more affordable supply. What we're discussing today isn't just zoning, it's the foundation of responsible fiscal decisions in a housing wave that Calgary desperately needs. We can't afford to let this opportunity be crushed before it begins. If we fail to act, We risk Calgary being seen not as a city of opportunity, but one that has stagnated in the face of challenge. Many residents are apparently in opposition, mostly came to request investments into their local infrastructure, especially with safer pedestrian and wheeling mobility between the development and their communities. Many expressed frustration with the city's lack of attention to detail as they raise concerns they believe hold their community back from its potential. While we ask their communities to shoulder their share of density, we often struggle to provide the amenities and public realm investments required to truly allow this residential density to integrate and flourish in their communities. So let's show Calgarians that working together doesn't mean uncritically and cynically opposing development when it's inconvenient, that listening to communities is less about procedure and more about outcomes. And in this case, those outcomes are more housing supply. Let's not just support this development, let's actually support this development. We urge Council to approve this proposal and create homes for future Calgarians that can cherish and steward the area as many of the existing residents do. And maybe those existing residents can also teach the newcomers and be their community guides. As again, we are in a housing crisis and we want to uphold the promise of a welcoming, thriving city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Michael Storozikov.
Hello. Hi, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for having me back. This has got to be one of the shortest turnarounds for speech. I was only here 2 hours ago. But anyway, yeah, thank you. And thanks to whoever muted themselves on the line. Finally, I can hear everything clearly. First, I want to talk about how this was sort of my introduction, not just to Calgary, but to Canada. And I'm talking about Glenmore Landing, of course. When I first visited here with my parents in 2009, as a little kid, I really, really loved this area, everything it contained. It was sort of my first experience of a Western strip mall. We were staying with family nearby, and all three of us really fell in love with this area. And I personally, at that time, would have so loved to keep living in this area. But of course, with such limited housing stock and it being, a great developed area, we had to opt for somewhere farther. And yet, I still kept coming back. I, kept going to the landing, walking around the Glenmore Reservoir. I still love heading down to Heritage Park, even though it's quite a fair way away. I love this area, and I felt so welcome and comfortable there. I wanted to get back to it, and of course, living farther makes it pretty hard to do so. So even in the first place, I would have always loved there to be more and more different housing close to these neighborhoods, which I think everybody here can agree are a pretty great place. And that's not even to speak of all the fun I had playing music at the Jewish Community Center. But what I want to say is that different generations in our communities, in these communities we love and want to keep sort of close and be great places to be. These generations need to support each other. It's something we really long for, at least I do, to really be close to other generations of my family. Some of them live overseas, and if they lived in an area like this where amenities are sort of being held back and redevelopment and sort of joining the modern day like this very car-oriented strip mall is, if they were being held back like that, I would be a whole lot more worried about them. It is difficult being away from other generations of your family and not being able to live close. So that's one reason to add housing here. The other is, of course, transit. I spend a lot of time on transit, and on the transit map at every station, you can see the BRT stop next to Glenmore Landing, the Max Yellow BRT stop, as sort of something that's equal to a C-train station. This council and generally the public discussion around transit-oriented development is extremely in favor of it. Here is an incredible opportunity to do that. It's a wonderful project that took in so much feedback from both the community, from the city. I really, really like it. It makes use of a lot of space in a really, really economic way. And even though I know that parking can be tight in this mall, it adds underground parking and barely adds anything on the surface. So people who move into here will, basically the project has done everything to make sure that there isn't much disruption to the mall. Only activation of it, only amenities added, and more community added. And it strikes me as very disingenuous to not include all the wonderful people who will move into this project if it is passed into community. I think we should want our communities not to turn over, but to change and to support each other. Finally, to wrap up, all of this redevelopment will of course help make the Max Yellow route an actual investment that is going to pay off well, because currently it's not even close to meeting its ridership targets, and this is basically the best opportunity we have to get more people riding that bus, to get more people to not have to drive to the grocery store, because the grocery store is literally steps away. There's so many great things about this proposal.
Sir, your time is just up. Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off.
No, that's totally okay. I was just reaching my last sentence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Robert Tremblay.
Thank you and good evening, Council. My name is Robert Tremblay and I'm the chair of the Calgary Climate Hub and a member of Calgary's Climate Advisory Committee, but today I'm just speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking in favor of the Glenmore Landing development. We are in both a climate and housing crisis, and dense transit-oriented developments like that proposed by the Glenmore Landing proposal is exactly the kind of development Calgary should be legalizing. This is especially so while leveraging underutilized land like strips of grass between a strip mall, arterial roads, and BRT lines. This land is little utilized and will be much more productive by adding housing stock desperately needed to address the housing crisis. Glenmore Landing, as envisioned, can enable future residents the opportunity to live car-free or car-light, as the development has plenty of nearby amenities and the existing shopping center to leverage, as well as high-quality transit and cycling infrastructure. We have over 1 million cars burning gas and diesel on the road, and what it means for councils to live up to the commitment made to net zero by 2050 is that we'll need many of these cars and future cars to be shifted to modes such as transit and cycling, both already uniquely supported by Glenmore Landing. Councillor Demong once told me that we'll need much more than EVs to decarbonize transportation. I agree. And approving developments like Glenmore Landing will mean leaning less heavily on EVs to decarbonize transportation than the development that will be needed to offset its absence if not approved. Once again, this is literally textbook climate action. Here's what the climate textbook that I have here, Designing Climate Solutions by Hal Harvey, has to say. By ensuring that more residences and places of employment are located near convenient transit options, a city can minimize the emissions of its transportation system. Density should be matched to transit capacity, with the highest densities near large stations that can accommodate the resulting flux of travelers. Areas around the station should be walkable and bikeable and include mixed uses, because high foot traffic around the station can benefit the nearby retail outlets. Glenmore Landing sure seems to fit the bill. There's already the second highest order of public transit right on site. Yesterday, Councillor Wyness raised the prospect of climate costs when comparing digital advertising on EV chargers to in real life signs. So let's apply the same frame here. What's the climate cost of legalizing or not legalizing Glenmore Landing? As I hope is obvious, the climate cost of approving it is likely negative, meaning that approving it won't be a cost at all, but will provide a benefit. It is well in alignment with best practice climate action. But how severe is the climate cost of not approving Glenmore Landing? Too often we forget that there's a cost for inaction. Council has two choices here. Either approve the land use or don't. Not approving this development will impact far more land, as suburban style development will fill the gap. That urban sprawl will consume productive agricultural land. And unfortunately, consuming that farmland isn't free. That farmland needs to be made up somewhere else. With subprime land replacing prime land, many units of farmland will be needed to replace 1 unit of farmland consumed by sprawl. New farms lead to more ecosystem loss, including forests. This indirect deforestation on average causes actually 6 times more deforestation than the direct impacts of sprawl. Put simply, urban sprawl leads to agricultural sprawl, which leads to more deforestation than anything that could ever happen inside the city footprint. Glenmore Landing should provide around 1,100 units of housing. If this development is not approved and the development is made up with typical Calgary development, greenfield development, I should say, it'll take up about 2 square kilometers of greenfield space. Here's a comparison I'm sure Councillor McLean will appreciate. This will be about 2.5 golf courses worth of land. Looking back at that leverage ratio, it'll be about 15 golf courses worth of land that will be deforested to make up the agricultural land that will need to be made up for not approving Glenmore Landing. Would we really commit 15 golf courses worth of forest to the chainsaw just so we can avoid some apartments in the space between a mall and arterial roads? I'll say it's also ironic that many of the folks speaking about preserving parkland or preserving the environment have benefited from the environmental destruction that happened when their very own low-density neighborhoods were originally built. We all have to live in our circumstances, but this area has already been substantially impacted. We need to keep the impacts inside the city so we can avoid disrupting our truly natural places. Just thinking personally for a second, I want a city that gives me and the family I aspire to one day have the prosperity that so many of the speakers today have already had. They've had the opportunity to own a home. Will I have that opportunity? They've had many summers with views unobstructed by smoke. Will my future children have those views? They've had lives with mostly unrestricted access to water. Will I? Council, we need these housing units yesterday. Please maintain the ability for Calgary to continue to provide prosperity and a healthy environment. Approve this land use, it's common sense. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking and I don't see any questions for this panel. So thank you all for taking the time to join us today. I'm going to put out a last call. Is there anyone wishing to speak to 7.2.21?
Yes, I've been trying to call in and you don't seem to get my call. I've been online for a while.
Who is this?
My name is Gurmeet Brar.
Okay, I did call you a few times, so please go ahead.
I'm overseas, and that's perhaps why we're having trouble, and I have a very sketchy connection.
Mayor Gondek, it's Hugh Stewart. I'm also waiting online. I'm muted.
Okay, good. So we've
Can you hear me?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I've got Gurmeet Brar. I've got Hugh Stewart. Is there anyone else on the line waiting to speak? Okay, doesn't sound like it. I'm asking anyone who is on the line to please speak up now and let me know that you are waiting to speak to this item. 7.2.
Yes, I would like to speak.
Hi, who is this?
This is Julia Bocadell.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Sorry, Dave Jellin is here.
Thank you. One more time, anybody on the line, other than the 4 people who have spoken up, who's waiting to speak to 7.2.21? I'm giving this a bit more time because what generally happens is someone starts speaking and someone says, I'm here. So hang on a second, everyone. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's start with Gurmeet Brar.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Everything that needs to be said in opposition to this privatization of public park space has been stated clearly and succinctly whenever given the opportunity. Unfortunately, it is clear to me that the majority of council and mayor are not listening, ostensibly because they know better, which of course is not possible. So I must ask, why is this damage to public interests and our community still going on? And here is the most likely answer. In the interest of transparency, truthfulness, and protection of public park space, there needs to be full disclosure regarding the proponent RioCan Real Estate Investment Trust, symbol REIUN.TL. It's a simple question, really. We, the citizens of Calgary, whose park space is being privatized for the financial benefit of a few, need to know who all in the City Council, senior administration, and staff hold these trust units, either in their own name or in their friends' names, relatives, in RSPs, investment accounts, beneficial trusts, or even blind trusts. In simple language, there must be full and total disclosure of all direct and indirect beneficial holdings by the city and staff who are so very anxious to approve this hideous project. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I trust that any approval will be deferred or postponed until the requested disclosure has been made. In the alternative, if there are no such conflicting holdings, then there must at least be signed affidavits or statements from all council, senior administration, city lawyers, and staff that you have no beneficial interest in RioCan. Now, that was all I was going to say, but since that time, something has occurred to me, listening to everybody, not just in this hearing, but the previous one. I asked myself a question. This whole thing defies logic. It defies sense. It defies any sensibility that a person could possibly have by pushing a bus stop as a rapid transit center, especially when it's known as a ghost bus. My answer has to be very simple. This has nothing to do with people. It has nothing to do with affordable housing. It has to do with just one thing, money. Which then brings me to a simple postulate for you people to consider. Here's a scheme that has been utilized across Canada and elsewhere in the world for a long, long time. Here's the template. You buy a piece of land cheap. Well, what could be cheaper than 2 strips of land that the city has declared to be useless for any interest? So, I have asked and I have not been told what the city is getting paid for that land. Is it $1 million? Maybe it's 2. Hell, maybe it's 5. Now, let's go from there to what will happen here. 8,000 people, how many towers? 30 stories high. Do you know what the value of that project is on paper? Probably in excess of $5 billion, and I'm understating it. This is just the most magical way to make money, and therefore I need to know who has RioCan been buying, because I don't buy what's going on at this thing. If you find my speech offensive, so be it. If you find it rude, so be it. But the fact is, this project should have never got off the ground, and the only reason it has got to this point is because money is changing hands. I would really like answer to 2 questions. What is the city getting for this land? And what is the city's best estimate of what this land will be worth once it has been rezoned? This is an old template. This is nothing new. This scam has been going on for a long, long, long time. I have personal experience with people doing it, and I've tried to stop them before. I've succeeded half the time. On this one, with respect, you guys need to stop this process cold in its tracks, and there is no reason to sell that little piece of green park space we have to some developer from Ontario just because half the city has financial interest in the deal. Respectfully, and to all of you, I bid you good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Brar. I would stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you, please. Let's go to Hugh Stewart.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and fellow citizens. My name is Hugh Stewart. I'm a resident of Oak Ridge, and today I am representing my personal position. And I apologize for not being able to be present in person. As background, I support business growth and wealth generation, improvements in provincial and city facilities, and most initiatives that improve standards of living, such as health, education, and homes, with some financial provisos. I spoke to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee meeting on the proposed land sale on 10th of January after the open houses in late 2023. And I did express my objection to the sale of parklands before any significant studies had been completed and made available to the public. Several very brief but significant updates regarding RioCan's proposal have since been issued, making it a bit difficult to keep track of all of RioCan's plans. Transparency appears to be poorer than our experience with the co-op development several years ago. You have heard this evening many perspectives and concerns about this Glenmore Landing land use change, and some of them have been supportive of the land use change, others not so. And those are from residents, community associations, and other citizens. But regarding policy, process, and engagement, compliance with city plans, our parkland and local environment, water resources, and adequacy of our many critical infrastructure facilities, you've heard a lot of these. I shall not repeat many of them this evening. However, it is important to note that we have no ASP, or I call it a local area plan, and we have been requesting this as local community associate representatives for over 5 years. I think it's actually nearly 10 now. Before expediting this land use change for this development, I strongly encourage an assessment of the multiple future developments and densifications and their impact on residents, the local environment, and infrastructures before giving a green light to land use change. And people have talked about the other developments in the area, and that is very relevant to an local area plan. As part of the Oak Ridge Community Association, I looked at the traffic impact assessment, which was made available for a short review, 90 minutes at City Hall in September. Although not an expert, I noticed a lot of assumptions that drive the outcomes of the extent and detail of the road infrastructure improvements needed. Following our Oak Ridge Community Association board meeting and plenty of discussion, the Oak Ridge Community Association submitted a position on the Glenmore Landing proposal, specifically stating some concerns and requesting that in the event that the land use changes and the development proceeds, then the city should implement the infrastructure improvements, in particular the roads and intersection upgrades for the safety of pedestrians and drivers, documented in the TIA ahead of any building of the high-rises. We do not want a repeat of the construction delays and safety issues experienced during the bus rapid transit construction. That went on for about 4 years and impacted local residents significantly. My personal submission at a separate public hearing on the citywide rezoning, I think that was in April, suggested via collaboration some ways to provide local densification without significantly negatively impacting our neighborhoods. This group of suggestions appears not to have been pursued at this time. Now, with this most recent land use proposal, I again personally object to the use of these lands for high rises adjacent to our 90th Avenue and 14th Street intersection. Currently, it has 3 lanes turning left for 90th. We'll have to increase that capacity, and especially the exit from the Glenmore Landing development at 16th Street and 90th Avenue. Looking at the, based on my assessment of the assumptions made and their arithmetic in the TIA, expansion from 1 lane turning left eastwards to 2 lanes, both for straight and turning left, is very unlikely to meet the needs of the current users and the proposed increased population, and especially for the safety of pedestrians. Please do not approve this land use today. Based on
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Thank you. You're just at time, so please hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to David Jelena.
Can you grab somebody else? I'm just in the middle of something here.
Well, sir, there's no one else, so you're last.
Okay. Last but not least, thank you, Your Worship, and council members for your patience. Just a few things here. I got a video. It's a minute and 50 seconds long, so I'm going to chat for that extra 3 minutes.
Mr. Jelena, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I did miss that there is one more person. I'm going to give you 5 minutes of your life to do what you need to, and then I'm calling you back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Julia Waukoda.
Both Cadell.
Thank
Close
you.
enough. Okay, I have a slide presentation, so if the clerk could put that up for me. I was there earlier today at 1 o'clock expecting that we would be presenting at 1, but I went home because it was quite a long wait, and I decided I would present online. However, I see that there's a lag between what I see going on in council chambers
Your slides are up.
And what I hear.
Your slides are up,
all
so
right.
please go ahead.
Okay. I just don't know when to say next slide. But anyway, okay, so I would like to talk about noise pollution, okay, because you've heard all the rest, all of the other arguments against. Obviously, I'm opposed to this development. And something that we haven't considered is the effect of the noise pollution on the residents nearby. Okay, and so if you can go to the slide, what is noise pollution? Okay, and then the sources of noise pollution, which is construction noise and traffic noise. And I want you to consider which buildings are closest in proximity to this project. You have the Jewish Center with a daycare, camps, seniors residence, kitty corner. You have the other seniors residences. Okay, so go to the slide called construction noise with the buildings and the cranes, and you can see the different decibel levels. And then I also took this off the Calgary real estate site, giving the noise bylaw. The construction is allowed between 7 and 10 on weekdays and Saturdays, and between 9 and 9 on Sundays and holidays. Okay, that's a lot of noise. My question is, will there be pile driving? Okay, because when we were, sorry, there's some background noise. When they were putting in Stony Trail on the Tsutina land, there was constant pile driving. And even though it was quite a distance away from my residence, every day when I wanted to sit outside in the summer, I would hear the clang, clang, clang. Is that what we're going to hear for 15 years from Glenmore Landing? Go to the slide, impact on animal behavior, please. So obviously noise is going to impact birds. It's going to disrupt habitat. It's going to cause stress and mortality to our wildlife. And with our city proclaiming itself as, you know, a wonderful biodiversity sanctuary, I would hope that you would respect that. But I don't think that that's really your priority. Adverse health effects on local residents. So construction noise, you can see all of these things that happen. This is taken from the World Health Organization. And notice how cognitive performance can be impacted in children. And as you heard earlier today from the Rundle presentation, this is something that does not go away. Traffic noise, sleep disruption, health issues, high blood pressure, diabetes, cardiovascular, that sort of thing. Again, note the proximity of the buildings. So what about solutions? Okay, because we're not against density. You know, if this proposal had been reasonable, you wouldn't have the outcry, okay? Look at Fisher Park. I think that's a great idea, okay? It's by McLeod Trail. It's repurposing industrial land. You're not taking away green space. In fact, you're adding to it with the landscaping and the tree canopy. I think that's great, okay? Look at McLeod Trail. Look at all these low-density buildings, okay, along McLeod Trail. Just take a drive sometime. Okay, you've got parking lots. You've got one-story buildings. They're right along the LRT stations, bus lines. Why aren't these being redeveloped? Why? Because they don't have that great view of the mountains from Glenmore Landing. Okay. What else have we got here? Franklin Park Station. How about repurposing some other LRT stations? I think that would be great. Okay, so my call to action, okay, is that we need to have collective responsibility to reduce noise pollution, protect our well-being, and we've got other places to build in Calgary. Why are we so hell-bent on destroying Glenmore Reservoir where you've got other places there where you're not going to take away green spaces? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you can hang on the line on mute, I will let you know if there's any questions for you. David Jelinar, are you ready for us?
Yeah, you bet. Thank you very much. I'm definitely against this development. I've lived in the area for 30 years. I always thought that berm was there to stop my view of a boutique commercial development that's been there as long as I have. The TOD that you guys created, or that bus rapid transit, there's no ridership. And we've heard many times over the last couple of days that the people that are going to live there is not affordable housing. We can expect all those people that have these units will have at least 1 or 2 cars. So say there's an additional 1,000 or 2,000 cars. You guys are, the cities, if you guys do this, like there's no way that you should have the advantage of the reduction in parking spaces, because we know that everybody's going to be driving more cars in there, and there's just going to be a crazy amount of lack of parking going into Pump Hill on 16th Street and then down 92nd every day. The JCC is taking up all the parking there, and with the workers and stuff, it'll just be chaos. And I believe the Glenmore Reservoir is a sanctuary for many people that come from all walks of lives. 50% of the people live paycheck to paycheck. We need our peace and our quiet, and that's all I got to say. Please, I implore you, council members, to use your heart. You wouldn't want somebody to develop a 7-Eleven 2 doors down from where you guys live. Now, let's use some common sense. Please play my video, and thank you very much.
Do we have a video? Okay, we're just putting it on right now.
Years.
All right, thank you. And my apologies to the folks at home who had no sound on that. It was playing in chamber, so I don't know what the issue was. Apologies. With that, I'm looking in the queue and I don't see any questions of these presenters. So last call, item 7.2.21. Is there anyone on the line waiting to speak to this item? All right, I'm not hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to questions of administration, please. We'll start with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I am hoping I'm going to get through all my questions. Concerns about impact to water quality through construction or with additional residents. Does Water Services have any concerns?
Councillor Penner, Lawrence Wong with LM Engineering. In terms of water quality concerns, no, not really. Around the construction, sorry, talk about ultimate development. It is close within proximity to the reservoir, but the thing is, we are not directing any stormwater, any sewage, anything along that line into the reservoir. All of that will be directed into the utility system. So from that regard, there is that source water protection that is occurring. And in terms of increased use to the park, there really isn't that concern that water quality would be a concern. I have to remember that the water from the reservoir goes into our treatment plants, gets treated to a established standard, and we do testing to make sure that water quality is maintained through the treatment plant.
Thanks. I asked Director McKay that months and months ago and got a very similar response. I want to talk just about utility capacity. What is our requirement to review infrastructure on applications?
Great. First, I'll start by saying, because it was raised, that the work around the Bears Paw South feeder main in Bowness is unrelated and is not driven by growth or development. I just want to get that straight because that was a recurring theme and a question that came up. With regards to the work that goes into reviewing servicing for development, I should mention that we did receive a sanitary servicing study, so we are aware of the requirements that are required, that are involved, needed to service this site. There have been segments of the sanitary system that have been identified that needs to be upgraded. Those upgrades will be at the cost to the developer. We've also done a preliminary water network assessment as well. Similarly, we have identified the connections that are required to loop the mains within the site itself to ensure that there is adequate fire flow protection for that site. And there aren't any adverse impacts being anticipated due to this development that will be on the rest of the system or adjacent to the site.
Thanks. And when would those infrastructure requirements to utilities be required?
The upgrades would be implemented as the development itself progresses. There are different trigger points. We know that there are about 800 units that we can service with the existing system. As it progresses, those requirements will be triggered, and we would ask for the construction drawings, the design, things like that, and we would there's due process in terms of reviewing all of those.
Great, thanks. Lots of questions around concern, traffic flow, the number of residents in the area. I liken 2,000 residents to about the population of a high school. The TIA, as I read it, actually did mention the Tazad development, did mention the JCC development. So would the community have seen a different TIA, and did we also evaluate that TIA based on the other applications that have either come in or that may be anticipating, but are actually even outside of our scope and purview to review because they reside on an independent nation?
Okay, I'll unpack that. Councillor Penner, give me some leeway in my answer to you. Shane Labudse, Development Engineering. So in process, when we're working through technical studies, they're not open to viewing. We are working through them, going back and forth. The city determines the scope of work that is done, and then the developer's transportation consultant, a professional engineering company registered in the province of Alberta through the APEGA, through the Provinces Act, does that work under our review. And we're all engineers. We've been on both sides of the table. So once we get to a place where we're satisfied, where administration says we accept this TIA to support the information, then we open it to viewing. And that TIA that is open to viewing does include TAZA, it does include the JCC, and it does include includes a few time horizons, 2028, 2039, and 2048. So we go almost 25 years into the future on a scope and scale of that this application is to have a look at it. So, and then we use our corporate analytics team to actually estimate what the future jobs and population are that kind of generate traffic that flow through this area. One thing I wanted to point out that hasn't been mentioned with all the traffic conversation that has happened, and I want you to think back to 2014. So this is before the BRT and before Stony Trail. The volumes, and this is available on calgary.ca through the traffic counts program, the volumes on 90th Avenue and 14th Street, directly adjacent to the site, have dropped by 30% from 2014 to today. So 30% represents tens of thousands of vehicles that are not on those very major roads that are meant for goods and labor movement. Where did those vehicles go? Stony Trail, those kinds of things. That Stony Trail takes a lot of it. We've experienced this throughout the city as expected, that intersections that directly feed to Stony Trail see a lowering of traffic throughout the city. And it's happened time and time again. So I just wanted to point that out. And it's in the TIA, it's not until the 2048 horizon with JCC, with this development, the set area, with TAZA and all the other assumptions, that we actually reach the 2014 traffic levels again.
Great, thanks. There, really quickly, so just staying on traffic and roads, are we reducing any lanes on 90th for transit? I didn't read that anywhere.
There would be no reduction in lanes in transit. I think maybe what was being referenced is that transit's preference is to stop in the traffic lane for boarding and alighting, getting on and off the bus, as opposed to a bus lay-by. It makes it harder to get back into traffic, et cetera. So the preference is to stop for 10 or 20 seconds, then continue on their way, unless it's a timing stop.
Okay, so the existing stop would stay. Changes that would be required to the road network, pathways, other mobility improvements, can you talk about how those are phased through the development horizons and when they come in?
Similar to Lawrence's answer, we evaluate as every development permit comes in. That being said, the conditions of approval on the outline plan state kind of the overall framework of development. So there's a number of things there, including active modes, accommodations, and improvements in Haysboro on the other side of the pedestrian overpass. There's new multi-use pathways that go in, wheelchair ramps get installed, curb extensions happen. So there's many improvements that are in the COAs that would be at the expense of RioCan. The legs of the intersection at 16th Street, which is the site access to the north and access to Pump Hill to the south. Those are all in there and for the developer to upgrade when the time comes, but it is phased because it's such a long time horizon that we would want to look at it again as developments come in, redo the transportation analysis, redo the utility analysis, and use the latest information for those upgrades.
Okay, so what I hear is through subsequent development permits, we continue to evaluate. It's not kind of a one and done with respect to reports.
Which is exactly how all outline plans work, greenfield or not.
Thanks. I want to talk a little bit about the shadowing. I saw at least one shadow study get put up, but I am fairly certain that was from an older proposal, not the current one. Does administration have any slides with respect to shadow studying, or can they speak to the shadows and how they've been mitigated, especially with respect to the pathways, the natural areas in the community to the east?
Yes, we do have a shadow study that is available in our presentation, and that is on, thank you, page 14. So this page right here is showing the, sorry, I'm just waiting for it to come back up. The proposal in September from the hours of 10 to 4 p.m. As we can see in the shadow studies here, the shadows do not go into the community of Haysboro, and they do not land on the pathways along the reservoir as well.
Great, thanks. And of course, earlier in the year, less shadows or similar type shadows in the springtime. Okay, I'm sorry, I just lost my page. We heard a lot about the kind of housing that was going to be here. And of course, that is not a decision before land use. However, the notice of motion is referenced in the report. And is there anything in that report that references the requirement for affordable housing?
Yes, affordable housing is something that we considered, although it's not typically something we can look at land use. And that is because it does relate to that notice of motion. The city's real estate and development services, as well as the housing teams, are currently working with the applicant because it is on that notice of motion, including the provision to provide the non-market housing. This is in alignment with council's direction through the Home is Here, the City of Calgary's housing strategy. So it's not something that we can look at directly through the land use, but it is something that we did consider as administration, and we are still working with the applicant quite closely.
Great, thanks. I am guessing that similar to other applications or construction, there are rules around noise, debris, hours, mitigation, and parking for construction staff that the applicant would all have to be compliant to.
Yes, that is correct.
Thanks. Mr. Gonzalez, it's your turn. My last question. How many times have I asked you about an LAP for this area? And why is this area not quite ready for an LAP?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so this area, you are correct, currently isn't in line for an LAP. I know the LAP team is looking at the next phase of LAPs, but as council is aware, there's a number of those underway, and the team's incredibly busy finalizing those, so we don't have any timeline for when an LAP would be undertaken here. Typically, just at a high level, when we look at areas for LAPs, we look at areas that are seeing development pressures. So that might be something that would come up in the team's analysis. However, currently that's not something that's on their radar. I will just flag for council that there is a non-statutory policy included in your recommendations, and the intent of that really is to bridge the gap between kind of higher visionary type language that we do see in a local area plan and what we see included in the land use, which is also considered in this application. So that is intended to kind of bridge that gap, provide some of that high visionary guidance as well as development policies, much like an LAP would, to work with the land use that's before council.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Let's go to Councillor Winehouse.
Thanks. It was brought up about Ricardo Ranch. How many environmental reports were a part of that package when council approved that?
Councillor Winehouse, that has nothing to do with what's before us.
It's precedent setting. So I think it does apply. Because
I think you're asking a question of a team that's not prepared to talk about Ricardo Ranch. They're here for this item.
Okay. All right. My next question is, how many municipalities allow this much building around their water source, reservoirs in particular? And I'm going to say in Canada.
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer prepared for that.
I know. I was looking into the Lower Mainland, and there is no building around their reservoirs. And so you're going to find more zero. And I think where we find ourselves is what we approved in the past may not be where we want to go in the future. We're seeing that municipalities are supposed to, or insurance companies are the first to stop giving insurance to redevelopment in floodplains. And that is where we have to look at policy. So I'm kind of challenging you on this in that, yes, there is building that exists here, but what council should ask ourselves is, should we add more density on this spot? And I will, and since you don't have the answer about how many people are building this close to the reservoir, it probably shows that there is nobody building around the reservoirs, and we shouldn't do this.
Councillor, maybe I'll just jump in. we don't have the stats around how often people build their own reservoirs, but for a fact, we take water from the Bow River. We have development along the Bow River. First off, I don't think this development is not within the floodplain because it's not next to a river. I think that's the first thing to clarify. And to my point, we have development all along the river, and we have our water treatment plant intakes are along the river as well. So we are developing around the water bodies.
But they're different. It's a different value proposition, we'll say.
I'm not entirely clear as to
I
what
can't
you mean by
debate you
that.
right now, so I can't go down that path, but I'm just going to challenge you on that one.
Sure.
We'll have a debate after this. All right. Because when you look at it, there are policies in place that say special requirements for larger bodies of water that are reservoir-based should be at least 300-meter distance from it. And so as we add densification, that's kind of why my questions went the way they did. So I did have one answer I was asking you guys. The other stuff I want to talk about, I can't talk about in this forum, so thanks.
All right, let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Perhaps, Mr. Gonzalez, you answered a question that Councillor Penner talked about as to why there's no LAP. The question I have, though, is if there was an LAP, would the overall site, not just the lands that we're talking about here, but the overall site, would we require a comprehensive planning analysis, site analysis of this area?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wong. So I don't want to get into the specifics of what an LAP in this area may or may not do, because the LAP is a fairly well-defined program, and there's a lot of inputs that go into that. What I'll say with respect to these lands, when we looked at this for the application, as well as that non-statutory policy I had referenced, is we are guided by higher level policy guidance from places like the Municipal Development Plan. This particular site, as noted in the presentation, is right beside a BRT stop, and thus we would look at it as a transit station area. The specific details, I think, of what might happen here is really the details that are contained within the report and within the recommendation that's before council. I would suggest in this particular case, we've gone a step further in terms of those details, because we have a much more specific proposal for development on this land, much more specific than we would have when we're looking at an LAP at that kind of 30,000 foot level. So yes, it's possible through an LAP that this may be identified as a comprehensive planning site. However, this application has really done a lot of that work through the outline plan, its associated conditions, as well as the land use and design framework that's included in the recommendation. So a little bit of a different approach. LAP may have done that a little bit different, but we don't have one in this particular case, so I can't specify what that might have looked like had it happened.
Okay. About 18 months ago, when this first came forward, and I think the community cited that, and especially in the illustration they kept using where there's multiple towers all over the place, but that was a representation and understanding that was presented 18 months ago, where it was looking at the overall site, not just the lands that we're talking about being acquired, but overall marketplace site as well. And I guess the question I have here is, when we just look at the lands that are being part of the acquisition area itself, do we have a good understanding of what the future is of the other parcels of land, particularly the shopping center?
Yes, that's a great question, and I might just take a moment to provide some clarity. So through this application review process, we looked at the entire Glenmore Landing, the existing shopping center, as well as the lands that are under consideration for land use. That was looked at through the outline plan process, and so that is, I don't have the attachment off the top of my head, but it is included as an attachment in the reports. And that looked at what servicing would look like across the entire site. We did explore what development might look like on the mall site. Ultimately, however, we've done that work looking at the kind of transportation servicing impacts if the whole site were to develop. We've taken a staged approach to the approvals process in this particular case with the application. And there's a couple of reasons why we did that, or why the team did that. The first is there is kind of a short to medium, which you heard in the applicant's presentation, desire to look at those lands around the existing shopping center for development. The reason for that, like they mentioned, is there's existing tenants in that shopping center. And so as we worked through the process, it became apparent to the team that we needed to come up with a kind of a vision based on a lot of the work that the applicant had provided through their design framework of how the whole site would develop out. And we looked through kind of the considerations for off-site improvements and that sort of stuff through the outline plan process. Where we ended up landing was, with the studies that we had reviewed, that we were comfortable moving forward with land use just along the edges at this point in time. We let the non-statutory policy provide that overarching vision and guidance for how the whole area will develop out and how, particularly, how the connections between the BRT stop and South Glenmore Park would work. And that's all in that land use framework, land use and design framework. But there's no land use attached to that. So that would be subject to a future application. So the short answer is yes, we did look at the entire area. What's before council are the pieces of land that are being considered for land use where development could occur in the short to medium term. That future long-term vision is really captured in that non-statutory plan and the outline plan and its associated conditions.
Okay. And we talked a lot about, the comprehensive area, whether it be the transportation or the environmental, this and that. I guess my question is, if we focus strictly on the lands that we're talking about here, what are the checks and balances or the constraints to ensure that the other portions of land don't exceed whether it be the infrastructure pressures or density pressures or transportation? What are the checks and balances?
Yeah, so there's really two checks and balances with this approach that the team took on this application. The first of those are captured in the conditions of the outline plan, and those came up through some of the questions with the panels at the public hearing. Those relate to, for example, the need for either updated or new transportation studies as development occurs on the site, on the parcels with land use, as well as the future, if there's future development on the shopping center site. We also have policies in the plan that I referenced, the land use and design framework, that speak to additional transportation studies, the need for a biophysical assessment, and other studies like that. So we've captured them really in two places, and the intent there is to make sure that we have the checks and balances. Should we see development be proposed on those lands in the future, that it's very clear what the requirements are and the things that we'll need to look at before any land use decisions are made there. In addition, those studies will inform what land use on those lands might look like. So there's kind of a vision in that non-statutory plan about what the kind of maximum heights might look like and what that kind of generally may develop out. However, those would be subject to those future studies.
So the bottom line is...
Councillor Wong? Sorry, and I just wanted to clarify because there's something that we're missing. We must ensure that there is infrastructure capacity. It is a requirement in our land use bylaw. It doesn't say should, it doesn't say may, it says we must confirm that we have the adequate sewage collection, treatment, disposal, water supply, treatment and distribution, stormwater collection, and storage and road infrastructure capacity necessary to serve the development. The reason we do a phased approach in relooking at all of the studies that the team is talking about is because we want to verify them to the actual development plans, not the conceptual building envelopes that we're talking about today.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess, what I'm trying to get to is the concerns that the community has that, if we take a phased approach like this, that, we're not overlooking or missing a step along the way. And I appreciate, there's an expectation that to follow through with the studies and policies and everything else and such. But when I talk about checks and balances, just making sure that that's incremental approach is a managed incremental approach as opposed to let's do it now and then hope along the way. That's what I'm trying to get at. Anyways, the other question I've got is for Mr. Boudet-Chain. The concerns that have been expressed on 90th Avenue and that there's, really 2 points of egress and ingress out of there. And you talked about, the different time phases of projecting volume and that. Do we have, is there a sufficient, entry points, exit points along there? Mr. Taylor referred to on the site itself, for example, by the McDonald's there, I think it is, or the beer house, whatever. Again, the short lanes that are in there, the narrow lanes that are in there, do we have good understanding of what, transportation impacts are there?
Sorry, Lawrence, I'll stray a bit into your territory with that one. We share, anyway, okay, to answer your question, for a development of this size, you need a minimum of 2 public accesses and 1 emergency access. The emergency access is from the transitway, and I would suggest in an emergency situation, that's actually a great facility to use because it is separated from regular traffic. And then it has 2 full public accesses that can be accessed from different directions on 90th Avenue. So it does meet fire code for access to the site, the same as a much larger community. In terms of on-site, yes, we'd be looking, as soon as development permits came in, we'd be making sure that the on-site circulation works. Now, the land use that's before us is for the set area, the grassy areas outside of the core central shopping area. So we would be looking at that when that time comes with each DP. How are vehicles getting in? How is loading happening? What's happening with waste and recycling? Are there current constraints with the existing configuration of the surface lot of the mall? And they would need to be adjusted if it was felt necessary, et cetera. So we look at it comprehensively, starting with DP1 and continuing onwards.
Okay. I've got 15 seconds left. And the analogy I was going to put is if I had a blockage in my heart, they would look at not just that vessel, but they would look at the entire heart to ensure there's even flow in and out. That's my concern about the transportation. My time is up. Thank you.
Did you want me to answer that? There's no question there, right?
It's not, there's
Okay.
no question.
That's what I thought.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I hopefully you can answer this question, and if you can't, maybe we can get a follow-up tomorrow. Developments like this are interesting, and I kind of compare it to what goes on in suburbia world in Calgary. So when we talk about like the developers that pay levies for suburban builds, I would say this is like a little suburban development in almost inner city. So are we going to establish some sort of development levies for the area so that developers pay for their share of infrastructure? Because I really think that like we build these pockets, and I'd like to just understand what we're going to do with the future of this.
I'll start and see if anybody else wants to jump in. Councillor Sharp, in terms of the infrastructure, first off, there is a levy. There is an established area levy that this development will have to pay into because that it is increasing the unit count, and that levy is directed towards treatment plants. In terms of the infrastructure, again, whatever infrastructure in terms of utilities, and also actually mobility as well, whatever is being triggered will be at the expense and cost of the developer. So through the process subsequent, whether it's subdivision or through development permit, we would do those subsequent reviews. And again, if there is an infrastructure need that's triggered and required to service the site, we would then ask and require the developer to fund it. Does that answer your question?
It does. I just wanted to make sure we had that kind of on record. My other question is a little bit about water, only because these things, water is a big deal right now. Has the city or RioCan considered the groundwater impact of the proposed underground parking lot that would have, issues in the sewer systems? Because groundwater impact is a big deal.
Sure.
And that's actually what flooded Bowness in 2013 was this groundwater seepage up. So
right.
What are they doing here?
Right. In terms of, yes, the proximity to the reservoir probably means that there could be an elevated water table. It's something that through the design and construction, they would have to account for. It's no different than, let's say, in downtown, where, again, we are close to proximity to the river, to Bow River, Elbow River. So it's similar challenges, and it's something that their designers and their engineers will have to account for. And I'm certain that there are engineering ways and methods to account for that. In terms of the water quality, I do not believe that there would be a direct impact to the water quality itself.
Okay. Well, thank you. Ms. Goldstein, I'm going to go back to an answer you gave Councillor Wong that, obviously developments must meet the requirements of the city. What if it doesn't? Like, what if they get through this land use, they come in for the development permit, they go through they get their DP approved and a building permit, they don't meet? What recourse does RioCan have on the city?
I can also.
Or I'm not sure who can answer that question. I just was.
That's okay. I can also turn that over to Mr. Wong to talk about the system of collecting letters of credit and securities. But we would not have a development permit go forward if we didn't confirm the infrastructure capacity. That is the bottom line. We would not release the permit. If they create a permit and they do not do what's inside of the permit, we are holding securities that the city either then cashes and we do ourselves, or we insure and force them to do it. That's why we collect securities.
And you collect them at the time of development permit, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And I'll add to what Director Goldstein is saying. If the concern is around public safety and, let's say, adverse effects to adjacent neighborhoods, neighbors, things along that line, we, administration, is the owner and operator of the utility system. We do ongoing monitoring of the system to make sure that it is in a good state. So if we are seeing through the monitoring that there are any adverse effects that are happening, then the city would step in and look at that and assess and decide what is required. And of course, if residents are seeing those adverse effects, they're welcome to phone in 311, log those concerns so that we can actually go and investigate if there's any merit to those concerns.
Okay, so I'm going to ask one more question. I would say what would be the threshold of a concern to stop development completely, that you'd be putting a stop work order?
Just to clarify, so what do you mean?
So they're doing okay. So they're doing their thing. It's been approved, development permit, building permit. We're ready to go. They get in the ground. They start construction, and there's water issues, water table issues. At what point does the city go in and has to say, we have to stop the development of the construction because we need to go in because public safety is an issue?
I think you've actually answered the question. I think if it reaches a point where there is a public safety concern, then certainly it is incumbent on the city to then step in and certainly work with the developer. They are still present and they're still constructing the site. So we would do that. There have been instances where we have issued stop work orders because of unsafe conditions. But again, it's something that we would do with the developer.
And they know about this, and then what if there's recourse on the fact they can't continue?
I don't want to speculate on hypothetical situations. Okay. Again, if there is a situation, we would certainly work with the developer and the neighborhood and the neighbors to address it.
Okay. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor McLean, and I'm just going to advise that we are done in 5 minutes. So, Councillor Chabot, I may need to come to you tomorrow for the rest of your questions. For the public, just so that you're aware, because you don't need to be here in person because there's no more speaking opportunity, you can tune in from home tomorrow. You don't have to feel that you have to come in. Unless you want to, you're always welcome. But I'm just letting you know. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Okay, this may take more than 5 minutes, though, but we might as well just get it. I'm going to go down that same what if, not a hypothetical, but there's been a lot brought up about the biophysical impact assessment studies or stormwater management, hydrogeological studies. From my understanding, this is all in the works to be done later, after we've done this land use approval, or what's the normal procedure? Do you not usually do those things before?
So it is a staged approach. We have received many of those now, and we would receive updates to those or additional studies as we get more information as the development permits come in. Okay, so and I guess we'll see what that, what about, say, going back to the water? So even with the stormwater management, my understanding then is this that
you can't have any runoff into the reservoir, but with this construction and a lot of green space being lost, what's the plan for storage, or where is this water going to go? What's the plan for that?
So the stormwater management typically is done through the DB process because you need to know the site layout, where things go, the grades, things like that. It is captured through and reviewed through the development permit process. So we would know at that point.
We don't know it's going underground, but that would be something I think you'd think about ahead of time. There's not going to be any room
Councillor
left here.
McLean, we are required to figure out stormwater management as part of the development. And what administration is saying is that they are not allowed to just put it into the reservoir, and they're not allowed to discharge it into the park, which means it is either going to be in a pipe or a combination of different pieces of infrastructure, either on the roofs or we manage them in different wells. There's a whole slew of stormwater management engineering that will happen.
Yeah, a lot of things have to happen because a lot of things could go wrong. I guess that's why we're asking these questions, because that's why the residents have concerns, because a lot of things could go wrong. What about that one? This is interesting. One presenter brought up the amount of dogs and the dog feces and poop that's going to be around. Is there any consideration what that could do to contaminate the water as well? I mean, I know you have to do that, but has any of these things been thought about, or do we just approve and then hope everything goes right, I guess? Dog poop issue, anything to say about that?
I don't think there's any specific concerns around that. Again, the concern more so is around if we're directing water into the reservoir, then yes, there would be concerns, but we are not doing that.
Yeah, I guess it's something I think we had hope and pray. So if something does, somebody brought this up, if we do the development permit and the land's been transferred over to Rio Can, is there any provision that they just can't sell? We give them a massive uplift or whatever. Do they have to do something? Like, how does that unfold? People have asked me, because they could just sell it if things look bad for them.
That's not part of the land use application that's in front of us today. That would be a separate item that's part of the land sale, which I don't have details on.
The city never does land deals before with some provisions saying that you have to have this sold.
Councillor McLean, on any item that is before us that's related to land use, we vote on the land use, and what happens after that is not something that we can control. We cannot build it into a contract to say, thou shalt hold this land forever.
I may be wrong, but I thought the Eau Claire lands, there was something like that was kind of in the land use deal and the development permit. Am I wrong?
There's no ownership requirement in land use or development permit. The applicants today are in a land deal with the city, and the provisions of that land deal, whether or not they can resell it, any of those considerations are outside this land use.
Okay, yeah, I get it. A lot of these questions I had have been asked and answered, maybe not to everybody's exact expectations, but yeah, that's all I have. I guess the rest we can do in debate. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McLean. Council, we are going to wrap for this evening. Tomorrow, I will remind everybody what happens is at 9:30, we meet here for executive committee. I'll start the executive committee meeting. I'll need quorum, so I'll need people either remote or in person to start exec. I will then immediately postpone it to the call of the chair. We'll give clerks 10 minutes or 5 minutes. How much will you need?
10 minutes would be ideal.
10 minutes, okay. We'll give them 10 minutes to switch out the team and make sure that they're ready for public hearing again. So at about 9:40, we will go back into this public hearing. And we will carry on with the public hearing throughout the day. We'll finish this item. And we have 17 more items with 23 speakers that we'll need to get through tomorrow. So we will see everybody tomorrow at 9:30 in here. Thank you.